I can feel the walls closing in. Yeah, the hardest part is trying to get over them. If you could see, would you do it all again? Yeah. To take my time, I haven't decided yet. Yeah. It's just a Saturday night, I don't know if I should call you. Deep in my mind, I find it's always all you. Waiting in line, I wish that I could walk through. To tell you the truth, there's still ways to go, and I don't wanna get too far. Now it's too late for us, 'cause I don't wanna get involved, not this time. There you go, telling a lie again. Messed up my mind, you want me to try again. The next Saturday night, I knew I didn't want you. Deep in your mind, I hope I always taught you. Waiting in line, I wish that I could walk through. To tell you the truth, there's still ways to go, and I don't wanna get too far. Now it's too late for us, 'cause I don't wanna get involved, not this time. Ways to go, and I don't wanna get too far. Now it's too late for us, 'cause I don't wanna get involved, not this time.
Every day think about you, every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. Every day think about you, every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. Every day think about you, every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you. Every day think about you, every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you. All I want now is you. All I want now is you. Every day think about you, every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you. Every day think about you, every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you. Does it really matter if the stars don't shine? Who can love you better? Does it really matter if the stars don't shine? Who can love you better? All I want now is you. All I want now is you. All I want now is you. Every day think about you, every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you. Every day think about you, every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you.
Frustrations keep swelling, I'm spiraling out.
My mind's overthinking, I can't hear a sound. Stop looking past me, putting me down. I know I can't be strong, but everything I say just comes out wrong. I'm worried that I'll always feel this lost. What cost? I was drowning in a sea of my doubts, in a sea of my thoughts. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out. I was falling and I couldn't look down, and I couldn't look down. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out. Resenting is easy, but anger gets old. Have trouble believing the things that I'm told, and I wish I could go back to the person I know. I know I can't be strong, but everything I say just comes out wrong. I'm worried that I'll always feel this lost. What cost? I was drowning in a sea of my thoughts, in a sea of my thoughts. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out. I was falling and I couldn't look down, and I couldn't look down. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out. I was drowning, now I'm shouting. I was falling, now I'm shouting. I was drowning in a sea of my thoughts, in a sea of my thoughts. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out. I was falling and I couldn't look down, and I couldn't look down. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out.
I've been trying to find the words to say you mean the world to me. When I'm fighting and you see me hurt, don't walk away. I've been holding on for days, hoping just to see your face. Let me know you're coming back, and I can't wait. When it gets too much, my troubles, they can hold me down like heavy weights.
The quarterfinals have begun here in Paris, and classical time controls have brought a different kind of tension. Longer games, deeper preparation, and more at stake on every decision. But the biggest story broke before the first move. As players gathered to explore the day's starting position, Jan Nepomniachtchi introduced a sharp idea, a bold pawn sacrifice, the Nepo Gambit.
I'm a bit concerned that the Gambit will, finally work out, because, what Arjun did is quite sensible to me, and also what Rapport did is quite interesting too, and and one more game is from MVL, and maybe MVL also finds a refutation, so it will be Nepo Gambit 3 times refuted, yeah? Hopefully not.
Confident in its potential, he seemed enthusiastic about it. But when the game started, it wasn't Nepo who played it. It was Hikaru Nakamura and Fabiano Caruana who picked it up. Nepo could only watch from the confessional as his creation unfolded on 2 boards, and not entirely to plan. Almost winning, he had called it, but that optimism quickly faded. Nakamura faced Arjun Erigaisi, who came out swinging. Arjun planted a dominant knight in Hikaru's camp, held the initiative, and looked in control. But as time ticked down, Hikaru reversed the momentum and reached a rook endgame with an extra pawn. Still, it wasn't enough. His rook was too passive, and the game ended in a draw. Hikaru left the board visibly disappointed. Caruana, also armed with the Nepo Gambit, tried it against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. The game was tense, but ultimately balanced. Another draw. Nepo himself, meanwhile, had shocked everyone at dinner the night before by picking Vincent Keymer, the Waisenhouse classical dominator, as his opponent. In their first game, Nepo played quickly and confidently.
Kind of chess speak for itself, not to let his behavior get under your skin, not get flustered. And it's clear, look at him on the camera, Vincent Keymer getting flustered, feeling that he needs to speed up, and then you start to panic. You're like, oh, I'm too slow. And it's only later that the mistakes creep in.
But Keymer absorbed the pressure and held the draw. Magnus Carlsen was the only player in the top bracket to score a win. After a slow, strategic build-up, he broke through against Nodirbek Abdusattorov and ended the game 3 pawns ahead. In the 9th place bracket, Richard Rapport defeated Gukesh, while Praggnanandhaa overcame Vidit, who once again let a strong position slip away. Each match consists of 2 classical games. If it's tied, we go to tiebreaks. Halfway through, nothing is decided. Who will reach the semifinals? We find out on day 2 of the quarterfinals. Stay tuned.
Hello, welcome again from Paris, from the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam. It's the second leg with full of excitement is happening. The quarterfinals is on, and today we're going to see who are the players who are going to be qualifying for the semifinals. I'm Grandmaster Judith Polgar, and again, as usual, I'm together with Peter Leko, one of the top chess players of all time, we can say, and I'm very happy. I want to pose immediately a question. What do you think? Can Nodirbek bounce back today?
Yeah, thank you, Judith. Welcome, everyone. Yeah, that's the very big question. Yeah, we have seen that he had chances yesterday, but also was so nice to have Magnus here with us in the studio, and the calmness that he showed. Yeah, this is the problem. This is the reason why I feel like it will be very difficult, not just chess-wise, but how do you beat this guy who is, even in this very critical moment, just keeping his super calm and uses all the mistakes of his opponent. Nodirbek will try everything, but I also believe that the other matches which are tied at the moment will have plenty of drama.
Oh yeah, definitely we will have, but of course, again we have Nicholas Hischenbert with us, Grandmaster, and he's always giving all the insights, what is really happening on the board. So I would ask you, what do you think about the Erigaisi-Nakamura match? Because it was like a full tsunami over there, time to time. And also Hikaru said some interesting stuff after the game. He was kind of frustrated, wasn't he?
It was a roller coaster game. I actually watched Hikaru Nakamura's analysis of the game on his channel last night, and he said actually he's not too unhappy about that he missed winning chance, because after the opening, the Nepo Gambit, he was in a lot of trouble because Arjun found a great way to deal with this gambit, pose some immediate problems. And yes, there was a epic interview that Nakamura gave yesterday where he said, jokingly, I should say, he just wanted to strangle Nepo during his game and never trust a Russian, he said. Of course, all jokes. But yes, it just goes to show maybe you have to be really careful with the analysis in the first 10 minutes. It's not a lot of time. Of course, there can be some ideas, but Nepo was really pushing his gambit that he didn't play it in the end. The others played it, and for Nakamura, it somewhat worked out in the end as well.
Well, we're going to talk a lot about the openings, but now I want to invite you to see the explainer video. What is freestyle chess? Just in a few words.
As we like to call it, freestyle chess. Before every game, a new starting position is drawn, challenging the players to rely on their creativity and intuition.
And with a $750,000 prize pool, the stakes couldn't be higher. Over 8 days, the Grandmasters will compete for first place and Grand Slam Tour points with the hopes of becoming the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam champion for all 5 tournaments around the world.
The first 2 days is the round-robin phase. Every Grandmaster plays each other once over. 11 rounds with a rapid time control. 10 minutes with a 10-second bonus per move. And if needed, 10 tiebreakers will decide the final standings.
The top 8 Grandmasters advance to the knockout phase, 1 round every 2 days, with 1 game per day in a classical time control. 90 minutes plus 30 seconds per move. And to reward the best performers of the round-robin stage, the top 4 players choose their opponents from the bottom 4.
Players who get eliminated don't go home. They continue fighting for rankings in a separate bracket. Every win still counts, in points and in dollars.
And if matches end in a tie, get ready for an epic tiebreak. We begin with a rapid match, and if it's still tied, there'll be a blitz showdown with 5 minutes plus 2 seconds per move. And if there's still no decision, we will watch a final Armageddon standoff.
This format ensures that only the most adaptable, resilient, and fearless chess player will triumph. No second chances, no shortcut, just pure chess brilliance.
Who will rise above the rest and claim the $200,000 first prize?
World, are you ready? The greatest chess talent from around the globe. 8 action-packed days. This is Freestyle Chess.
It's day 4 of the Grand Slam here in Paris, and we have a lot of excitement. We had 1 decisive game only yesterday, but there are a lot to be expected today. Maybe we can look at the brackets, how it is right now, so it's clear for everybody. And we are going to be able to see a playoff probably with more excitement. What do you think about the 2 sides? Well, you can see that Magnus Nodirbek, winner of that match, will be playing against Maxime and Fabiano. What are you expecting in those matchups?
Well, to me, actually, it looks too far away because, what will happen in the semifinals? I don't know who will advance to the semifinals. Is a big question. The prediction that I dare to make is that we're going to have 2 tie breaks for sure today. I just feel that we have so much heat among the players. They are so close to each other. For example, Hikaru against Erigaisi, I believe it's going to be a tiebreak. Fabiano against MVL, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, I also feel that it might be a tiebreak. Somehow, I feel that something is vibrating in the air in the matchup Vincent against Nepo. I'm expecting that Jan will be pushing, he will be taking risk, he will want to hunt Vincent down. I'm expecting there maybe a fight back from Vincent or a win from Nepo, but I feel that the tiebreak is the most unlikely in that match. Of course, a part of the Magnus Nodirbek, when Magnus is leading, he has already shown that he has so much confidence and he has so much knowledge and coolness to keep his lead.
I think absolutely that what you said, that he's very cool here. He's enjoying himself. Like in his interviews, we can also see that he's enjoying the game, the new ideas, the freshness of the game, right? He always emphasizes that. Even yesterday, I mean, he didn't feel comfortable at all in the opening phase of the game, but then somehow things got in his own way. And we have the lower brackets. We had some quite tough games with a lot of mistakes, I must say. I mean, Vidit, he was suffering a crazy loss, and he had a winning position, and he lost it, he ruined it. So in this tournament something happens with him a lot. And Rapport finally won a game against Gukesh, which was not easy at all either, but he was winning in the wrong time. He should have been in the previous part of the elimination part, right?
Yeah, we have the feeling that actually this format freestyle suits Richie very well. I think if he would have made it to the knockout stages, he would be fighting very well against anyone. But yeah, here we have the time control of the tournament.
Yeah, we have the time control. In the first 2 days, the players played with 10 minutes and 10 seconds. And now, already in the knockout phase, the players have 90 minutes for the whole game, even if it's 40, 50, whatever. When they go down on time, they are going to be living out of that 30 seconds per move. This is very important because it means that it can go on for half an hour or an hour, that practically you can't even go out to the bathroom. So you have to be having your strategies for every little details during the game. And let's see also for what are the prizes they're playing for, because it can be sometimes, I think, nerve-wracking if you think about it, that maybe one move can cost you $200,000 or quite some tons of thousands of dollars. And we also see the Grand Slam points, where it's still Keymer is leading because he won the first Grand Slam leg of the series. And yeah, it is an incredible prize fund
Yes.
in this event.
Fantastic, yeah, it's worth fighting for. Yeah, the 200,000 is fantastic. But I also feel that once you're in the top 8, it's you already kind of automatically get rid of the pressure, because you know that you are guaranteed 20,000. You have all the chances to fight for the top place. You want to advance to the semifinals, but even if you don't make it, you still have the chance to fight for a lot of Grand Slam points from place 5th to 8th, while the ones who are eliminated, yeah, they are in the lower bracket, they don't have this motivation. They fight for their honor because nobody wants to lose a match.
Absolutely. Still number 9 and the 10th place gets point also for the Grand Slam, but already number 11 and 12, they are playing today, so those losers will not even compete for tomorrow. But what is the match which you're waiting the most today?
Well, we have already seen that there are so many surprises. Yesterday, the Nepo Gambit arrived, yeah, E4, F5, that was also our move of the day, yeah, this E takes F5, G6, then the controversy behind it, yeah, the freestyle creates so many stories by itself. I'm waiting for the new starting position. Also, you can't really tell. What can I tell to Vincent? Okay, have a good sleep, have a good rest, put yourself in the mindset that you will be fighting. But chess-wise, you can't really say anything, because depending on the new starting position, you have to create your chances. One thing was a little bit unlucky, I think, for all the players who had white yesterday, that, as Magnus also said, that he thought like the position didn't really offer too many chances of gaining the upper hand, while we know exactly that sometimes it can happen that you end up in a very unpleasant starting position. So this is our hope, that now today also it will more or less a balanced position.
Well, now that you're bringing it up, that we have a Nepo Gambit, I'm turning to Nicholas, to you. You're an expert. You have a teaching material which people can learn the basics and the strategies of freestyle chess. Maybe you can tell me, are there many opening names already, or how does it work in freestyle?
I think no opening names have been established yet, so I think there are a lot of, you know, you can put your stamp on a certain positions. For example, now we know 841, that was the position that was played yesterday. There is the Nepo Gambit, named after Jan Nepomniachtchi. If it's good or not, if it should be repeated again in the future, this is up for debate. So Peter, Judith, you can also put your stamp. We can create the Polgar variation, the Leko variation. There's a lot of opening theory still to be discovered, obviously with 959 fresh positions. And I'm really curious what position we will get today and which exciting openings.
Yeah, actually, I think it's very interesting because a lot of people are debating whether what is this freestyle chess, right? Is it good? Is it bad? Is it beneficial only for the top players? Is it something that for the amateurs it can be fun, it can be a discovery journey or whatever? And this is something, a great point, I think, what we can invite our audience, that if you play freestyle, there is some gambit you can discover and it can have your name if it's good, right? So it is something that it can be very interesting and something new. But here we see already the players arriving to the venue, to the playing hall, just few minutes away from the security check. And after that, getting the new position, which we don't know exactly which one. But one thing is sure, that the positions they played already, it cannot be played again. So we will see something new. And we see Hikaru. Very nice. Giving signatures. There are fans in front of the entrance.
I really like that Hikaru is taking his time for the fans who are here, who came to the park here, to the playing venue. They're waiting outside. And I think that's really great, I think, that he's taking his time for the fans.
Yeah.
Yeah, one thing I would like to add to the Nepo Gambit, because if you checked out the video, and I encourage everyone to take a look who haven't, please pay attention to every single word, because actually Jan was convincing the players, saying that, you know what, this is not just my take, this is Stockfish idea. Yeah, and it shows actually that how deeply Nepo is going into preparation of freestyle chess, that he knows exactly that actually many of these type of positions, computers suggest this e4, f5, ef, g6, fg, and then capturing back, playing for compensation. Yeah, this was, and you see there, Nodirbek is laughing that, how do you know Stockfish says this? Who are you? Yeah, it was so fantastic to see. That's why we say that this content, this 10 minutes analysis by the players is just worth gold, because you get so many insights.
Yeah, and it is very interesting because yesterday I felt it was the first time when somebody was kind of blaming the other one, that he influenced me so much, I trusted you, right? You said f5, g6, and the funniest part was when Nepo went into the confessional booth, and he felt it, right? That, well, I hope it's going to be okay because they're going to be blaming me, right? So he felt it, that he was very optimistic and he was very energetically giving this idea, and he convinced people, right?
Yes.
Maybe he didn't feel that he has such a power of influence on the others, and
who knew that everybody will play e4?
Yes.
Yeah, so many e4 appeared on the board, and actually exactly on Nepo's board it was d4, so he couldn't play the gambit.
But actually I was sure that if e4 would have been standing on the board, he would play f5, g6.
Yes, absolutely.
It's not only that it's his idea, it just naturally comes, it's so much his style, I think.
But also how much we remember that basically when we are playing classical chess and we follow, like here, it's a Stockfish idea to sacrifice a pawn. If you don't know the follow-up of the computer suggestion, then it might not be such a great idea to play it. Yeah, it's very tricky because the computer, after Hikaru at breakfast time, it was so nice that actually Nepo and Hikaru had a nice chat, lovely chat, no violence there involved, yeah, perfect harmony. And then Hikaru also told me that, yeah, in one of the gambits, in like Rapport's G4, that black's idea should have been GF, GF, and A5, Rook A6, Rook H6, targeting that H2 pawn. That was the way to justify the gambit thanks to computer. But how can you come up with this over the board? Impossible.
Absolutely, and it was also interesting that this E4, F5 gambit, in the other game it was including A4, A5.
Yes.
And of course it changes quite a bit the whole system, right? But I really liked the way the players were dealing with it. But now we are about to start the next draw of the position.
Hello and welcome to the Paris leg of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour. My name is Fiona Stahl-Anthony and I'm delighted to be your host today. So it is already time, day 2 of the quarterfinals. Today we will determine 4 semifinalists. Unfortunately, we will also lose 2 players, so more about that in a sec. For now, let's take a look at the highlights from yesterday.
Freestyle chess is getting more and more popular. We walked through Paris and met lots of passionate chess fans, especially at the iconic Blitz Society bar, a real hotspot for the scene. Even here, freestyle chess is now being played and has become a major topic among fans.
I'm loving what the freestyle guys are doing right now. It's already very popular and it's like the F1 format, you know?
Yeah.
Every Grand Prix, there's like a different city and it's perfect.
For Jan-Henrik Buttner, one of the minds behind the format, direct interaction with the audience is a sign of appreciation and a way to truly connect with the community. Spontaneously, he gave a personal tour of the event location to fans who had already been waiting for the players for over 1 hour.
As you know me, we're always acting spontaneously, right? If there's like 10 kids waiting there like for an hour, giving us time and energy, and we want to show you around. And of course, that made them happy. Paris has worked out spectacularly. We think its fan engagement is great, so we will see if we can introduce even fans at the next events in terms of real audience.
The journey of freestyle chess continues to grow. Day 1 of the quarterfinals brought excitement and set the tone for what's to come. Magnus Carlsen was the only player to emerge with a win against Abdusattorov, showing strong form early on.
I think my first 5-6 moves were pretty bad, and he really solved it a lot better than I did. After that, I took over and I played better, but it was very, very tough.
The other matches ended in tense, hard-fought draws, proving just how evenly matched the competition is. Stay tuned for the second day of quarterfinals.
So there we saw what happened yesterday. Today, in case any matches end in a tie after the second classical game, we will go to rapid playoff and then 2 blitz, so 2 games of rapid, 2 games of blitz. If the players are still tied, we will see Armageddon. But first, it is time to draw the next position. And in order to help me, I would like to welcome to the stage the Chief Chess Officer of Chess.com. Give it up for Danny Wrench.
Position number 73, 073.
Me neither. Thank you so much, Danny. The players will get 10 minutes now to prepare. So to the players, best of luck, and to the fans, enjoy.
Bishops again.
Isn't it very similar?
This is, yeah. I think we got 71.
So again,
we got 74.
Yeah.
So, I mean, again, obvious moves F4, F4, F3. C4 maybe?
Is F4 obvious?
Well, I just mean...
Normally,
but this...
Normally it's just like consciously like a 44 queen e3 or something.
But isn't this alignment... What's the difference?
I don't know if I like F4, C5. I don't know.
No, but I mean, isn't F4, F5 very similar to the position we played?
But F4, C5, E4, I'm like scared about some G5 at some moment.
Yeah. No, I was saying just because you attacked the pawn, but anyway.
No, I was scared that it also opens like a file if you castle the queen.
Sure.
Why not D4? Yeah, D4 seems reasonable. D4, C4.
D4 is an issue like with F5.
D4 is like very critical because D5 or C4. C5.
C5?
Yes, C4 is fine because we attack this, and if with C5 we can play E4. Both. And e4 and e4.
Take, and you want to play e4 me or
f4 first.
f4 first?
So you want to tape?
No. I mean,
you mean f4?
I mean,
Okay, f4. Okay, f4, c5. So worried about
Is
something
f5
like...
not possible?
Yeah, f5 of course is the question.
Yeah, f5 queen c4.
No, but then d3. But wait, no, sorry. No, sorry, wait. Wait a second. You're right.
Taking only always queen c4.
No, some of like e3 makes. I don't know, but it takes loses so much time.
Just f3 for
Queen e4 still.
queen f7.
I mean, okay, maybe this pawn doesn't matter at all. Queen f7 castle. And then d5.
D5.
Oh, we lose
No,
so
I
much time.
mean, yeah,
No,
d5
I don't
knight.
like queen
Yeah, I don't like f4 either.
What's wrong with d4?
Nothing. But I mean, okay. So f5 is gonna be the same kind of thing, right?
Okay, you play c4.
Yeah, f5, c4, and then we get the right. Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, which one?
Rook c1.
Okay. Knight b6? Rook c1.
Or
strategically, it's good for f3, e4.
I don't know, f5.
It's still flexible.
Sorry, flexible.
I mean, also very difficult, at least annoying to
Start f6.
bishop b3.
Bishop b3.
Bishop f7. Rook c1.
Rook c1.
We
Yeah,
developed this
positionally very nice.
Yeah, bishop is bad.
No, I think maybe d5 is not a good move. Maybe bishop
good.
Yeah, c5 is the question. Take.
d5 is not the way.
d5 c4, yeah.
d5 c4.
No, I mean, I have
Unclear.
f3.
No, d5 f5.
d5, f5, c4.
Yeah, that's good for
d5.
white. Maybe.
Bishop. Okay, let's say d6.
Yeah, d take seems like much more forcing.
So f3 or f3?
F3, yeah, f3 probably. Bishop. You want to get the same position.
Yeah. Can you do d6 or no?
So I can come again. Also, same stuff. No, because it's very annoying. CB, bishop b6, and we can't.
No, probably not.
No, but this is.
It's more or less fine.
Well, we can take. I mean,
This one I'm not so sure about.
Maybe knight takes. Maybe bishop, maybe knight takes. But we like just grab the center.
knight takes bishop b3.
Bishop e5.
Yeah.
Maybe we should consider.
Still looks like nice.
c4, c5.
c4, c5 is probably just boring, right?
f3.
c4, c5, f3? Top, well, f5, let's say in that case.
b4.
c2?
Take.
Knight c6. Or knight b6.
Yeah.
Okay, let's try this again.
And if we start c4, we want
c5.
yeah, like we want this.
To afraid. b4. Knight b5, c6.
b5 is... I mean, I like the concept.
e4, of course, is critical, but...
e4 and f3 and then just development. Yeah? And then how, I mean, we need to get...
No, but my question is f5.
I think we need like the b5 square for the bishop against all e4s. I think that would be useful.
That's a good point.
I mean, I can also start with this, right, if I want to start the c5 stuff.
d4, c5, and d3, rook c4.
But now, I mean...
Okay, do I even...
Even f5, maybe? It is risky.
Maybe
it's possible but risky.
c5, d3, rook c4.
Yeah, maybe just like that.
Okay, d5 is...
You just want to retreat, or one of
Bishop
those?
b6.
No, but let's say knight b3.
Yeah, d3.
c4.
f6 already.
f6.
It's nice.
Maybe you go b4 and c4.
Are you sure?
Still f6.
Still f6, yeah. Bishop b3, bishop f7.
And take... Yeah, f3 bishop.
And okay, d5, I guess.
So basically the plan is to play first c5 against everything.
We just get like, it's just the shittiest position, like two hanging pieces and like two hanging
that has to be
pawns.
fine, right?
c4.
Okay, e6, knight b6.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's fine, yeah. Yeah.
And
what are the first moves?
b4.
Should probably consider one of 4 as well.
Yes.
Okay,
But I guess f4 were f6 also, like we...
I would like to...
Are we...
How do you really... You want to play knight c3, right?
f5 maybe. No, but I thought... But why not f6 first move, actually?
Take queen c4.
f6, e4. But maybe this time you can take on a7, b7. Although I doubt it, but...
Okay, so that's nothing, yeah?
It looks too early, yeah, because I will also get knight before knight takes a2 this time.
Yeah, well, that looks fine, right? We get f5 next move.
Yeah.
No, but actually I think b4 is like an ambitious move. Just stopping c5.
What about e4? e4 is too weakening, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, but e4. Okay, I guess we play c5. Right?
Yeah, I guess we don't mind this.
Maybe can we get our knight b6 and against b2 quick play?
It's never really working, like knight c4, bishop e2 anyway.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, but I don't think there's an urgency here. I think we just have...
Yeah, knight c6, knight b3, d6.
Yeah, it looks like a decent...
Pawn moves e5.
I mean, knight b3 just...
Yeah, also.
So what's...
If we are going d6, how will we get the queen out?
Yeah,
I'm not sure we play d6.
I don't think
we can... I mean, this guy's the problem.
Yeah, c6. I mean, f4, f... Okay. Probably have to protect this, but I'm like not even
I'm
sure.
also kind of tempted.
But like I don't... What about g5 here? Too much? Probably f5.
I mean, f6 is not out of this world. Right?
Queen c5.
Queen c5, bishop b6.
Queen h5.
Huh?
f6 is played.
Oh, sorry.
Queen, I thought...
Like queen b5, knight c7, queen goes back, d5.
Yeah.
We're gonna win in
We will start in 30 seconds. Please take a seat. Thank you. We are ready to start. You may start the clocks. Good luck.
The players are more nervous than yesterday, don't you think so, Peter?
Yes, and I'm loving the fact that the games had started, but not a single first move had been played, which shows that how difficult, how complex it is. Even Jan is taking his time, who normally rushes and blitzes out his move. Judith, what is your feeling? How do you feel? Do you really feel this tension?
I feel the tension because somehow I feel that even though that the players know it's not classical, it's not going for ratings, it's not going for anything that they are usually stressing about. Still, I feel the tension, the frustration about your mistakes. Some people maybe, or players, maybe they are kind of afraid also that, oh my God, I don't want to make a bad move on the first move already. And also these 10 minutes what we've witnessed and the players have before every single game, sometimes it's enough, and I think they have a very clear picture, more or less, that in the first move what they want to play after they stand up from there and walk to the board. But sometimes they understand that the only thing I understand that my brain is even more messed up and I have no idea. I don't understand. I mean, really, do I have to play e4 or is it a blunder because black plays f5 and the queen from g8 captures the a2 and then the b2? Or should I go c4 or b4 or should I bring the knight out first? And it is king on f1. It's also kind of standing in a place which is like almost castle, but it's not really castle. Is it going to stay there forever or no? And of course, we talked about it many times that these bishops in the center. So it seems like everybody's kind of confused. Look at Magnus is also like waiting there. Nodirbek is very much thinking because he's in a must-win situation, right? So for those who is in a must-win situation, they have a much bigger pressure, especially if your opponent is Magnus and you have to beat him.
Definitely. When I look at the games, and only one game has really started with the first move, 1e4 from Nepo, and I would call it a breaking news. Why is it a breaking news? Because we talked about the Nepo Gambit yesterday, and actually with e4, Nepo is inviting a gambit and a counter gambit, yeah? Because now after e4, f5, for example, which is a very dangerous, risky move, e takes f5, queen takes a2, and we will be, maybe it's even a chance because everybody else is thinking, and this is so fascinating. I think we should have a closer look at this because this is stunning.
I think we can pull up the Nepomniachtchi Keymer game. Others are still thinking. We'll keep an eye for how long they are thinking, but of course the players have 90 minutes to start with, and they understand that it's much more difficult to start thinking when it's move 5, move 7, and you have a bad position. I mean, for a moment at least you did not make a mistake. Maybe you can blame the machine, this whole freestyle that they made the shuffle wrongly, but you have the same shuffle as your opponent because it's mirrored, right?
Yes, and now it's very interesting. Yeah, if we can take a closer look, yeah, after e4, we did see that the players a little bit discussed the Sicilian with c5, which I think is a solid choice. But what we want to talk about is that what happens if black actually goes for the move with f5. I really hope that Vincent will not play f5 because I know that Nepo loves and thrives in all this craziness. Yeah, he's so happy when there is chaos. And Vincent, on the other hand, is famous for liking to play a strategical game when you play with feelings, with harmony, and you don't provoke into some crazy jungle. But yes, all the other players are still thinking, not obvious at all what to do. E4 is kind of inviting a gambit, counter gambit. There are solid strategical moves like b4, knight b3 is a very solid stuff.
Yeah, it is very exciting, and I think this also shows the pressure the players are having, experiencing, and feeling there because still already like 4 or 5 minutes passed from the start of the game, and still only one game has move 1, e4 on the board, and now Keymer is thinking, and it was exceptional what he did in Weissenhaus, where when he played against Magnus in his second game, he was thinking 20 minutes on his first move, and actually it paid off because he could figure out what actually really the best continuation was. So I wonder if he's going to be spending also 20 minutes here or more, because of course f5 is the most tempting move, right? That's the most tempting reaction. At the same, you know that you're playing with Nepo and you don't necessarily want to capture those pawns eating on a2 and b2 and get something very similar pattern what Maxime had.
Yes, exactly. That's why I'm also highlighting it. There was the two different approaches. And I feel that c5 is the move that suits Vincent's style, yeah, then you play the so-called Sicilian, the knight goes to c6, then you take it from there. By the way, we also had a move.
c5.
c5 played. Okay, now I'm relieved. c5, knight is on the board, so it's a close Sicilian. We'll be seeing a very special close Sicilian, but because we already talked about it, we have to discuss this. So what is this? e4, f5, what are we talking about? Is black sacrificing the pawn? Yes, black sacrifices, but this is just a temporary sacrifice. After e takes f5, the main idea is to take on a2. Now the queen attacks the knight on a1 plus the pawn on b2. And the reason why we did not like this so much from black's perspective, that if you play against Jan, you know exactly that he will be blitzing out knight b3, queen takes b2, knight c3, and all his body language will tell you that, what have you done, my friend? I will crush you. Yeah, this will be his body language and his face expression and everything. We are no computers. We are unable to continue in the computer fashion. Maybe because Nicholas has already analyzed it, it would be nice to ask your opinion, Nicholas. What was the objective evaluation? Was it correct from Vincent to refrain from this adventure?
Vincent could have gone for f5, but indeed taking these two pawns on a2 and b2 he should not have done for sure. So Vincent played c5, which is a completely reasonable move. f5 was possible, but after e takes f5, the computer does not want to take these two pawns. As so often, you get stuck with your queen on the other side of the board, and you have just won one pawn. It will take some time to bring the queen back. The knights are already developed. White has some lead in development and definitely has some initiative, and this is exactly, as Peter said, not the kind of position you want to play against Jan Nepomniachtchi. So after f5, e takes f5, the computer actually wants to go queen f7 to try to recapture the pawn on f5 in this way, and also preparing castle. So bring your king to safety and get the rook into a game on the half-open f-file. And this is actually quite decent for black. For example, one computer line here is to play f4. Now let's say black castles or takes this pawn on f5, white brings the queen out, black castles, attacks the pawn again, white castles as well, maybe black goes c5, and this is a very reasonable position for black. But I think this concept to play f5, open up your king immediately, and then move the queen to take back on f5, this is just something that you don't really see in normal chess, so quite difficult to come up with. And what Vincent did here, playing c5, is very reasonable. We see knight c3 now, and now it's Vincent's turn. But probably in many of the lines, the computer still, sooner or later, wants to play with f5. So this is the current position, and we'll see what Vincent will decide on in this moment. In the meantime, we also do have some more moves in the other games. I see f4 twice, and also e4 has been played, where some players are still thinking about their first move as well. Judith, are you surprised by the opening moves so far?
Well, I'm kind of smiling because, I mean, visually, of course, when I look at such a diagram position myself, I say, okay, it's a close Sicilian. And then, you know, I'm looking at it a little closer and I see something is wrong, right, on my screen. I see the pieces are messed up. So I have mixed feelings, of course, the old patterns which I grew up for 30 years having, the classical close Sicilian, but Boris Spassky was one of the biggest experts. Of course, f4 would be the next move, and we'll see some developing moves. But you know what, we have a short interview by Keymer, so I think it's interesting to listen what he had to say, what kind of feelings he had before the start of the game.
The most stylish man in the freestyle tour, is that a fair assessment here, Vincent?
I don't know. Yeah, I will just mostly prepared for the game.
That means yes, by the way. He is the most stylish man in the freestyle tour. But how do you feel about your chess? What kind of feeling did you bring in sleeping after the game yesterday?
Yeah, I was kind of fine with my play after checking that the starting position really wasn't that easy in the sense of getting anything. So I think it's fine that the position was more or less in equalish waters, and I didn't really miss that much. So I think it was a fine game, and yeah, I expect, of course, today a very tough day. But yeah, kind of usual business when facing the top players in the world.
And what was the feeling waking up? You feeling good today? You feeling fresh?
Yeah, I tried to repeat the same routine as in Weissenhaus, and I'm feeling good. So I think that's pretty much the best preparation I could do.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Very cheerful player, young energy, loving life. I mean, it's so nice to see someone who's so fresh, and he's like looking forward to the challenge, the games, to improve and everything. So let's go to the bird's eye view, I would suggest, and let's take a look a little bit what's going on the other boards, because finally at least 5 boards already started its game. And we see that Nakamura, for some reason, he's still thinking. So nobody can tell me that he's not under pressure, that he feels a lot.
Yeah, certainly. Especially after yesterday, maybe his feeling was that, yes, okay, I'm gathering all this information in the team meeting, but and look at he's turning around, looking how things are going, very professional also. Just to see in which direction the games are progressing. The point, however, is that it seems that there are so many possibilities in this position. Yeah, there are tons of first moves. Yeah, it's not obvious that in which direction one should go. I feel that the only move which was obvious was now Nepo's third move, f4. He also highlighted that after e4, knight c3, White will play f4 because probably wants to get his bishop from d1 to f3, to the long diagonal, to the usual close Sicilian stuff, also preparing to develop the queen from g1. The bishop from e1 is also ready to go. Somehow I feel like this f6, f4 moves, in my mind, favors White in that game. But your question was about Hikaru, so let's go back there. We are kind of only guessing.
It is so interesting that this round, I feel something is going in there, you know. Players are very, very, very slow. And finally we have a move. But now I want to ask Nicholas, because he knows the secret, what was the best move in the first move?
Well, interestingly, now that we see on every board a move has been played, the top 2 moves by the computer have not been chosen by any player. The top 2 moves in the starting position were b4 and d4, and b4 was best. So b4, I believe both parties, the white party and the black party, looked at this move in the preparation, but I'm not sure if what they didn't like about b4, controlling the c5 square, so black cannot easily play c5. The knight can be developed to b3. You can claim some more space here on this side of the board. So usually you want to push the pawns, especially on the side of the board where your king is not placed. So here you can do that quite easily without having to worry about king safety. And this was the best move here, b4. Maybe they didn't like, I'm not sure which party looked at b6. I remember somebody looking at b6 here. But yes, this would have been the best move, and the second best was a d4. And d4 was definitely discussed, but maybe they didn't like this move c5. So here we could have seen the Nepo Gambit once again, c5, d takes c5, b6, c takes b6, and knight takes b6. And here, compared to yesterday, it actually works much better for black, because Arjun's strategy, what we saw yesterday, b3, with the idea to play c4, can be answered by d5. And yesterday in the game, Arjun against Nakamura, still Arjun was able to play f4, it was mirror, it was on the other side of the board. Here you cannot do that because you would just lose the pawn, and black is fine. Black has nice compensation. So you can see that Nepo's idea, it didn't come out of nowhere. He had studied some chess 960, some freestyle positions, freestyle chess positions, and he had seen this motive already. So maybe this is why they didn't like d4, but in this position also White has some other choices, doesn't have to accept a pawn sacrifice. So coming back to the starting position, what we have seen from the players is e4, f4, and c4. Those were the choices. By the way, c4 and f4 are the third and fourth best move in the position according to the computer. e4 was not one of the top 4 choices, but as we have seen, can also lead to interesting play. So Judith, we will get a lot of different positions today, I believe.
Yeah, very much. And it was very nice when you were telling that basically B4 is the best move. It's called the orangutan opening, right? The classical chess. It has. It was a nice move. This is freestyle, where already in move 1 the players do not know what is the best move, and they are sitting there with. They have to rely on themselves. They are on their own to figure out what will be the best, not necessarily in the position, but for themselves, how they will feel comfortable to play with the pawn structure and then putting and setting up the pieces into the right squares. And of course, it's also a little bit a race, because from A1, it will be not easy to place it to F3, right? So you have to look for some kind of idea with your knight on A1, something to go to B3 and maybe D4, and then bringing into the center. So I think this is one of the, or maybe the biggest challenge, how to harmonize your pieces in the way that already which is standing somewhere really out of play, like the A1 knight, how to make it into the game.
Wait a second, but one thing I would like to highlight, that some results are wrong on our bird's eye view, because Praggnanandhaa has beaten Vidit, so Praggnanandhaa is leading that match, and it's written there 1-0. And also Rapport has beaten Gukesh, and Richie is leading, so Gukesh needs to strike back. So this is a little confusing. This has to be corrected. By the way, I was just thinking that Praggnanandhaa can lean back, because his position is exactly the same like Magnus Carlsen's. He only needs a draw. Magnus has opted for second move F6. Let's just chill and believe the world #1 player. Is F6 the best move, Nicholas, or you should just forget about Magnus and play your own moves?
You should forget about Magnus, actually. F6 was apparently an inaccuracy. We can talk about this later, but it's very interesting that we actually had some move order transpositions. So some players start with C4, some with F4, but now we have the same position in Abdusattorov Carlsen, Caruana Vachier-Lagrave, Nakamura Arjun, and Vidit against Praggnanandhaa. That's very interesting.
Let's pick one of the games.
Yeah, Judith, please tell us, where should we go?
I would like to go to Abdusattorov Carlsen.
Let's do that. And it's also something that we just talked about, that this position arrives from multiple move orders so far in this round.
Yes, and we see that in this position, only pawns have been moved yet. And interesting, there is another game between Nepo and Vincent that instead of C4, the knight is out on C3.
Yes.
And it will give a very different structure, I think, in the future. Because once you have your pawns on C4, E4, one thing you want to make sure that black is not going to be occupying the center by playing D5, at least not so easily.
Yeah, also that catches my attention immediately is that usually if you play the move C5 in the Sicilian or in the English opening, your next move is knight C6. But don't forget that queen from G1 after white has pushed the pawn to F4 is actually targeting that pawn on C5. So
Are you sure you want to take
Well, I don't know, but definitely you have to think a lot before you can sacrifice it. I'm just highlighting that you can never, ever make a single natural move in freestyle. You have to always check out for all the nuances.
Absolutely, and actually it is a very good question already to start with. Maybe we can make it on the board.
Well, but wait a second, let's just start from the very first move. Because we also talked about that from different move orders. So in the game, Nodirbek Abdusattorov, Magnus Carlsen, the game started with F4, C5. By the way, F4 opens up the queen's diagonal, threatens the A7 pawn, so the move C5 suits back perfectly, avoiding this. Now white played the move C4. Magnus played the move F6, and this is exactly the current position where Praggnanandhaa is thinking against Vidit. Should he follow in Magnus's footsteps, or should he find his own way? And one small little highlight that in the Hikaru game, also against Arjun, the same position is featured, but it happened from C4, C5, and F4 transposition. All right, so we talked about it, we highlighted this. let's go to the game. So f4, c5, c4, f6, and d4. White occupies the center. You beautifully highlighted that it's almost the same as the Nepo-Vincent game. The only but big difference is that white has the pawn on c4 instead of the knight on c3.
Absolutely. And so now what I wanted to check, can black go knight c6, the straightforward continuation and the most logical move for us, I think, though I must say that...
Okay, first I will grab the pawn, just for illustrating purposes.
And of course I want to go bishop b6 to activate my bishop, but I don't know, first of all, where the white queen will be moving.
Yeah, that's a good question. Intuitively, I was thinking like, can I play queen d5 or not, but it's too risky. I would probably retreat the queen to a3. Just try to get out of every kind of thing and stabilize my position. How do you punish me?
Yeah, this is a big question because your next move is c5. So I'm not sure with black I can get anything against it. Maybe I have to go d6 to stop c5.
Okay, but thank you very much. Then you give me a tempo. What do I do with this tempo? Is the big question. Because I would love to protect the c4 pawn, so with d3 that I'm able to develop the knight to c3, but I feel that d3 weakens everything, then you might get access to the e3 square.
Also, if you play d3, your queen is very much out of the game.
Yes, so basically I cannot make the desired stabilizing move that I would like to do. I would love to develop the knights, but knight c3 can be met by queen takes c4, that disturbs me. And knight b3 feels awkward because then my queen will be kind of trapped. Not easy. Not so
and
easy.
You know what
I love
to play.
this d6 move.
And finally, I can make my move. My next move is g5.
What? Don't do this to me. My heart was already, like, okay. Well, very interesting, because after f5, you will get access to the e5 square.
Well, you still have a d pawn which can reach to d4 if I go knight e5, but I like g5. Finally, I find a position in freestyle also where I can come up with my patented move, g4, g5.
Yes. Okay, so let me. I don't see any other natural move than d3. I did see that the computer, I think, suggests the move b4, but since it did not cross my mind, I will not play b4. Yeah, b4 I think is computer's main move with advantage, but let's not play with computer help. Let me just play then my natural move d3 and see how it continues.
Okay, g5. I said it, I do it.
Okay, I have to close it. g5, f5. But I'm occupying space. Isn't it what Magnus was doing? Oof.
I understand. I was thinking to go g4 and queen g5 and somehow activate myself. I don't know what my a8 knight will be doing in this game. Maybe I give it for charity. Well, it seems so, right?
Yeah, it doesn't really have too many perspectives, especially after I managed to play f5, yeah, because this route would have been available, knight c7, knight e6, maybe towards d4.
But you know what, before we go on forward analyzing this chaotic position, let's listen Magnus what he had to say before the game. What was his mindset?
Abdusattorov is in a must-win situation. What do you expect from the game based on that result?
I think Nodirbek is an ambitious player in general, and with this format, like, there's no way you can sort of force the game towards very quiet waters from the get-go. So I'm expecting a sharp fight, and hopefully I'll be up for it.
So what you're saying is you're expecting perfect entertainment for us viewers?
No, I hope that it will be a fight, and that from there on I can steer it towards waters that I prefer quite quickly, but there are good chances at least for there to be initial excitement.
Yeah, we're hoping for some sharks, we're hoping for some crocodiles, a lot of action, but good luck to you today, Magnus.
Thank
you. Good mood. Before we go on and look further this game, I suggest let's see what are the strengths of the player, because we have very nice statistics what we can analyze a little bit. what are the strengths of Abdusattorov and also what are the strengths of Magnus Carlsen. So maybe we can a little bit analyze that part. And, well, for now, Magnus anyway is thinking. So, what is your take on this, Peter?
Well, I would like to, because it's beautiful that we have this head-to-head graphics, yeah? So we can compare 88 versus 88 in attack. Okay. Defensive skills, 81 for Nodirbek and 95. Well, the world number one, how many times you see him lose a game? Almost never. Yeah, it just shows. First of all, he doesn't really get bad positions too often. If he gets them, he turns them quickly.
Well, yesterday, for a few moves, he was on the edge of getting worse position, or he had. But he's not panicking.
Yeah, absolutely.
When it comes to defense, he's not panicking, and I think this is a very strong strength of Magnus.
Then we go to calculation. 90 versus 90, equal. Yeah, so both are beasts in calculation, but then we go to strategy. 83 versus 99, then intuition 86 for Nodirbek, 97 for Magnus, and time management 87 versus 91. I think maybe this is the problem of Nodirbek, yeah, that many of his strengths is neutralized by Magnus, but there are some territories where Magnus is clearly ahead. But one other question, do you really trust these statistics or you have your own opinion? Judith, tell us.
Well, this is from Take, and David Havel was working on it very hard, taking in account of the 2024 performances of the players. And I think it's a good guideline for all of us to think about it because, for example, defense, I think 95, it shows very clearly how much better in defense Magnus is. And strategy 99, I like that. And I think it's true, actually. I think it's pretty much correct because, well, intuition is 97. Of Magnus. I think it's also his intuition is great, especially when he's in good form, right? Because intuition depends very much on what form you are. And time management is tricky, I think.
But wait a second. Looking at these cards, looking at Magnus's average score of 94, we are also just getting familiar. I see it for the first time, especially like this head-to-head. Nodirbek is 85. As a coach, I would forbid Vincent to look at the player's card of Magnus or whoever has very high numbers. No, it's terrifying. Forget about this, yeah? Don't try to compare yourself. And I think that, for example, where is the statistic of fighting spirit? That's where Nodirbek, yeah, this determination, the young energy that will try to compensate for lack of some numbers, because he's young. He cannot be such a great strategist as Magnus Carlsen, the world number one player. So this card is a little bit unfair, yeah, because of course Magnus is just fantastic in all aspects of the game.
But also we could talk about what is the percentage of creativity, resourcefulness, right?
Yes.
Or for example, decision making. What are the average decision-making in crucial moments? Because I think this is one of the biggest difference on the very highest level, that the players sense it. I mean, you were one of the biggest experts in this, to sense where the danger is coming and already preventing it or just think about it just in time, that not going onto the slope into the bad direction. And like yesterday, Magnus made some very important decisions because he was deeply thinking so far in strategical thinking. But in crucial moment, making a decision, I think it's very important. Like for me, it was one of, for a long time, it was one of my problems that I did not feel the moment when I have to pull back the nose of the airplane, right? Where I'm already doing badly, but I can still save the game. No, I was just going on and I was just crushed and I lost the game. And I think this is something that the higher you go with the players, the more they feel when, okay, I have to stop myself. I'm not playing for a win, I go for a draw. Or they sense, Magnus, for example, has an incredible sense of of feeling where he could create chances, not only to have the chance and grab the chance, but for example, what he did against Rapport, it was something that he's really in every moment, he's just so fine-tuned to understand the position and the new opportunities which is coming up in a game. That is exceptional.
Yeah, well, exactly. Also, in my mind, the game between Rapport and Carlsen came to my mind for the reason that if I compare myself, then I always felt that I was lacking the ability to adjust to the new situation. So if I had a worse position like Magnus had against Richie, then when later I survive and I have the chance of taking the 3-4 repetition, then I will do it. I feel like, okay, we already had enough adventure, my heart can hardly take it. But then to find the composure to actually quietly assess the situation, that this is a new situation, you have to forget all the emotions that you had before. And I think also Karpov was very special in this regard, yeah, that he could always switch. He had a bad position, suddenly I have a chance, forget about draw, I will use my chance and I will beat you.
Yes, yeah, we can say also for Magnus that he's very much in the presence. Like he's not thinking about what happened in the past, right? Like this game you just mentioned with Rapport. That I had a difficult position, it was very close to losing, and of course he understands how dangerous it was. I got away with it, and I'm here, and but somehow he is looking at the exact position, not what compared to what I had. Draw is great, right? No, compare what I have a draw, and okay, then now this is the time to move on, and I might even win, or even it was not winning. He knew that it's not winning, but it's a great opportunity to try.
Exactly, because the risk. Reward factor might be good, because he isn't risking that much. I also feel that because we have been talking quite a lot, Nicholas, I think, in the background was analyzing. We have tons of action and we should be comparing things. I believe we should give Nicholas the chance to explain all the finesses, all the details here in the positions.
Yes, I'm happy to do so. Magnus is taking quite a long think, and I believe in this moment he is fairly unhappy because none of the other players actually followed in his footsteps, and for good reason. F6, which Carlsen played after I think only 1.5 or 2 minute think, was an inaccuracy. So if we go back to this position after C4, which appeared in a number of games, I believe most of the games continued either with D6 or F5 here. Both are better moves than F6. And F6 is just a bit too slow in a way. White plays E4, grabbing some more space. And I believe in this moment, Magnus is realizing that something did not go to plan, because now White has a nice center control. And what do you do now? Let's say you play, knight c6 is a move you analyze, just to briefly point it out. Here, indeed, White can take this pawn, bring the queen back to a3. You are spot on with the analysis. g5 is actually a computer's top move here. Judith, you'll be happy to hear that. But even after g5, f5, White is just really stable. And Black does not have enough compensation. Also after d6, d3 is good, b4 is good. Or maybe bring the queen over first, hit the rook on c8, and then play bishop f2, bishop b3. You have many moves here that you can play, and White is just in excellent shape. So you cannot play knight c6. And what are you going to do? Are you going to play g5 now, maybe? Are you going to play d6? But it all just does not instill a lot of confidence. So I believe, Magnus is not happy here. And yesterday he was here in the studio and he said, I really have to take more time for my opening moves. I made like an inaccuracy with b3. And here we go again. f6, played after 2 minutes. And he's really kicking himself right now, I think. Judith.
Absolutely. And it is shocking. We were just seeing the statistics in time management, how great Magnus is. But it means it's a very clear sign what we are witnessing now, that he is very much behind in time, like 15, 20, well, more than 15 minutes, I see, that basically he's not comfortable in openings again and again and again, because yesterday he also didn't feel good about it at all.
Yeah.
So that's quite strange that in his favorite form of chess, in freestyle, he ends up in positions where it does not come naturally for him to come up with the best reactions.
And it shows how deep is freestyle chess, yeah, because Magnus is really very experienced. He knows so much. We also know that Peter Heine Nielsen in the background is definitely working. We know that Peter loves this game a lot, and he loves to do research. He loves openings. So I'm pretty sure that Magnus has a lot of ideas, but still, every single position is different. I also believe that this is great news for us, because before the start of the round, you asked me, what do I think about Nodirbek's chances of fighting back? And simply, I haven't really seen realistic chances, because simply we assume that Magnus knows everything. He always finds the way to neutralize the pressure, and then he's such a brilliant player. How do you create chances? Well, I would dare to say that what we have witnessed in the first 3 moves, Nodirbek will have serious chances in this game. Also, clock situation is nice, and this is what we want. We want this uncertainty that even the best player in the world should not feel secure, even if he has won the first game.
Yes, it's true. And I think this is what Magnus likes about this form of chess, that he's challenging himself, because he was always a player as a very young kid, I think, that he always challenged himself. And I remember he gave an interview, and when they asked him what is the best advice he got or something, and then he said, well, one of the best what his coach said, Simon Agdestein, who was #1 in Norway, and it was not even a serious coach, but a mentor of his. And he said in openings that, you know what, if you know some opening, you feel comfortable, go and try another opening to widen your understanding of the structures, of how the pieces are playing, and so on. And this is what he did when he was a child.
Yes.
So this is why I think he has such an incredible understanding in classical chess, because he understands so many different kind of patterns, structures, setups, consequences, long-term strategies, everything. So he learned as a young kid to always get the new challenge for himself. So even if the opponents couldn't challenge him well enough, he was always continuously learning and learning and learning and widening his understanding. And I think this is why he likes freestyle so much, that he wants to understand the depths of it. The new discoveries is something great experience, because sport people is not in chess. They are not only sport, and it's not only that you want to win the game. Of course, that's the goal. But to reach that goal, you have to be a researcher as well, right? And here, basically, you're not a researcher at home to making in a very quiet environment. You're analyzing, you're drinking your coffee, you go to there, you come back, and you're looking tens of and hundreds of hours. You're Sicilian or English or whatever, right? We both know for how many hundreds and thousands of hours you're looking at that. No, you have to have your brain sharpest at the board.
Exactly, that's the point.
And you have to make your research and filtering and conclusions and evaluation and all these things which we're used to do before the game, and that's how we go to the tournament, and we are equipped with all our knowledge, with everything. The only thing, all the players are complaining all the time about their memory. That, you know, you have so much information that your memory is not enough, right?
Yes.
But here, move 3, look at this, and Magnus is suffering.
He is suffering, and I also feel like now it's already too late to be thinking, because he cannot solve his problems. Yes, so this is one of the things that you also touched, I believe, that at the beginning of the game, it also requires tremendous amount of confidence to be spending a lot of time, because it means that you believe by thinking a lot, you will find good moves. But if now the situation is critical, white occupies the center and black is somehow not able to I'm trying to think what Magnus meant with f6, because the move f6, we have seen it from Magnus, often was combined with the move of going e5. Now, in this regard, I would like to understand that what is the reason that Magnus dislikes the move e5, which would be kind of a natural follow-up, as we have seen in his earlier games, when he plays f6 to go e5?
Well, first of all, it's possible that just white goes f5 and white has a space advantage, something that he likes all the time. To have f5, g4, h4.
Yes, but on the other hand, then it also gets a strategical game when Magnus finally can maybe play d6, can get his knight to d4.
But he's on the passive side.
He's on the passive side, but still he believes that he will handle things. Somehow I feel that it's something is more dynamic, especially if he thinks about Nodirbek. And isn't this move that Niklas highlighted, like activating that queen like this f5, ef, queen f7 idea, that maybe white is the one who is putting the queen out, getting ready for short castle. Let's not forget that we can get this very quick short castle in, and then will black be able to evacuate with his king on f8?
Well, black can also try the same thing, right? He goes also queen f7 or queen e6 and then castles.
Okay, queen f7, let me castle, you castle.
But this f5 bothers me quite a bit.
Well, I can do this f5 in the right moment when it hurts the most.
You can even
especially,
go,
wait a second, now that you castled, you cannot castle the long way anymore, I mean to the other side. Then I go f5 and I will really say that, you know what, your king is there and we will be seeing all these King's Indian kind of ideas with attacking on the king side and you have no escape.
I wouldn't play d3. You know what I would do? I go rook c3,
yes.
rook g3.
Exactly.
You know,
yes,
and
yes.
then d3, and then I bring all my knights. That's frustrating even to think about that. This could never happen to Magnus, this position.
Yeah.
I think this will never happen to him.
And you remember yesterday also when he talked about his game against Nodirbek and he was saying, yeah, my king from c1 will go all the way to g1. Black's king is still on b8. He can castle any moment. That's why black is flexible. Magnus is taking perfect care of all these nuances. But it was, I think, very important to highlight the dangers and the reason why the players are thinking and why we are also now worried for Magnus. Because if a natural move like e5 isn't possible, then okay, white might just develop the queen next, castles, and black is kind of stuck.
Well, maybe this is the time when, before moving to another game, I would like to ask Nicholas, what do you think, what can you suggest for black? What is the best strategy, what can be, and why Magnus is struggling, you think?
Yeah, it's really, really difficult, actually. And I'm not surprised that Magnus is already thinking for, I believe, more than 20 minutes, or maybe it's 25 minutes. It's definitely a challenge here. I had the computer running for a while, got to really deep depth, and then said, well, you should maybe play g5. But also this just does not look good. Let's say white goes f5, you can go h5. But to play like this, I would also not like it at all from a human perspective. It looks very strange and you don't really have much control in the center. You have some space on the right side of the board, but I'm not even sure what this is really getting you. So apart from that, after e4, maybe queen f7, staying flexible, playing castle first. f5 is also a move the computer suggests now, but yeah, takes on f5. I mean, if you just played f6, you don't want to play f5 now?
I'm sorry, f5 is an almost impossible mission you can play as a human being.
Yes, but it already goes to show, these are the top 3 moves that the computer suggests. g5, queen f7 and f5. And obviously, Magnus is not happy here. And yes, it is really a big question why he played f6 so quickly. Because if you play a move quickly, you must be quite confident that it's a good move. But here, you're not fighting for the center. With d6, what a lot of the other players played, you prepare a move like b5, for example. You stay flexible with this pawn. You can still put on f5. Or if you play f5 immediately, obviously you're stopping white from going e4. You're also fighting for the center control, which is quite important in this moment. So I'll be very curious to hear what Magnus has to say about this move f6. But right now, he must be really unhappy. He's spending a lot of time. He is already in trouble in the third move of the game. And Nodirbek, just like yesterday, is having a good start to the game. Let's see if he can capitalize on it, Judith.
Well, 20 minutes behind on the clock. Magnus Carlsen is in his deep thought, and it is very clear he's not happy what he sees in front of him. But I think let's go to the bird's eye view and see what is going on the other boards, because there are some action, and maybe others did a bit better than Magnus in the beginning.
Well, first of all, the crazy move that we are all talking about, and Judith, you were the first to mention, then the computer agreed. G7, G5 is played by Vincent against Jan in the game. That's kind of fascinating. Also, Vincent faces very much the...
G5, my move.
Yes, your move on the board.
Good.
What I want to highlight is Vincent faces very same challenges as Magnus, that he is behind on the clock. Yeah, Nepo is putting the pressure, constantly blitzing out. Now, finally, after G5, Jan is forced to think. By the way, Magnus had decided and opted for Queen E6 move, a move that we did not even think about. It's a very strange-looking move. What is your first impression, Judith?
It's a desperation moment for Magnus. What can I say? I mean, after he's thinking what he spent 20 minutes or something.
25.
I mean, you don't see Magnus thinking for such a long time, and then, I mean, eventually you have to make a move, right? You can't just sit there and curse yourself for another half an hour. I mean, let's do something. And Queen E6, actually, it's a creative, original move. He just didn't like any other options. I don't think he likes this. It's just, you have to make a move, right?
Strange, yeah.
This
Queen
is
E6.
what you got.
But yeah, he's probably thinking about this F5 break, yeah, because this Queen E6 move, certainly now it targets the E4 pawn, sets up the short castle idea. It's a very strange looking move, but it might make sense. Yeah, but it certainly came out of desperation. It's not a move that you are sitting, leaning comfortably in your chair and, yeah, let me play Queen E6 because it feels good.
Let's be original.
Yes. What do I do not to get into a lot of trouble? That's what Queen E6 signals to me. Now, talking about the other game, because we haven't even touched the game Hikaru Vachier-Lagrave, and also Nakamura Erigaisi game was hardly discussed. We see very similar kind of pawn structure, stability. It's a slow little game. I feel that there Black is feeling more comfortable.
I'm very happy to pick Caruana Maxime game because we see castle there. It feels nice, you know, and it's the first game where castle has been made. And maybe within a few moves, even, we can say that we end up in a very regular kind of position. And I think actually Maxime is one of the players who is looking still, he has in his brain, because I think the way I try to understand that other players try to adjust their brain into the circumstances, what is given. But I think Maxime is playing the games the way that he tries to steer the game to a little bit or as much as possible as a classical game. And look at this. E3, bishop d2, bishop f3, and we are in a completely in a position which could arise easily from a classical game, right?
So you
don't have leftovers of the ruins of the freestyle.
Well, basically also Black. Okay, in order to make sense of all this, let's start from the very beginning.
Yes.
Because this already looks like you highlighted almost a normal game, or it can slowly be a normal game. But how did we get here? So it was c4, c5, the English opening, spiced up with f4 that we don't see too often. The move d6, a solid move, making sure that Black will be able to follow up with knight c6 at some point when he wishes. The pawn is protected. White played the move d3, also a quiet move, showing respect. Aha, d6 was a good move. I will do the same, d3. f5, perfect symmetry so far. All right, knight c3 development. e6. Yeah, for some reason, Maxime felt like I don't want to keep the perfect symmetry. And he was probably already setting up this idea of going queen f7 short castles as quickly as possible, and then he will look where to place his pieces. Fabi goes knight c2, queen f7, following the plan. Fabi says, yeah, it's a good plan. Let me do the same. Queen f2, castles, castles, and knight c6 played. This is the current position. Well, your setup was like the bishop goes to f6, other goes to d7, and if white also plays e3, bishop f3, bishop d2, then we are kind of having a very solid, stable construction. The big question is, in my mind now, that probably if white plays slowly then black gets what he wants. That is it possible to be energetic with white here, somehow?
I don't know if Fabi wants to be so energetic. I think he wants to be extremely solid. But I get the information that we have a confessional booth appearance by Maxime. So let's listen him what he had to say a few minutes ago about his position.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. We didn't really look at c4 seriously. For white, we were more focused, for instance, on d4 or even e4. But it seems like they all had this plan of playing with c4, f4, knight c3, d3 in various move orders. I'm not sure why this should be so good for them. Like, it feels like some should transfer soon to some regular style English with, you know, I'm ready to castle soon, like queen f7 castle. I'm not sure yet, actually. I probably don't want to castle too early, just in case white decides to go castle queenside and then launch an attack against my king. So, but in general, it feels like a pretty safe position for black. We were like thinking also with these bishops, however, bishops on d1 and d1 like yesterday. It's much tougher for white to actually get a fight, because the bishops don't have any natural square to go to, like c4 or f4. And it has to go through g3, but then it's hindered by pawns. Anyway, we'll see, but so far not too much is happening on the other boards as well, except Jan against Vincent. This is gonna be fun. Jan is playing everything without thinking for a minute, so it is in his own style. Looking forward to keep on thinking about my position and watching the rest unfold.
Thank you very much, Maxime, to share your view about your game and also about some of the others, right? Yeah, it's a quiet game, right?
It's a quiet game. Also, we should just highlight that, because he did mention he did not really understand what white is aiming for in this position. He's kind of confident. And he mentioned that probably he will play queen to f7. He might not castle too quickly, but he already had in mind that he will castle, keep the harmony. And what is his problem? And we don't see the problem. I feel like it is one of those games where Maxime have solved his opening problems in a very professional way. I'm loving the way how he plays. And once you get this position that you have currently on the board, we feel like even we can step in and play this game finally. I'm not sure about any of the other games. But this one, yes, we know where the pieces belong.
Yes, exactly. So this is something very special in Maxime's mindset, I think. That it's the first time that he's playing classical time control freestyle chess. So this is something very different, I think. And somehow he wants to go on the familiar environment of chess. I think it's going to be a slow development in this game. And we had a confessional booth appearance by Magnus. He shared his thoughts. Let's see that, I think, because that's something important.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a weird move and a weird think at this stage in the game. I think when we looked at the position originally, my idea generally was that I could go knight c6 in these positions and sack the c-pawn, but I was trying to make it work and I couldn't. So I was looking for another idea, like d6, b6, none of them really satisfied me. So kind of by default, I ended up with this stupid maneuver, queen e6, and the idea is to go d3, queen d6, and then knight c6 and e5. And I think it's not terrible, but it's certainly a little bit worse for black. Yeah, at least it's one of the peculiarities of this format that you get to make moves like this.
Yeah, obviously he's not happy, and he wanted to go knight c6, sacrificing the c5, but somehow he couldn't make it work.
Yeah, just as we.
Yeah.
Yeah, that because it looks good, yeah, it looks interesting, but this queen h3 idea, yeah, coming back with the queen to a3 was probably the idea also that disturbed Magnus. He did mention the move queen e6, queen e3 with the idea. Well, actually, queen e3 was the other move. What Magnus was talking about was that after d3's idea was to play queen d6, target both pawns. Then white plays the move queen e3, of course. Magnus wanted to play knight c6, and then he said that he wanted to play e5 and stabilize. And now it brings back the conversation we had that clearly Magnus actually is kind of happy to play e5, a close position, if he has a flexible king, if he hasn't castled, so that he knows exactly that whenever white plays with f5, then I will have the chance of evacuating my king towards the other side of the board and then say goodbye to your attack on the king side. So very interesting. I do see Devabar not really agreeing with Magnus's judgment, but the players are dealing with emotions. They think about structures, and it's obvious that Magnus felt like, okay, this I can play.
Yes, and I think let's wait until, well, maybe we ask Nicholas what you think about it. What is the evaluation after queen e6, queen e3? What are the prospects in this position for black? Can black play continue with the plan, what Magnus has mapped out for us, queen d6 and then knight c6?
Well, I think you only want to play queen d6 to be able to play knight c6. Here he could play it right away, because after knight c6, if white now takes on c5, black would take on e4, and this would definitely be a good trade for black. So he could play knight c6 and continue in this fashion to put a knight on d4. But yeah, you have an awkwardly placed queen on e6. The white queen is much more harmoniously placed behind the pawns. White could play castle, let's say. All right, black can also castle. White brings out the pieces. Just not making a good impression here, the queen on e6. So we were thinking when we first saw this move, Peter mentioned it, that Magnus' idea was to play f5 maybe now, to have the queen supporting the push here of the f-pawn. Of course, playing a second pawn move with the same pawn in the first 4 moves is also not ideal, but what can you do? Maybe this would be best. Either case, white is certainly better. Abdusattorov is also 20 minutes ahead on the clock. So far, so good for the young Uzbek player. And knight c6 was just played by Magnus. Yeah, he definitely has some issues here. I mean, to move the queen again to d6 and then play e5, it also all looks very slow, very awkward. And the white play is quite natural here. Develop your pieces, bring the knight out, bring the bishops out. And Abdusattorov is enjoying a nice position here, Judith.
Yes, I think we can leave this position for some time to develop in the next several moves and circle around and look some of the other games. And what catches my eye, if we go back to the bird's eye view, that we have 2 games which is actually the same position. So we just looked at Maxime's game versus Fabiano, but look what's going on between Hikaru and Arjun. It is exactly the same position, only that one small difference, right? A very small detail, only e6 is not played. And actually, I see that Vidit Praggnanandhaa game, it is also very similar to that. So this is a very, very special round. I've never seen anything similar like this in the history of freestyle chess this year, at least. In Weissenhaus nor here, that somehow players after how many moves? 8, 9, 10, we are having almost the same position standing on the board. What we have to call this I don't know, some opening. I mean,
well, it's English, yeah, but it's a symmetrical English. It's very nice to see that 3 games have more or less the same position, but I'm missing the spark. Where is the excitement? Because Black has equalized, and Black has a comfortable, normal position in my mind in all of these games, and 2 games are stealing the show for me. One is the Vincent game. Look at this G5, FG,
we need to go there.
We need to go
genius move by Vincent.
Exactly.
Genius.
This bishop e3, c4 stuff, and look at Jan is very unhappy. Suddenly the queen is hanging on g5 and it does not move away. c4 happened. We have to head there right away.
Let's go there quickly because there is a lot of action already in move 5. So with the game of Nepo, wow.
Look at this, and the last move, the last 2-3 moves were very interesting because the move g5, your move, Judith, you were the first to mention this. It's on the board. Then computer also approved. Then Vincent played it. You are in a very nice club and the pioneer of this club. F takes g5 happened. We were never exactly sure that should White react with f5 or how does White react. In any case, Jan took on g5. I think it's also true to his style. He wants to keep dynamics. Queen takes g5, bishop e3. Obviously, he thought the queen has to move. I'm going to go queen f2. I'm going to castle short. I'm going to crush Vincent with a very quick, very dynamic, straightforward attack. But Vincent said, you know what? I spend a lot of time for the moves bishop b6 or move 3. I followed it up with g5. Those were not random moves. I was following a very deep strategy. And here it comes, the mind-blowing move c5, c4, opening up the bishop from b6 to the diagonal against the queen on g1. So if White takes on g5, Black actually, and I think this is what Nepo missed originally, that after c4, bishop takes g5, it's not that Black takes the queen on g1 immediately, because then bishop h6 simply wins the game. White collects the bishop, but Black can simply afford to calmly take back fg5. And these are the beauties that you, as a player, treasure so much. Nicholas, I would like to toss it to you that please tell us what the computer tells, how much all this is brilliancy, or do we miss something?
It is a big brilliancy, and definitely something that Nepomniachtchi missed, because for the move bishop e3, he just spent half a minute, if I see it correctly here, typical in his style, playing quickly, but now we see the downside. Sometimes it can happen that he rushes, he plays a move too quickly, and then he misses a nuance like that after bishop e3, c4, after bishop takes g5, f takes g5. Black can just take back the bishop on g5, and the queen is trapped. Very unusual. You rarely, if ever, see a motive like this, where the queen is trapped on g1 on this diagonal by a single bishop. And Vincent has more or less equalized now in this position. So first of all, White should take the queen, because otherwise Black takes on e3 and White has double pawns. This would be horrible positional-wise. And if you take the bishop on b6, the Black knight is developed, the queen is active, the pawn is attacked on f2, the knight goes to c6. This pawn is also well placed because it's hindering the development of the knight on a1, and Black is clearly better. So you need to take the queen, and after bishop takes g5, f takes g5, you should play d4, forcing Black to play en passant. Very important that you have en passant here to take on d3. And now White can, for example, take back. So now at least you have some routes for the knight again to be developed. And black still doesn't have to take. Could even play knight c6 here, still keeping the tension. Or you could also play castle, let's say, give a check with the rook. King goes to e1 now, you take on g1, and we get to this position. Black develops the knights, and black is definitely doing much better than he was out of the opening, where indeed Nepo was better. But one rushed move and a brilliant response by Vincent, and the character of the position changes completely. Bishop takes g5s on the board, f takes g5s on the board. We will go down this variation we just saw, I think, fairly quickly. Yes, d5 on the board, c takes d3 on the board, en passant, and we will get an endgame, and I think Vincent will be quite happy with this outcome, because Nepomniachtchi's strength is more in the dynamics and attacking, and now the dust has settled a bit. We get an endgame with a symmetrical pawn structure. This is, I think, much more Vincent's kind of position, where he feels quite safe, quite confident, and just a brilliant find by Vincent, Judith.
What a brilliant move by Vincent c4. And it's not easy to surprise a caliber of player like Nepomniachtchi, right? He is the guy who makes these kind of moves, and he doesn't like when people are playing jokes on him. And we have a treat, because Keymer went into the confessional booth after he made his brilliant move of c4, I believe. So let's see what he has to tell us.
Yeah, it has been a very up and down opening, I would say. In general, I am not really happy with the way that I played. I think first move c5 should be fine, but after knight c3 I should find a different way to continue. My idea was that after f6, f4, I thought I can play b5, knight b5, and then queen c4, bishop e2, queen e4. But here I thought that after spending a little more time, that after knight a7, if I have to go to some endgame after, let's say, queen f4, queen f2, take, rook c7, knight b5, rook b7, he will just have a better ending. So that's kind of the problem, that I relied on f4 not being too great because of b5, but I actually don't think that b5 was that great. I mean, there was an interesting option to go b5, knight b5, d5, but that also, I was not really sure. And what I played, bishop b6, it can't be a great move. I mean, bishop b6, bishop f2 again, I think g5 also not a good move, but I assume that he must have blundered that after fg, queen g5, bishop e3, there's this c4 move, because I think if he just plays f5 instead of fg, his position should be somewhere between better and clearly better. And now after c4, I'm quite happy with my position. Unless I blundered something quite big, I think my position can't really be worse. Like, I will, after bishop g5, take fg5, and this queen on g1 is trapped, so I will win back the material, and then he still has this issue to solve with the knight on a1, so I assume he will have to play d4 to force me to take cd en passant, so that he gets rid of the c4 pawn, which strangles the knight on a1, cd, and then I can even castle with check if I want to, bishop f3, bishop g1, king g1, and maybe, let's say, h5 here or something. In the least case, I think I'm not worse. Maybe I can even push for something, certainly after my opening, which I'm not really proud of. I can say I'm quite happy with the position that I got now, unless I really missed something quite big.
Well, what a great explanation he gave us, with details, with all the lines. His plan originally, what he had, he was not happy with the position, but he found this incredible, amazing move later on after bishop e3, c4, which we analyzed together with Nicholas. And it is quite amazing. I'm sure Nepo will be very unhappy. He is unhappy, and he's kind of frustrated, right? And basically, Vincent said that he doesn't think he is going to be worse in this endgame position. What do you think, Peter? Is he going to capture on g1, or he's going to play knight c6 first?
Or short castle. Yeah, he did mention that he might also castle. The big question now for black, that you have to fundamentally evaluate that. Do you want to put your king on the king side because it's an endgame? Or do you maybe think about that eventually I would love to get e6, king e7, clearly black wants to develop the knights, get a grip, on the center, and then we don't need these castles. Yeah, it's the reason why also Vincent believes that he's fine, but it's not a blitz game. He does not need to rush with his decision that he castles or not. And certainly the move after castles, I believe, is king e1. I think this is a much smarter move than bishop f3, because after bishop takes g1, king g1, suddenly it's white's king who is in the center and eventually can go to e3, support some d3, d4 push. Vincent also highlighted that this knight from a1 will come to the game as well, and white can maybe try to hope for a small advantage. I don't know exactly what is the correct choice, because it do seem like black should be fine. What you have to do in such cases, spend time, compare the nuances. If I play like this, then what are the consequences? Okay, actually I don't like the consequences in this. Let me compare if I keep my king in the center, and then finally you come to a conclusion with which you feel more satisfied.
Actually, I like very much what you said, to go e6 and position the king on the center on e7. I think it fits much better to the position, and also later on bishop g6. It also, I mean, after e6, the d6 square can be weakness, right? So it's also very nice for the king to be on e7. It just simply has a better spot on e7 than on g8, I believe. Though it is very tempting to play castle now.
With a tempo.
Not to take the queen, but to give it check with the castle, right? I mean, it's very tempting, but I have the feeling that it's not the best move. Maybe I would toss it to you, Nicholas, what is the best move and what is the evaluation of the engine? What are the plans? Is there any danger for black here that he has to worry?
Well, there are definitely some options, as you guys highlight. You can take on g1 right away, you can play knight c6, you can play castle. And to be fair, all these moves are evaluated fairly evenly. Knight c6 and castle maybe a bit more preferred to bishop takes g1. But yeah, let's have a look at castle. Just a satisfying move to play. Castling with check. How often can you do that in chess? Not that often. And yes, the question is, where does the king go? Peter preferred king e1. King e2 is also possible, but the problem with king e2 is maybe that there could be another check on h5, and you don't really want to play g4. It would weaken the f4 square. But if you don't play g4, then maybe I can trade bishops as well. So let's say if I move the king now to d2, of course, let's not forget to take the queen. Bishop takes g1. So, well, if white takes on h5, I bring the bishop back. I think I would be quite happy. And if white takes the bishop on g1, I take on d1. I'm also having some rook f2 check here. No, this is looking not right for white. So I think the king should be going to e1. Now black takes the queen, rook takes, the knight goes out to c6, the other knight goes out to b6. Let's say white does the same, knight b3, knight b6. And yes, white maybe has a tiny bit of something because white has better center control, can play king d2 now. But yeah, for example, d6, maybe set up with e5. So you put the pawns on the opposite color of the bishop. It should be very close to equality. Of course, Nepomniachtchi will try everything he can to pose problems, but compared to what he had before in this game, this is definitely a big step forward for Vincent. This is a very solid position now, and I think he will feel quite at home here. Judith.
Yeah, so Peter, if you have to guess what will be the outcome of this game, what would you be saying?
Well, now draw is the most likely result.
Nicholas?
Yes, I agree.
I'm not going to be arguing with you guys. Okay, so this is the situation right now, that it seems so that the most likely...
And castle on the board.
And castle on the board. The most likely result right now, as it got simplified, that we are getting off the queens and the black square bishop is also disappearing, and it is very symmetrical, that probably the greatest chance is the outcome of this game to make a draw, and then we are going to see a playoff. But that's far away in distance. So let's go back to the bird's eye view and let's see what's going on the other boards.
Yeah, I highlighted that actually there are two games that are stealing the show at this moment in my eyes, and the other one is Gukesh against Rapport. And Gukesh is in a must-win situation, but Ricci is Ricci. What kind of safety, what kind of stability, solidity. Look at that, white knight is on b7 behind enemy lines. Black has captured the pawn on a2. Black has sacrificed the pawn on f5. Total madness, total chaos on the board. I believe we have to head to that game, if you agree, Judith, because we don't see that often that we have this chaos. How did this happen at all?
In Rapport's games, we are very used to having chaos, but not this type, right? I mean, look at those three knights in the corner, b7.
Yeah,
c6.
normally I think it would be logical. You look at this position and you think that Richie is from the white side.
Yeah, indeed. And let's dive into the situation. Maybe we can go back from the start, just for us to start trying to understand what is really happening here, how the game unfolded.
Well, Richie is Richie, and after e4, paid tribute to Tony Miles. Yeah, e4 knight c6. Whenever we see e4 knight c6 on the board, this is Tony Miles. He was the legendary player who was playing it on the highest level. Yeah, he played e4 knight c6. I had very good close connection with Tony, and in '95 when we worked together, I did play e4 knight c6 against Nigel Short in Dortmund. He had this influence.
Wow.
I played e4 knight. Can you believe?
No.
I think you cannot believe that I played it, but I did it. So
How did it go?
It was a draw. I was suffering, but finally it was a draw. Or was it 96? 95 or 96? Actually, it's crazy. Normally, I know all these things very well, but now I'm confused. Okay, in any case, yeah, e4 knight c6 gets a question mark. I would say it's a stunning, provocative, lovely kind of move to play for the audience. Yeah, that let's create something very special. And Gukesh says, you know what? You want to provoke me because look at this. The next move, a5. A typical reaction against knight on b3 that you will harass that knight, but that knight is actually invited to join the party with knight c5. So for that reason, Gukesh said, all right, you want to provoke me? Do that. I'm simply going to stick to natural strategy, f3, stabilizing the center, opening up the way of the white queen. And here comes Richie goes a4. The computer is critical about this, but look at the follow-up, what Richie had in mind, because that's the whole point, why he was so much into this direction. Knight c5, double attack on the pawn on b7 and on a4. You would think like, what is Richie doing? Well, he just the beginning. f5 is the idea. He's also thinking about some queen c4 check, also targeting that pawn on a2. And this is when things heat up completely. After f5, he takes f5. Which was not the top choice of the computer, but let's forget about computer. We are looking at the game. b6, the knight is now invited. First of all, white cannot capture on a4. That would be a horrible blunder. Then we see Richie's main idea, queen c4 check, and picking up the knight on a4, winning the game. Clearly, Gukesh had foreseen all this and was thinking about going knight b7. A lovely move because the knight is not trapped. White will be able to eliminate black's dark square bishop on d8. Queen takes a2, knight c3, and queen f7. We reach the current state of affairs. Judith, what are your feelings when you see all this craziness in just the first 5-6 moves?
Whew.
Exactly.
What can I say? It is kind of unexpected. We are going on the two end, right? This is the one end where we went to a completely crazy direction, and in the other three games with Maxime and Erigaisi and one more game, which one was that? With Vidit. We go to the other end where it just becomes so boring kind of games, right? So, and the other two is in between, kind of, but mainly Magnus's game in between. Well, what can I say here? I mean, basically we can say that the b7 knight is not in danger at all because whenever it's needed, it can just capture the bishop on d8. So exactly. This is why knight b7 is possible, because it's in danger, but actually it's safer because it can be exchanged with the d8. I mean, what comes to my mind? G4. What else? I want to play G4. I want to defend this pawn on F5.
But wait a second. Now also something comes to my mind. Imagine that bishop from d8 disappears from the board. And the pawns C7, E7, G7 haven't moved yet. It could be a puzzle question. Yes. What happened in this game? Was this a legal game or not that this bishop disappeared? Imagine that who would be able to guess that the knight from A1 was the one responsible for all this. No, this is just absolute brilliancy. And yes, the players are fighting from place 9s to 12, but we have to...
G4.
Yeah, G4 on the board. We have to say that they are all geniuses. Just when you have 12 brilliant players and the format is such, then finally someone has to be the unlucky 4 that gets eliminated from the main event.
G4.
On the board, okay, Richie basically clearly will set up the idea of going short castles. Let me even maybe make the move and then try to break somehow on the F5, because after all, that queen from F7 is targeting the F3 pawn, the king on F1 still needs safety, but clearly white will move the queen from G1, will be also setting up short castles. Those are my emotions, but I haven't calculated anything yet.
Nicholas, what can you tell us about this position? Because, I mean, I understand that whatever evaluation you're going to give us and share with us, the players are not aware of it. I don't understand how can I evaluate this position?
Yes.
Can you help me how to evaluate this position, Nicholas?
Well, there are some factors we can take a look at to help us understand what is going on. I think G4 was quite a risky move, a double-edged move. I mean, it is a decent move. White is better after G4, but you could have also just give up this pawn on F5. For example, play something like this. All right, we will get into a position like this. Let's say, just for clarity's sake, I take on d8. I don't have to yet because the bishop is not able to move anyway. We get into a position like this. And I think here, with the pawns equal, white is definitely better because, for one, I have the bishop pair.
Sorry,
which is
Nicholas,
the long term. Yes.
black is a pawn up.
Oh, black is
We
a
are
pawn
not
up,
equal.
actually. Oh, that's true.
But you already assume that you will collect a4 whenever you want, right?
Well, I was not necessarily assuming that, but yes, the a4 pawn I can probably take at some point. Can I take it here already, just for clarity? Okay, I'll take it here. It's not the best move, but okay, let's look at this position. And I was going to say, white has the bishop pair. Black still has the knight on a8, and the knight is very poorly placed, which is why here the computer actually wants to see b5, knight b6. And probably that's the reason why first let's keep the knight box in here with bishop e2. But in either case, this is one big trump for white. Bishop pair plus bad knight on a8. So in the game after g4, now of course there's another factor we have to consider, which is king safety. Now the king on f1 is definitely feeling more vulnerable. And as Peter highlighted, black can play e6 at some point. Let's say castle. Queen e3 and e6, try to open up the f-file. The black king is fairly safe. The f-file will be opened up. Let's say something like this. And now actually you need to take on d8 because if the bishop moves, your knight is just trapped. So knight takes d8. Let's say rook takes d8, looks logical. We get to a position like this where, all right, white is also better, especially because of the weakened pawn structure and also the weakened light squares in the black camp. But it feels quite messy with the slightly weakened king. I mean, in general, what I will say about this game is just a lot of fun. I'm very glad we have Richard Rapport here in the tournament, who's playing very creative chess from move 1, knight c6, a5. Just he's enjoying himself. He's having fun. He can play in his creative style all the way. And Gukesh, he's playing along. I mean, he's not backing down, going g4 here, and we're just in for a really fun game.
Absolutely. What a fun, adventurous game we are seeing between Gukesh and Richard, where Gukesh is in a must-win situation. And it's very interesting. I mean, as you say, Richard is Richard. He could be playing exactly the same or very similarly as Erigaisi, for example. What I would suggest to go back to the bird's eye view, and then I know already which game I would like to pick, just to calm ourselves down a bit.
go to the other end of the spectrum, yeah?
Yes, yes, yes. So
Yes, but also there I wanted to highlight that, yeah, we get to the bird's eye view and then I will reveal my big discovery, that there is all this CIA technology and so on, but the players might be listening to our commentary. When you look at this, when we were saying that, you know, this Fabiano MVL game is kind of slow, nothing is happening, they listened to our broadcast and what did they do? Created chaos from that quiet position. Ever since we talked about it, black played some G5, Queen G7, and white advanced with E3, D4. So now we have some very big tension in the center. All that we talked about, that this is symmetry, nothing is happening, slow, quiet little game, it's probably still true to the other games, which feature very much the same, but also they are heating up. This is a very interesting, I think we have to head into that game.
Caruana, Maxime?
Yeah, unless you disagree.
Let's go to Caruana, Maxime, and then we surf on. Let's see what they are up to. Well, maybe it's not so solid as the way we were discussing it before. At the same time, still already that game is a classical chess type of game.
Well,
but it's an exciting one.
Well, I feel like if we could change the placement of the pieces, yeah, the black bishop from d8 would go to g7, and the black queen from g7 would move to e7, it would make all perfect harmony. Yeah, then probably this is what Maxime is actually setting up. Yeah, he wants to go bishop d8 to f6, and he already aiming some pressure on the long diagonal against the d4 pawn. We again see this typical kind of scenario that you don't really want to release the tension. White has just also pushed the pawn to d4. We have to back down. We have to go back and see how the seemingly quiet little position, and I do remember that knight c6 was the last move. We highlighted that the bishops on d1, e1 make the game slow. The same applies for black, but black doesn't really mind that the game is slow. And now things are taking a different turn. Fabiano plays the move e3, but not with the intention of just developing the bishops, how much more using the fact that I'm one tempo up, and after knight c7, I will be the first to advance in the center. d3, d4, the first break is in, and black needs to react. And Maxime, true to his style, said, wow, you are grabbing the initiative, I have to create counterplay. And the move g5 is certainly a move that would never ever cross my mind.
But you're in a good company, Peter. It would do to me.
Wow. Okay. But with the bishop on d8, bishop still on e8, I understand once the pieces are developed. But just like this, to meet a confronting move like d4 with g5, Fabi keeps his quiet. He develops the bishop from e1 to d2, and now black plays the move queen g7.
But I love the queen on g7.
Yeah, also opening up the bishop. Well, the computer doesn't like it. And now the big question is if you will be able to get bishop to f6, bishop to g6, or bishop to f7, it might look already perfectly fine. But I feel that there could be something here for white, something in the air. I don't know yet how to get it. What are your feelings? Are you super happy with black, or you're just hoping for counterplay?
Well, I just like the fact, I mean, g5 is a risky move, kind of, right? So if you want to play very solid, you just play bishop f6. At the same time, I think for Maxime, he has a problem with this, both of the bishops, but also what to do with the e8 bishop. And after g5, to bring the bishop to g6 at some point, it's okay. The d6 pawn can be vulnerable. That's the only thing which I see that at some point, but it's not so easy to get close to it, right? But for example, next move for black can be g takes f4, because from g7, the queen is putting pressure on the d4 pawn with the knight on c6, pawn on d4, so you cannot grab it back with the pawn on f4. So probably black also wants to push white to make a decision and give up the tension, either with d takes e5 or f takes g5, or what else he can do. D5 is not something I think White is ready to do, because he takes D5 and then C takes D5, knight, maybe knight B4 is even a better one.
Knight B4.
And it can be not so...
Yeah, it gets spicy, yeah, because then I take, knight E2. And like yesterday, there was this team in their encounter, yeah, that there were some weak holes in Black's camp, the E6 square. It might be, and if that bishop ever gets to the long diagonal after eliminating the pawn on B4, then Black's king can be in danger.
I thought that the D5 pawn can be taken, but actually it cannot be taken because of the pin.
Yeah.
What about the B2 pawn?
Well, or I thought like then you would prefer to go knight E7 instead of knight B4.
Yes, of course, that was my first intention. It's only that after I carried away that maybe knight B4 is
yeah,
also
first
good.
let's grab this pawn. Well, probably I would just love to play a move like knight D4. Can I do that?
But you know what? Maxime is in the confessional booth, so
okay.
we can have some insights from him.
I decided to go for this G5 after I castled, because I believe it's important to be able to push back the bishop if it goes to F3 with G4. And this way I will try to get my own bishop to F6, and hopefully that helps me solve the problems. Like there's a lot of breaks for Fabiano in the center. He can take and play E4, take on C5 and play E4, he can play D5. He could have played E4 right away as well, like many options, but I feel like because my pieces are all solid and decently coordinated, so I think that's okay. I saw that Arjun played bishop F6 instead of G5. In the same position, I didn't like then if White goes bishop F3 that sometimes D5 can come, and I didn't really see a plan. I didn't like CD, I didn't like releasing the tension, so that's why I tried to put a bit more tension instead.
Well, we have a treat by Maxime, because it's the second time that he already went to the confessional booth. And actually he played G5 for prophylactical reasons, because of bishop G4 and bishop F3 G4, right? I suggest to pull up the statistics of the players, just to analyze a little bit what are the strengths of both players, okay?
Yes.
Let's pull that up, because it's fun to analyze the statistics before the game continues. So
wow, but this is some surprise. Yeah, Fabiano is better in attack than Maxime. That surprises me, because we know MVL being a very dynamic player, whenever he gets a chance to attack, then he is just merciless. All right, interesting. Defensive skills, 88 versus 82. Also somewhat surprising. Calculation, 97. Okay, we all know that Fabi is a beast in calculation.
Exactly.
He's like a supercomputer. Against 91 for Maxime, the mathematician. Okay, who else can calculate better than a mathematician like MVL? Okay, that's a close strategy. Yes, okay, strategy. Fabiano's, of course, brilliant. 90 versus 84. Intuition. Wow, that's where the statistic says that MVL has the upper hand. And the time management, 85-84, that's... I don't agree with that, because Maxime is playing much more faster usually than Fabi. Okay, but 89 for Fabi against 84, that's the average. That we see that this is much more closer than the Nodirbek Magnus statistic. Judith, what are your feelings?
Well, we would need more time, right, to think about it exactly what is really going on here. But in time-wise, I also think that's kind of tricky. Intuition, I think, is very good of Maxime.
I would give more than 90 to him for intuition.
Maybe. And we'll see how it will come along in the game. But in the meantime, we have a guest from chess.com, Danny Wrench. Welcome in our studio. How do you feel yourself here in the freestyle Grand Slam Paris.
I feel super free, and thank you so much for having me. I think this is the first time I've been able to commentate with the group of legends in the room. Like, this is amazing. So I'm just gonna try to play along, and I want to hear what all three of you have to say about the games here. I feel like this position today was an odd one to start with the pieces kind of awkwardly placed, and we see some positions like with Magnus having his queen in front of the center pawns. Not patterns you see every day. The one behind us over here, we've got Fabi and Maxime. You guys were just talking about that. So anyway, thank you for having me, and I'm super excited to be here.
Well, it is a very special round because in the first few minutes, none of the players were ready to make a single move on the board.
Yeah.
So somehow they were getting into this zone, it seems, and Magnus is kind of struggling today. What do you think about that?
It's interesting because I stayed in the room and I observed both of the kind of the dialogues that were going on between the two different camps, and it didn't seem like anybody had a lot of confidence about what was going to happen here. And again, we know the position was one of those odd ones with bishops in the center, not traditionally where we are familiar with bishop patterns when they're on their long diagonals. The knights were in the corner. So I'm kind of not surprised to see a lot of very different looking games, and that some players are struggling to coordinate. We saw Magnus join the confession booth, and he said he spent a lot of time trying to make the sacrifice of the c5 pawn work, and once that didn't work, it was kind of back to the drawing board a little bit, right? And almost like he felt compelled to visit the confession booth just to justify the decision he was about to make as a chess player. Like, I have to let them know what I'm thinking about before I put my queen on e6 and d6. So the evaluation bar, I guess, just to wrap up that point, is speaking to the fact that it likes White's position a little bit better. I think the structural space is something computers tend to prefer for good reason, and I really like Nodirbek's chances in this game. It's hard to pick against Magnus ever, but I think he's off to a really good start.
Yeah, maybe we can just go to this game. I mean, we haven't looked at it in a while, and definitely attracted your attention a lot. So this is not the current position, that was just my analysis. So this is the current position of the queen to d6. 2 queen moves in front of the pawns, not something you see every day. Yes. And I think Magnus wants to trade queens maybe. He wants to get rid of this awkward queen. But probably Nodirbek will just move the knight to c2 or b3 and stop that from happening. What was played? Knight b3 just happened.
Well, he talked about his idea. I don't know if this is touchscreen or not.
It is actually.
If I can contribute. But he said his idea was actually to play e5, which he said he knew would be a worse position for Black. Obviously, there's the potential of some bad coordination for the bishops. But if Black can get castled and in a closed position, often you have more time to sort of make up for stuff. But we know he can't play it right away because I don't think so, right? So I just wanted to point out that was his idea. But if he can't get that and he has to make another move, is there some way for Nodirbek to strike before e5 happens, or will Magnus get his plan to take on a worse position but close things up and try to...
I think that is the big question, probably, if who can get e5 in first. So let's just, to your point, so if Black goes e5, now he gets some stability, probably, and castle next, as you said, and the position is closed down, and still Black is worse, but maybe it's not so bad. So the big question is if White would be in time to play e5 here first, and what would happen now.
Wait a second. I mean, do I have the right to waste the tempo with Black to play b6?
Well, the pawn is hanging.
Yeah, well, I would like to go knight e6. Activate that knight, try to get the grip on d4, try to castle as quickly as possible, because my heart is not taking this. I feel like I'm going to be just crushed.
But I think to Nicholas's point, now if
e5 is coming, I know. So I have to fall back with the queen to b8.
What a beautiful regrouping from g8 to b8.
I'm not happy. I'm just trying to survive.
I'm sure Magnus
But it feels like one of those positions that this could steamroll quickly. I don't know. I mean, without doing a lot of calculating, but taking f6 and developing a knight into d5, it feels like a position where, at least if you are in Nodirbek's camp in a must-win situation, you can't really ask for much more. I think the opportunity is going to be there.
It feels like winning already.
This is horrible.
But I just wanted to highlight that, knight e6 looks so tempting, but it runs into e5.
Yeah.
And it's a problem, but do we really have the luxury to play b6? What stops White from playing e5 then? Do we then balance back with the queen to e6?
Yes.
It's like a ballerina dance.
You have to. You have to. It's the only move. Just to show this, black cannot take an e5 because this would open up the f file, give a check to the king, and the queen is hanging, so you just lose the queen. So you have to, after e5, you have to go back, another move with the queen. But now white keeps developing, and you just still have this very awkward queen, the bishops on d8 and e8. I'm surprised, actually, the advantage is not bigger. Like
I agree.
Yes.
I think this is a strange situation to be talking about, you know, the best player in the world in a position that you would be providing a lecture on why you don't put pieces in front of center pawns and why you need to think about the bigger. Obviously, of course, joking, that's what Fischer Random, Chess 960, freestyle chess can do to people. But still, I think I was kind of joking to you. I don't know if you ever feel that way. Like, if you play a weird idea, you feel like you have to, like, explain it. When Magnus went to the confession booth, I was like, Magnus feels like he has to justify this decision he's making because actually, I don't know that he's that confident about it. And maybe that's what's happening here.
And then he turned around. Knight e6 just had been played. We will see e5 coming.
Of course, it's Nodirbek's style.
Yeah, will Magnus survive this storm? That's the big question in the
I
air.
don't think this one he will not survive. He's 20 minutes down on the clock. This is exactly Nodirbek's position. It's easy to play. I think Nodirbek will take this one. What do you guys think?
If you had to pick all the games coming in that might go to a tiebreak, I don't think you would have picked this matchup just because of who Magnus is.
This was not the first one.
This was not the first one you would have picked, right? But if Nodirbek can continue, I often suffer from Magnus bias. I'm not gonna pick against him yet because of who he is, but this is not trending the right direction.
Next time what we're going to do, and this we discussed that this was the mistake, like before the game you tend to think always that okay, Magnus will be okay after the opening, and how the hell you're going to win against Magnus, especially if he's in a good form, right? We have to wait the first 3 moves,
yes.
And only after that ask these questions.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite amazing, but Nodirbek is a player who has such a position in his hands, like he's grabbing the opportunity and he's not going to be letting go. And he's a last-minute player who came into the tournament, who usually have the luck of the tournaments, right?
No, we were talking about that earlier. Like sometimes it's a relief. You come in with a clean conscience.
No
you didn't
pressure.
even think you were going to be there, and the lack of whatever happens to a strong player heading into an event, as far as being in your own head, thinking about how you'll maintain good form. You just show up and do your thing. And I'm a huge Nodirbek fan. I mean, he has the eye of the tiger. He brings a swagger, and I think he's dangerous. He's not the kind of person who looks at this and is worried that he won't convert. I think he's like, here we go. Like this is what I want against Magnus.
So what do you think about freestyle chess? Why is it important for chess.com when you have like more than 200 million registered in the platform, and you teamed up with the Grand Slam series, right?
I think for us, anything that engages the best players in the world and keeps them happy is important to chess.com, right? So just like full stop, everything that supports the ecosystem, from the content we create, whether it be shows and videos and articles, we are all watching it on social media, and whether it's short form and how we present chess these days to the most traditional form of a world championship broadcast that may go on for hours, we are watching the best players in the world do something that we all love, right? And so I think if the top players are interested in an event, that makes chess.com interested in it. And obviously the other aspects to how this all came together, I mean, it came in like a bat out of hell. It came out of nowhere, right? Here comes Jan-Henrik Butner and partners up with Magnus Carlsen. We're all kind of strapped in here to this wild ride, and it's exciting to see that a tour has formalized so quickly that is delivering on its promise, right? To go to these major cities, to provide a spectacle and an experience for the players that is top notch. And so there's a lot to love. You know, I think the only thing that remains to be seen is what happens with the younger generation buying in, if you will, right? Because I think one of the negative or skeptical narratives is this is kind of just a Magnus Carlsen plaything because he was bored of classical chess, which is ultimately a him problem, not our problem. If you're speaking for the rest of the top players, we want to be world champion. And the fact that he brought in this guy, Jan-Henrik Butner, who's creating this, is fun. And we love the opportunity to compete for big prizes. but what do I really think about freestyle as I compare it against the other demands on my schedule, competing for the World Chess Championship, which is a candidate cycle, way more complicated than just the event itself, competing in all the other major traditional powerhouses that I grew up watching, from your Tata Steels to anything else, right? So I think when push comes to shove, how the younger generation feels about this event, and we saw Nodirbek say this week that there's no denying he wants to be world number one in traditional chess, and he wants to be world champion, but he also admitted, I actually think I enjoy playing freestyle more. I'm paraphrasing what he said. And so when you add that to the fact that Vincent Keymer won the last event, I said in Weisenhaus, I said the absolute best thing for this event would be if someone not named Magnus Carlsen wins. And I said that at the start of that event, and I was thrilled to see it, because it's the one thing that I think will slowly captivate and challenge the rightly skeptical narrative about how freestyle chess has taken the spotlight when a lot of people are still trying to figure this out. And I'll wrap my long point to say, I think a lot of tournament players, which tend to be most of our audience that watch online, they're a little bit like, we're not into freestyle. I like my Chessable opening courses. I want to study opening theory. Like, Magnus may not be into it, but I'm into the Sicilian, right? And so I think there's just a lot to figure out about how this will find its place in the broader ecosystem. And, but long story short, chess.com is interested in partnering with any event that serves the top players, because top players engage and inspire and motivate people to get better at chess. That is what our business model is based on. And to us, that is what serves the community. So it's kind of a no-brainer for us to try to figure out how to partner with anyone and everyone in that regard. But I think it remains to be seen. That's just the honest truth of where we are standing here over the next year or two and what happens with this tour.
Well, for freestyle chess, many people talk, and we were discussing also that, okay, it's for Magnus because he got bored, right, from the opening theory. And basically, it's so interesting for the top players not to make the preparation in the opening. And a lot of people are worried that the amateur players will not pick it up because it's more difficult, and they want to look your and Peter's and mine Chessable course and learn and feel the knowledge is building. Right, and this is something very new. And I know you have already events, probably every Friday, is it correct?
Yeah.
So every Friday you have an event on freestyle. How do you want to encourage amateur players playing more, and what is the beauty in that for them?
It's a good question. To clarify for everyone who doesn't know, Freestyle Friday is something we launched in the vein of Title Tuesday. It rolled off the tongue, so we'll call it Freestyle Friday. And that is obviously an event that serves the top players and offers some prize money. But we also have a Freestyle Friday for the community, and sometimes people don't know that they can jump in and play. And I'm kind of in the non-dogmatic, centrist answer here. I don't know that anyone has to buy into it. I think that most of the players in the world enjoy the part of chess that is sort of measurable in your progress, not just in your ELO, but your ability to work on your opening and these things. That said, I think there actually is, what I said in terms of how we've looked at this, the top players like it better, and if you jump past some of the tournament players, I'll call them, for lack of a better way to bucket, like 1,200 to 2,000. I think if you go below that, which is where a very large part of chess.com's user base is, a lot of those players actually get stuck and don't like that they lose very quickly if they don't know an opening. And that a lot of players within that bucket don't mind and don't even inherently initially think about it that differently. We've kind of tested some beginners on this, that they can see when they look at a chessboard that it's chess. And if they're not into opening theory, it doesn't turn them off to have fun playing the game just because the position is randomized. But I will be honest, that bucket, that 1,200 to 2,000, maybe even lower, is a tough bucket, I think, to convince, because a lot of those players are enjoying the parts of the game that has turned off the top players of 6 months of preparation for a world championship match where you're begging and pleading for the computer to give you some sort of water out of the stone to have an advantage these days, right? So they're not turned off on that. And I think that that's the dynamic of what happens. I think ultimately, Judith, people root for their favorite players. I think people root for their heroes and the ones they admire. And I think as long as the best players are playing, fans will want to watch a little bit or at least care about what happens. But as far as whether they're playing freestyle or not, a lot of that stuff, remains to be seen.
I'm looking at you, and of course everybody's asking this question, but I cannot go around this. The biggest challenge of chess is fighting against cheating, right?
Yeah.
The cheating measurements. Here in this tournament, we have extra cheating measurements with X-ray, with all kind of extra special devices.
CIA level stuff, apparently.
Yeah, so we have everything here,
Yeah.
right? But I divide the chess itself as a sport and as something that we play and enjoy and we get together and community to the online and the offline. So here, of course, there is the security, what has to be done, it's done. And it's the top elite players. But of course, we have a huge challenge online, which online, from one point of view, it gave the incredible opportunity, and it took off, especially after COVID, that everybody went on to play. And you can see that chess.com and probably other platforms also explodes. So many people, so many interests. At the same time, you have the biggest challenge of how to fight against the crime in chess, against cheating, right? As it is so easy. And I think we have to talk about it because it's a topic for everybody. And what can you say to the people and to us that this is what we have, this is life is, don't allow yourself to ruin your party and have fun. What can you say to the amateurs to feel safe and good and anything? What you can share on that?
It's a tough topic, right? It's a big topic, and everyone's sort of perspective and feelings about this are valid. It's hard to play a game when you don't see the person across from you and have the assurances that they're playing fair, right? And it is the existential crisis that we have been dealing with, speaking as the chess professionals in the room, and I'm never close to your level, but having grown up and watched what happened in the evolution, right? We were kind of afraid of this day would come, right? And it has continued to come. And I think that, there's a lot to talk about it. One of the things I would encourage everyone to do is, we can only put out there so much without revealing the I guess if you want to call it the secret sauce, the thing that goes into teasing out a very hard piece of information, which is how do you judge someone for doing what they're supposed to do, which is play the best chess move on the board, when a lot of them do it a lot, and how do you measure their performance? There's a lot that goes into the algorithm, to use that word, but I would say that before we even talk about what's happening in the title community, we do publish a lot on this every month, and I would encourage everyone to check out our monthly blog posts and educate themselves, if you will, because I think when we're publishing that, yes, there is a cheating problem, but because we can't prevent crime, you can only ask us to do what we can to act when we know. And every month we close, on average, somewhere between 10 to 15 title players. And so you don't hear about it, but if you look at it, you go, oh, okay, well, they are catching people. It is happening, right? And then the fact that, I'm not even talking about the tens of thousands of accounts that we do close, whether it's repeat cheaters, some abuse cheaters. There is a lot of automation that goes into catching people, we'll call it cheating at scale, cheating with a lot of people. So I would ask people to sort of dive in and look. And then the big thing I'll say, I've been on a couple podcasts recently talking about this, so I'm happy to continue talking about it if the fans want it. We can have a long dialogue. But I will say one of the things that I, am interested to see what happens is that this year we have made the change that we are, for the first time in our history, officially closing title players publicly with their real names, and we are not removing them even if they request it. And this has been something that I think people have been calling on us to do for a long time. There's a lot of reasons that we have leaned forgiveness, albeit the criticism would say we've sort of kept the secrets of the chess world in our closet, and we've allowed title players to not feel the consequences of their actions, which you could argue was enabling the problem to not be brought into the light. I think that's the critical view. I think there were a lot of reasons why we were navigating it the way we did, but we have been honest and looked at ourselves in the mirror and said, look, where the game has come because of what happened during the pandemic and the many booms we've come, and we have increased our investment in the prizes available for title players. We now have to acknowledge that this is not, online chess is not just a casual thing anymore. If a professional cheats in a prize event online, they know what they're doing. And they know they are not only committing a crime against their fellow brethren, and they are committing the act that is like the worst for all of us, right? You are literally taking food out of someone else's mouth. And if you competed in enough FIDE events to even get the CM title, let alone NM and FM and IM and GM, you know what you're doing. And because we have increased the investment enough that that is a now material thing you could be stealing from someone, we changed a policy that we have had for more than a decade. And I'm not going to call out the names of these title players, but anyone who follows, whether it's the Reddit circles or others, you see those names. You see viral threads break out where they make up convoluted confessions and they say they're going to sue us. And I say, okay. And what exactly do you want me to do besides continue to close high-profile players publicly? We just closed another GM publicly, and I will say that there is another very big name under investigation that will probably hit within the next month. And that's what we're doing. And I think I could talk about the algorithm, and I've teased out areas before where we might be a little bit better at this than people give us credit for in terms of doing it the proper way, because we do believe you have to assume innocence before guilt. But ultimately, I think the biggest thing we've done is listen to the community, listen to the title players, appreciate that we may have made this monster worse by creating not just the millions of dollars in prizes, but we'll call it the vanity economy that comes with it, the streaming, and they make their own revenue sources and the videos that are made. We recognize, I think, by doing something great and providing an infrastructure that is allowing more people than ever to earn a living and to support their livelihood through chess, we have opened the door to the motivation to cheat being bigger than ever, right? So we acknowledge that, and with that came a lot of these full circle conversations to say, we do need to do better. We've continued to hire, so we're investing in both the math and the detectives, if you want to call it that, the math and the detectives, and we are now closing people publicly. And so I think if title players are out there wondering, like, if we're bluffing, like, we're not bluffing. We've stared down $100 million lawsuits before. We have never acted in any way, not only to like, based on the person or whether our worry is about them, what they would do to come after us. You can agree or disagree with the decisions, but we've stood it down. Cases that were dismissed with prejudice, which means, by the way, they cannot be brought back. And a lot of the craziness that was made up, I'm just talking about, of course, the most infamous one. But we continue to say, we're going to close you. We close you. You can go yell on Reddit. We're not changing it. And where's the evidence, right? So we're going to keep doing what we're doing. And we feel pretty strongly that we are going to lose a lot of battles in people's perception and in little PR moments along the way to potentially winning the war together. And the only thing I would ask everyone to remember is, like, it's not like we're all not on the same team here. This is hard. You can disagree on the level of innocence we allow to be presumed, like how we, but this is a complex problem, and we can't stop people from doing bad things, sadly, in our world. So that's what I would say. And I feel like the criticism was deserved. We are now stepping to the plate. Public closures are happening. Title players, be warned. It is going to change your life forever if you cheat on chess.com, because we're not going to take it back, and it's going to be public, and I hope you're prepared to stand by the consequences, basically.
Well, it was a rich explanation, and, well, I can only encourage people use the online platforms to have fun and enjoy it with your friends and play who you trust at first, and if not, then go with the flow, right?
Yeah, I guess you're right. I did focus a lot on the professional aspect of it, but you're right. I think for low-rated players, too, I do think they should check out the articles. Maybe anyone in chat, I don't know, can throw a link. We do publish a lot of information. We're closing tens of thousands of accounts. You are safe. I can't promise you won't get cheated against, but we do find them, we get to them eventually, and we are closing a lot of them.
And you're taking it seriously. But what's going on Magnus's board, it's also something very serious.
Yeah, let's do it.
Maybe we'll go back. What really happened? Nicholas, can you tell us there? Because in the meantime, it was like, what is that suddenly d4 knight happens to be there?
Yeah, so we went down this route that we expected. So knight e6 was played, e5, of course, queen b8. But now f5 was maybe a bit rushed. Abdusattorov should have taken on ef6 first, and probably Magnus would have recaptured with the e-pawn, and now just immediately take this pawn on c5. I understand that he wanted to play f5 and bishop g3, but apparently this was the better way to do so, because in the game now after f5, also Nodirbek won a pawn, but black is getting very good control over dark squares, and if he finds the move queen e5 now, apparently Magnus has decent chances to save this. So Danny, maybe you were spot on with the Magnus bias.
Well, Magnus bias, I mean, because we see him do it a lot. By the way, off the board as well, the clocks are almost even, so Magnus is finding some way out of it. But Peter, what do you think Nodirbek saw? Because as Nicholas pointed out, the best line for the engine, if we want to back up, was indeed to just take f6 outright. So either he saw a ghost here. Obviously, if you take, you can't. Okay, so you can take, because obviously you're capturing with check. There is no bishop to b6, pinning the queen of the king. We should point that out. So what do you think Nodirbek saw about that, maybe, Peter, or?
This also works, by the way, just to point out, because you have c5, so no pinning and winning the queen.
Or did he overestimate something about f5? I'm just curious, crawling in the head.
Well, my feeling is that he might have been hypnotized by Magnus. Yes, this is the point. Yeah, that you think like, of course, yeah, Magnus wants to sacrifice the pawn, and there are all these bishop b6 ideas, and I'm not going to go along this way. f5, probably he felt like this is another alternative. He started calculating, then he sees that actually I'm ending up being a pawn up anyway, but as Nicholas highlighted as well, I felt that this queen e5 move in the current position is the key move, the key defensive move. The big question, did Nodirbek underestimate this move, or he thinks that the b7 pawn will be also hanging, and that's why queen e5 will not be enough for black to equalize?
It makes intuitive sense that Nodirbek would say, I don't want to take that pawn while that dark square bishop is still on the board, so he's like getting rid of it, then capturing it should be better for me than taking it outright. But then you start to look at the sacrifice that was made structurally. This knight on d4 is never going anywhere. A knight in the center dominates, or at least keeps up with a bishop, they say. And at this point, black has more control over the squares that matter.
Queen e5 on the board, by the way.
Oh, there you go.
Of
Classic
course.
Magnus.
That's Magnus for you. Knight e4, only move to keep an advantage, also already played.
Wow.
But now black gets some stability. You can castle, you can put the bishop on f7, and you at least get all your pieces in the game, and you actually have good pieces.
Yes.
And you have good control over the dark squares, and Magnus in much better shape now
I'm
than a few
actually
months ago.
expecting Magnus soon to be in the confessional booth and saying that
he's really
got away with it.
stabilized, now the game starts.
Well, let's remember, Magnus only needs a draw,
Yes,
right? And so
exactly.
it starts to, that's why we have the Magnus bias. And maybe Magnus enters the confessional booth and admits that he feels like he got away with one. We'll see, I don't know.
Well, one final question I would like to ask you, that you're having a book coming out shortly about your life. You're one of the most passionate, dedicated person out there about chess and who is building something really big. What is it going to be about? Thank you for that. It is going to be about my life in a way that I think is going to surprise a lot of people. This is a multi-year journey, not only to kind of work up the courage that I was kind of ready to talk about a lot of tough things from my childhood, but also acknowledge that I had a very unique path to getting in the chess space. And so thank you for what you said about my passion coming from someone like you. I don't even know what to say. Like I've done the best I can with my passion to contribute some good to the chess community. And my story is unique, where some of the really tough things I went through and the traumas I experienced as a kid ultimately pushed me toward chess. And so in some ways it's a twist ending of, I guess everything happens for a reason, and the twist is you get to choose the reason it happens. And so the fact that I'm in the chess world because of those hardships is an interesting thing that I've come to reflect on. It will also have my version of the Hans Niemann Magnus Carlsen scandal. I've never talked fully and openly about my contributions there behind the scenes, some that the chess world was very critical of in terms of how chess.com handled it, some that I think a lot of people would just want to know more about in terms of not just my relationship with Magnus, but my relationship with Hans and a lot of the deep stuff there. So that's that, along with the other things that happened when we built chess.com, are in the book. But the majority of the story, and the reason it is a memoir, is because before I even get to the chess world, I had to sort of justify and explain how I landed in the chess world to begin with. And so for the first time ever, I'm talking about my personal journey in that regard. I think all the books which is coming out here and there, also my sister came out with her book, it's so nice to read how chess influences people's journey and what it can bring, what kind of magical life stories. So I'm looking forward to see your book also. Thanks very much for being here with us in the studio, sharing all your insights about tough and hot topics as well. And now we are just going to go for a short break, and we are coming back in a few minutes.
Are you curious to play freestyle chess but don't know how to?
No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
Fabiano, you just drew your first game against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. First of all, how was it to be playing classical freestyle again?
Yeah, it was interesting. I was a bit scared out of the opening after e4, and we had kind of considered this pawn sacrifice in the opening, but I wasn't sure it was correct, and I think like Hikaru got in huge trouble, so I don't know if it was actually a good pawn sacrifice, but I didn't know what else to do because it looked like other ways White would have a safe advantage, so I went for it. Maxime decided not to take the pawn, which maybe wasn't so critical. At least I thought I have a good position. And at some point I got ambitious. I thought I was slightly better. But then I misplayed it for sure, and I was extremely nervous after bishop c3. I went for this f4, which is a very concrete solution, but I thought he could take the pawn on b6, allow f3, which is, of course, double-edged, but he puts the bishop on b5, and I have to prove it with very little time that I have enough compensation. So I think he just missed that I can take back on f4, and then I should be okay. I mean, I wasn't 100% sure, but I thought probably if it's working tactically, then I have enough activity.
Jan Nepomniachtchi mentioned in the confessional booth that he had suggested this pawn sacrifice out of the opening. He dubbed it the Nepo Gambit. Was that so? How did the pre-game discussion between you guys go?
Yeah, he said it's always good. He said in any position it's good to sack. I've already noticed that he's going for this idea. And I also noticed Magnus was sometimes going in, I mean, not in this position, but in similar positions. For some pawn sack where your knight goes to g6, you get some open lines and try to get the center. But his comment that it's always good was, okay, probably typical for Jan, kind of very optimistic. But I wasn't so sure. But it was his idea, he did come up with it, and it did lead to a good position for me, at least. Maybe Hikaru will have a different feeling about his idea.
We didn't get the chance to talk to you the last couple of days. The round robin was a bit of a nervy one for you. You got off to a bad start with 0 out of 3, but you qualified in the end. What was your overall feeling now looking back on those 2 days?
Yeah, terrible start, terrible finish, but the middle was okay. But yeah, I lost 5 games. Especially the last 2, I think, were so unnecessary because I just need 1 draw to clinch it, basically. I know that I need just 1 draw. It's not too difficult, I think, to achieve 1 draw out of 2 games, and didn't even manage that, and then got lucky. Thankfully, it didn't really matter if I were to win the last 2 games or lose the last 2 games. It didn't actually end up mattering too much, so that's kind of how the system is. I benefited a bit this time around.
One of the reasons the players like freestyle chess so much is because there is no need to prepare like you do for classical. And the commentators in the broadcast mentioned that you are the instigator of game nights pretty much every night. Why do you enjoy them so much? And how come you, even during the tournaments, you're happy to play every day?
Yeah, it became a thing. I mean, it used to be a thing many years ago. I think it was, I'm not sure if it was Maxime or Magnus who would bring a set of Avalon, and I think the first time I played was in Leuven in the Grand Chess Tour in 2017. Everyone was playing at a bar. I think it was someone's birthday. But yeah, they would all get together. Then I kind of became part of it, and then it stopped for many years. And then more recently, I thought, why not to revive this old tradition? So very often we do have game nights. And here it's a bit easier to justify it because there's nothing to prepare for. So you don't have to worry that you're, distracting yourself from useful preparation when there isn't really much else to do. But I guess the main thing is not to sleep super late, which is tempting, and also not to hate the people you're playing against, which is also easy to happen when you're playing these games.
Who is the one person who is easiest to hate? Who is the best liar in those role-play games we play?
Best liar. Well, I think Levon has always, I don't think he's here yet, I think he's coming a bit later, but Levon has always been the best and most frustrating liar. And Maxime is also pretty good. They at some point had like some system in Avalon, which was really frustrating. And yeah, sometimes you get upset. You should just not break any friendships, I think, over board games.
Fabi, thank you so much for sharing all of this with us, and best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
My name is Vincent Keymer. I'm a German chess player and from nearby Mainz.
The young pioneer of a new generation was the first winner of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour 2025 located at Weissenhaus. He found his way to chess pretty early on.
Yeah, it was at age 5 and it was quite a coincidence actually. I just found a chessboard somewhere in my parents' home and that's how it all started.
He burst onto the scene in 2018 with a stunning win at the Grenke Open, and soon after became the youngest German grandmaster in history.
That was kind of the start of my professional chess career and also the tournament which opened up a lot of international opportunities.
With an ELO rate of 2,718, Keymer stands among the best in the world. A calm, focused presence at the board with a style that blends discipline, deep preparation, and quiet confidence.
One of my most important strengths was the will to win, like to never kind of stop, always continue. It's basically attacking the opponent and never letting go until you got what you wanted.
That relentless mindset is exactly what the reigning champion brings to the board.
I'm going to give it absolute everything to perform as good as possible, play good games, and hopefully I even win.
Let's find out what the future will bring.
Hikaru, you just drew your game against Arjun. Before we talk about the game, you were the last player to be picked at dinner last night. Is that what you were expecting?
I wasn't really sure what would happen. I figured it was between Fabiano and myself. Both of us have had our ups and downs in recent times. So I was mildly surprised, but, doesn't really make a difference who I play.
You just talked about ups and downs. The game today also had ups and downs. What was your feeling at the board?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a nice way to put it. I mean, basically, one of the things is we analyze in groups, and sometimes certain people have some outsized influence. And in today's case, I think we were looking at a couple moves, and we were unsure about this about this e4 move, and then Nep's like f5 takes g6, knight g6, e5 d5, knight d6, black's great. Develop your pieces. You're winning. Computer says it's always great. And then I played it, and I mean Fabiano also played it, but Arjun was the one guy who was very, very principled. He just took the pawn and sort of asked me the question of what I was going to do, and very early I was upset, and I wanted to kill someone, or maybe kill Nepo specifically, because I just thought I was going to lose a game because of what he said. But then somewhere, I think in the late middle game, Arjun he was trying to be too precise. He was looking for a clean knockout. He couldn't find it, and then the game got very messy. And I haven't had a chance to look yet, but I suspect that if I had gone bishop f6 instead of rook e8, I would have had chances to win. But on the other hand, time is getting a little bit low. I've kind of messed up some games both here and in Weissenhaus when I've gotten low on time. So it felt like rook e8 was a more practical decision, where at the very worst it's a draw, and if Arjun makes a mistake, I win. He defended it very well, and so it was a peaceful result.
You mentioned, Jan at the start of his game, after only one move, went into the confessional move to say, I feel bad, having suggested Nepo's Gambit, and I don't get it.
You realized it was bad too?
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
He saw your position and he realized what he had done.
Yeah. I mean, but like Fabi, it would have been really interesting if Maxime hadn't been principled. Because the thing is, Maxime could have looked up, seen the position that Arjun had, and probably done the exact same thing. But then, I think he has principles he doesn't want to copy, or you want to try to be original, so he didn't do it. But there's a very good chance that both Fabiano and I could have just lost our game today without a fight. So I'm a little bit lucky and somewhat relieved.
So do you think that preparing together comes with pros and cons?
I think in general it's not a big deal. It's just that when you go for gambits, you really don't know what the objective evaluation is. It can be either great or it can be horrible. You just have no idea. So without knowing, I think it's probably a little bit much to play like this in a classical game. I think in Blitz or Rapid, this idea would have been completely fine. But in a Blitz game or in a classical game, I think it's just bad. So, yeah, there might be ups and downs, but I think I'm probably going to go back to what I did in Weissenhaus, which is trusting an American and not a Russian.
Thank you very much for sharing your insights, and good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
And we are back after a short break, and there are a lot of things happening, and we are eager to break it down together with Peter and Niklas. I think first comes first. We have to understand what really happened in the last few moves in the game between Abdusattorov and Carlsen, because Nodirbek is in a must-win situation. Can he still win? I mean, what is this f5 pawn disappeared from the board? Is it dangerous for black, or is it something he was allowed to take and save?
Well, first of all, I'm shocked. I'm really shocked. We had this short break. Let me just bring back the position that we had after Queen e5. We were talking about that, yes, black has stability, and after Knight e4, I would have said that there is absolutely no chance that Magnus will not go for the way along with the stability. Castles, for example, white protects the pawn, g4, bishop f7, and rely on compensation, rely on this lovely grip, maybe play rook e8, potentially somewhere break with d5, and just enjoy the position that, okay, I survived the scare, it looked like I'm going to get crushed. Instead of this, Magnus played the move knight e7. And also knowing that what a fierce fighter, warrior Nodirbek is, how on earth are you not going for the more stable option? Knight e7, Nodirbek immediately, okay, you want to take this f5 pawn, take it. I'm giving it to you. Knight bc3, I'm not going to protect. Knight takes f5, queen f2, I have seen this, that it was blitzed out. And Nodirbek looked at Magnus, got up, went walking, like signaling that I'm super happy that you went pawn hunting. It will come back to bite you.
But, you know, I understand everything what you just explained, that if you don't take the pawn, you don't hunt that pawn, and you make castle and you have compensation. At the same time, sometimes it happens when you're such a great player as Magnus himself, he understands that if I would be playing with the white side, okay, there is a compensation for black, but I know how I would squeeze it from this way and that way. And because he knows it, that how good and well he would be able to squeeze the opponent, because of this, he's rejecting that option, and he rather takes the pawn because probably he didn't find it as dangerous, or he still evaluated what are the pros and cons. And he decided that hunting the pawn, it's a safer way of playing it. But I want to ask Nicholas, what is the engine up to on this position?
Well, just a second before, because then Nicholas will consult the engine. I just want to say that Magnus is taking his time. He seems to be nervous. My feeling is that he might be already regretting his decision, but let's hear Nicholas.
The computer is not regretting Magnus's decision, but of course it's always two questions. One is the objective evaluation, which has improved for black, but the other one is the practical implications. And as Peter said, now white has some ideas along the f-file, for example, g4, g5 is in the air, and black has to be precise. Now bishop f7 was played, and this is a mistake. Here, black needed to play h5, absolutely need to play h5 to stop white from playing g4, and you have some stability here with the knights on f5 on d4, the queen on e5. It's not like 100% stability, because after rook e1, of course, you always have to worry about some discovered attacks, but actually you can ignore it. This is not easy to play, and this is what I just was talking about. Of course, we would rather have maybe a slightly worse position where we can play a number of moves and the evaluation doesn't change so much. We have stability, the moves are easier to play, whereas a position like this where the position is maybe not as bad, but you have to play a number of precise and maybe only moves to not be clearly worse. And Magnus, being down 25 minutes on the clock, he just played bishop f7, and now once again, Nodirbek is clearly better. He has some different ways to play here. g4 looks interesting, but apparently moving the bishop to g4 or a4, going on this diagonal, activating the last minor piece, which is not in the game yet, is even stronger. And once again, Nodirbek has a clear advantage in this game. Can he capitalize on it? This is the big question now, Judith.
Yeah, it is a big question how the continuation will follow with white, because, you know, h5, you mentioned that would have been a good move with black. I mean, I understand for concrete reasons, but things are changing very fast in this position, right? I mean, in the last 5 moves, I mean, if you think about it, what a journey this queen made.
Yes.
Which is standing now optimally on e5. And this we touched this topic that for Magnus, one of his great strengths is that he's not thinking about the things what has happened before. He's thinking about the now, what is the position? Now, what are my opportunities? Can I force things? Can I play for a win? Of course, in this game, he is not aiming to play for a win. He just tries to play the best possible decisions he can do, because draw would be enough for him to secure to go into the semifinals. So what is White going to be doing? I would be ready to push g4.
Yes, actually also my eyes are all connected to the g4 square. G4 or bishop G4 at some point. Yeah, those are the moves. And I was shocked to notice that the computer actually also mentioned bishop A4 as a move. I haven't seen that move at all. It wasn't on my radar because I don't really understand what this feels like a random move. I would say that you are going in the wrong direction. But yes, it touches the D7 pawn. It might set up the idea of rook C1 with a tempo. Yeah, then there will be direct attack against the queen, so maybe winning the tempo is the key. Let's just put it on the board. Yeah, bishop A4, targeting the pawn. Black would, I believe, agreeing to sacrifice this pawn for stability, but the problem is that if he castles, he loses material, because after bishop D7, the rook and the knight on F5 both are hanging. So that's the reason why Black has to react to bishop A4, and if you try to cement the position with bishop E6, then I believe we will be seeing rook c1. There is the pin. Okay, computer doesn't agree, but let's just highlight there is the pin, and also g4, g5 ideas are coming. It looks very dangerous for Black.
This is what I like very much, that the rook is coming to e1. I think this is essential much more than where the bishop is standing on a4 or g4. I think this is something very important, and then Black has not such a convenient situation as the queen. In principle, it stands very nice on e5, but once you have to face a rook on the e file, it is not so funny anymore. So
yeah, and also the queen and the knight at the moment protects the d4 square. But imagine if after rook c1, Black will have to move the queen, then after g4, the knight on d4 will be lost immediately. Yeah? So the moment it looks like it's stable, just 1-2 moves, and it can all fall apart.
Well, still Nodirbek is having the upper hand and tries to give as difficult choices for Magnus as possible. And of course, he's in a must-win situation. He's not forgetting it. We are not forgetting it. So I'm sure it will be some excitement coming up. And for Magnus, it will be not easy at all. What do you think about going back to bird's eye view? And let's see what's going on the other boards.
Let's do that, because we have tons of action. Yeah, also, it seems like Fabiano is creating serious chances against Maxime. That's a huge game, because if he wins, then there is no tie break. Yeah, let's take a closer look. So
what's going on with Vincent's game?
Well,
White is pressing.
Yes, White has a small initiative, and Vincent is very low on the clock. But compared to the other games, probably we have more action on the other boards.
Oh, absolutely. Which one would you like to pick?
Well, then, okay, Fabi against MVL, if you already discussed this. And I also want to see that how White is fighting against this G5 move. I highlighted immediately that I don't like this G5 move, and I'm so happy when such moves that I don't like are getting punished. It just gives a good feeling, you know, it's how humans are, yeah?
Well, there is quite a change in pawn structure since we've been here before. What has happened? Can you go back just a few moves to try to understand it, how White gained this exceptionally nice square for the knight on c4 and bishop on e5?
Well, we left it, I think, after queen g7, and we were debating how Fabi will continue the game. He came up with a very interesting move that we did not expect, was the move knight b5. And the computer doesn't like it so much at the beginning, But when you see what happened in the game, it forces the change of structure. Knight takes b5, c takes b5. So the computer might start to appreciate it. Knight e7. When we see humanly that the knight was forced to e7 and the bishop was not able to land on f6, then we get the attraction. Wow, this is great. This is fantastic. So it will be white's bishop after dc, dc, that comes with a tempo, hits the queen on g7, and already we feel like, wow, this is fantastic. Of course, white damaged the pawn structure. The b5 pawn is weak. Black is probably heading with the knight to d5, but Fabiano, I think, correctly sensed that the dynamic factors will be in his favor. Yeah, now he reinforced the b5 pawn, a4, knight d5, bishop e5. The bishop already sits on this lovely square on e5. a6. Black tries to break the pawn structure, but Fabi said, okay, do what you want, because after ba, you are having a ruined pawn structure, and finally that knight from c2 is landing on c4, heading towards the d6 square also. The e5 square is reinforced. The knight can also jump into e5 in the future. And the structure, whenever there is this pawn structure, we know, of course, classically speaking, that the knight on c4 is a monster piece. Knight f6 happened. Maxime is trying to create some confusion. Yeah, he wants to jump with his knight as well. Knight c4, bishop e7. The bishop needed to be developed. Bishop f3, g takes f4 is the current situation. It looks very good for white.
It looks extremely good for white, and after g takes f4, I would capture it with the pawn. And I would not forget about this opportunity, which we talked much before, to go rook c3.
Yes.
And be a very, very tough threat on the third rank with the rook.
Yeah, Maxime played the move rook d8, also maybe stepping out of this bishop b7, also trying to control the d file. d6 square was also weak. It looks like a horror clock situation. More or less even. Fabi still has like 25 minutes. A very comfortable situation. No threats from black. He's the one who is thinking about how do I improve my position? Can I find a knockout blow? I'm not someone who likes to predict, but this is really looking horrible for Maxime.
Well, from practical point of view, it's definitely, I mean, positionally, it's completely devastating.
Yes, you know me. I usually consider such positions to be lost. Yeah, of course, you have to be Maxime. Yeah, that you have to find, and he is this type of dynamic player who will not go down without the fight. He will always create chances. He will look for imbalances. How do I pose problems to the opponent? Because just with normal moves, you cannot save this position.
You know what? I think with black, maybe the best thing black can do, or I don't know, h6, king h7, rook g8, if I would have the time to do so, because I don't feel comfortable with the king on g8. Yeah. Really, with the opportunity for white to go rook c3, bishop moves away.
Just to highlight also that Fabiano has a 96% accuracy, 95.7. When after b3, a stabilizing move, computer dropped to 95.5. I think it's still fairly nice. The whole picture that from a symmetrical position with this e3, d4, he sensed how to pose problems. Yeah, he had to be very carefully timing all this action, and he did get something very serious.
I think b3 is actually played in order to make space for the bishop to come back to b2 and make space for the knight on e5. This is what I would think. And it's not only that, but also if white comes back to b2, sometimes bishop a3 attacking the weak c5 square, but more importantly, to replace it with the knight on e5.
And also it's kind of very depressing and frustrating from black's perspective when you are faced with a move with b3, you feel like, wait a second, I was also hoping of maybe grabbing the pawn on a4 and then bring the bishop to b5, challenging that knight on c4. Now white makes sure that all this construction is eternal. Yeah, it's super solid. I feel that maybe now black has to try to play something like knight g4 in order to provoke bishop g4, f take g4, that at least then we can try to rely on the light squared bishop.
But what is very interesting, that Maxime is so relaxed. Look at his heart rate.
I don't know how he does it.
For you, it would be already
Yes.
jumping out your heart, right?
When I see a structure like this, my heart rate will be 150
Probably if
automatically.
you would have a heart rate measurer now on you, it would be much higher than that,
Yes.
right? Just seeing it.
Exactly. Yeah. So no, it's a terrible situation for Maxime, but he also knows that actually he needs to play fast in order to pose problems, at least on the clock for Fabi. Because one thing you don't want to do, have a bad position and no time, then you have zero practical chances.
But it's interesting at the moment when Maxime played G5, and he also shared his thoughts in the confessional booth, that it would be a logical move. It would be the most logical move if you're in a must-win situation, right? That you want to sharpen things. But it was not. It was a very solid game, or you wouldn't play even G5 in that case.
Well, I felt that Maxime, what he said, that he thought like with G5 he's stopping Bishop F4
F3.
thanks to Bishop F3 thanks to G4. Yeah, but I somehow sense that he was worried, and he did say that he did not like the move that Arjun played, this Bishop F6, which was a much more natural move. Thinking that there he might be slightly worse, because I think Maxime is a player who is always looking for dynamic chances. Yeah, that's why he also has so many fans. Yeah, he plays fantastic chess, very eye-pleasing when it works. However, he also gives chances for the opponent, and if you give a chance for Fabiano to get this structure, I think you are in for a treat. It will be very unpleasant.
Okay, so maybe we ask you, Nicholas, what can you tell us? Can you give us any hope for Black?
Well, it's difficult in this position, because if you have a look at it, it feels like every single white piece is better placed than every single black piece, more or less. Maybe you could make an argument that this rook is better placed than one of the white rooks. Okay, but apart from that, every single piece is better placed than the black pieces. You have a weak king on G8. We already talked about some ideas, maybe having a rook lift across the third rank. White has the better pawn structure. There's a weakness on C5. There's a weakness on E6. Just all the factors are in favor for white. And this is why, in this material-wise equal position, the computer is giving advantage of +2, +2.3, which is basically a winning advantage already. And yeah, it will be very difficult for Maxime, but Maxime, he's a very tricky player, very resourceful, so he will put up a great fight. And I do agree with Peter, it all came down to this moment earlier. While objectively maybe not terrible to play G5 in this moment, it was a long-term weakening of the black king, and there was no need to do so. Arjun played Bishop F6, a perfectly reasonable move. Now Arjun is actually better against Hikaru, and G5 was just very committal. You weaken your king long term, and he did not really get the benefits for this move. So he has just played knight to E4. White will move the queen is attacked, probably move it to E2. You could also take on E4, but I don't see a reason quite yet to take. Queen E2 looks very sensible, and probably MVL Vachier-Lagrave is hoping to set up something like this, Bishop C6, set up some blockade here on the light squares, but should not be sufficient. Actually, the computer wants to take on E4 now. This is interesting. Now we see the rook lift in action, and this is quite deadly, quite terrible, because rook C3, rook G3 cannot really be stopped. So in this position, you would need to take with the pawn, and, well, now maybe Bishop C7 followed by knight E5. There are a lot of ideas. Fabi still has to do some work. The position does not win itself, but he has great chances to do so. Judith.
Well, things are not standing too well for Maxime, right? And it's very tough. But now let's jump into the Arjun Nakamura game. What do you think? Because we neglected this game.
Yes.
Because they didn't play G5, and then somehow it didn't caught our eyes that we have to go there. So what is this position? I don't think we go back to very much deeply. Maybe we can go, we can go to the bird's eye view for a second. And
yeah, we also see that the first game ended in a draw in a big roller coaster ride, and now already we have this game. Black played the move bishop f6 instead of Maxime g5, and we have seen the consequences of g5 into which the position turned to, and now we see the consequences of bishop f6. It looks so much more harmonious for black, isn't it? That's why you have to follow the golden classical rules. Of course, I'm kidding, because yes, sometimes you play like this and it works. Sometimes you play the other way and it works the other way. But yes, this game so far proves that following the classical rules of chess makes a lot of sense.
And actually, Arjun is a player who is ready to play g5 kind of moves anytime if he feels that that fits best for the position. But it was indeed more logical to go bishop f6 and bring the bishop from d8 to an active spot in the position where it serves much better, and also for the rooks it can be a better play. And well, now it seems to me that the f7 bishop is the only piece which is actually could be better placed. Let's say on c4, it would be a much nicer spot.
But it defends the only weakness in the position.
But for the moment, it serves only as a defender, not an attacker and a defender.
Yes,
say,
okay.
Right?
You are maximalist, yeah?
And if it would be on c4, it would serve for both, for attack and also for defense. And okay, the e6 pawn, of course, at some point in the game, it's also possible that black could sacrifice it in order to have great compensation. But for the moment, white to give it up, right? But for example, with white, I don't like very much the knight on c2. It is not very active, and I don't see also how it can be optimized to a better spot. Because, well, of course, white also has a passive bishop, like black has on f7, white has it on f2, symmetrically, defending on the isolated pawn on d4. Knight on c5, though, is standing very well. That's kind of what saves the game for white for the moment, I believe. But let's say the c2 knight, if it could go to e5, things would have been much, much, much
completely
better.
Different, yes. So, basically, just not the game. I would love to see the last two moves, just to understand where this structure came from. So there was some trade, knight d6, yeah, kicks the bishop away, bishop retreats to f3, black goes knight d5, very harmonious, and now threatening knight c3, fork, and Hikaru's last move was queen e2 to d2. The big question you highlighted very nicely, that white's real problem is the knight on c2. Imagine that knight on e5, of course, it's fantastic, but even just on dc or e2, it would already be so much more harmonious. My question is that, can actually black play a move like rook b2? Can I enter and try to say that, you know what, it's not only that the knight is standing awkwardly, but I will even pin it. Let me even make this move.
Yeah, it seems kind of a promising move.
How do you untangle?
Well, maybe I start with, can I go to fe1, put pressure on the e file, or you're threatening with knight b4?
Well, I hoped that I'm threatening something. With
I'm not sure. Maybe after knight b4, I go queen b4.
Magnus style.
Well, you have to learn from the giants.
Get rid of the bad pieces. And
the only problem is I might not have left with enough one.
But then the bad knight from c2 becomes a monster on b4, just
C6.
to highlight. Yes, exactly. So knight b4, the idea was just to sacrifice queen b4. Maybe even you can take with a knight. I don't know exactly if that makes a difference. Very similar. Knight takes b... No, okay. So queen takes b4. Okay, it's the first intuition, takes. And all of a sudden, I would be not worried at all for white. White has enough compensation. Knight c6, knight d5, both are options. So be careful. It means that after rook b2, rook fe1, if you just ignore this... Wait a second, isn't the f4 pawn...
Knight c4 was played.
Knight c4 was
But
played.
look at that.
Okay.
I mean, white has trouble to move the queen to a right spot.
Yes, also, but you can come back to c1.
Wow, what an active spot for the queen.
Yeah, but at least you don't lose anything. Yeah, that's how the situation is. Yeah, that we are already not cooking with beautiful ingredients.
And after knight c3, you go rook d3, right?
No, apparently no. Let's try to figure out why not. Such a confusing position. All the pieces are awkward. Of course, for computers it doesn't matter. Yeah, that's why they are so super strong. But
rook b1 here.
Oof. Okay, but can we sacrifice the queen again or knights? You will have also.
I mean, you have to, but
yes. No. This is now much worse than the previous knight d2. I think it hurts. It's a tempo move. No, this is not good. Aha. Okay, so then knight c4. Also putting the pressure on Hikaru. What is the clock situation? Hikaru under 20 minutes.
Queen d6. Arjun plays very slowly,
c1.
improving his position. Well, still I want to remind you that the c2 knight is not standing very optimal.
Yes, absolutely. But wait a second then, because there are so many tactical possibilities. Nicholas, can you just quickly highlight then after knight c3, what was the move or what were the tricks?
No, absolutely. No, Hikaru found some great resource here. Queen c1 was necessary, and after knight c3, there's the answer knight b4. So this is what Nakamura had cooked up, and suddenly already white would be better because you're hitting the knight on c3, and you also have this knight c6 idea. So if black takes on b4, you take on c3, and you're actually just winning because black cannot keep everything together here.
It's not, sorry, just for one moment. Queen c5 would be there, but dc and the d8 rook is hanging.
It's bad luck. And if I move the rook to b8, then there's knight a6, and yes, you lose material. So after knight b4, you would need to take on d1, but then there's the family fork on c6. And in the end, actually, white is solving all issues and is maybe even a bit better. So Arjun, of course, saw that, being a great tactician himself, and he moved the queen to d6, hitting the pawn on f4. And now you should not just defend this pawn. Let's say if I play g3, then knight c3 already comes out under better circumstance, because here the same trick wouldn't work since you're not attacking with knight c6 the queen. This is why Arjun just moved the queen to d6 to create somewhat of a double attack. The pawn on f4 is hanging and knight c3 is in the air. So here the computer is saying knight a1 would be the solution. But it also goes to what you said, the knight on c2 is bad. We need to improve it somehow. And by going knight a1, you can go to b3. You win a tempo against this knight on c4, but definitely not an easy move to play. Nakamura is certainly feeling the pressure in this position.
Well, when you said knight a1 is the best move, Nicholas, I thought, oh my God, I mean, that was the starting point of the knight, a1. And once you come out from a1, I think you tell to yourself, never, never go back there again, right? And then you tell me that knight a1 is the best move? It's a very sad truth and reality. And I don't know what are the chances that you find such a move.
But okay, also you have to stop knight c3, and also the f4 pawn is hanging. So with knight a1, actually you are threatening the knight on c4.
But psychologically, you just can't. You can't do it. That you came out, you know your position is not really good, and then you really. I mean, you have to have such a deep understanding to be able to play a move like knight a1, because knight e1 is also possible, right? So if someone tells you that you have to choose between knight a1 and knight e1, what do you do immediately?
Don't ask me this question.
You would go knight a1?
No, I don't know. Exactly, because
I thought it was so obvious for you that knight a1.
It just, it's such a tough question. Yeah, that's why I said, don't ask me. Ask Hikaru. Yeah, he's there sitting, sweating. Because, very difficult spot when you don't have any real counterplay. Yeah, you are under pressure, and it's not obvious. And by the way, also, after knight a1, there are these tactical moves, like knight e3. It's one of the moves that Nicholas was just checking with the computer, and it leads to completely strange position. Yeah, but you have to calculate, and if you are a tactician like Hikaru and Arjun, they certainly have this move on their radar. Knight e3, bishop e3, knight e3, queen e3, bishop takes d4. Humanly speaking, very difficult to evaluate, but after rook d4, queen takes d4, if, for example, white is forced to trade, then after rook takes d4, this endgame might be very bad.
Is it?
Because
with the rooks on?
Okay, but pawn on f4 is hanging, the a2 pawn is weak. Of course, if white gets coordination, then it might be...
I mean, maybe I would get knight a1 to b3. I don't like my knight on a1.
So you give the f4 pawn.
I give you the f4 pawn, and my plan would be to go knight d7 to reach to e5, or knight d3. What do you think about that? Knight d3, knight e5 also possible.
Well, but then I will get access to the a4 square wherever you go. I saw like this knight on
okay, so
c5 was beautiful. Now
okay,
I go
knight
a4.
d7. I go knight d7, not knight d3. Knight d7, I push away your rook from b8.
Okay,
from the
I
8th
play
rank.
rook d8 maybe, or rook c8.
Knight e5.
If you play, okay, no, I play, I don't know, yeah, rook d8, knight e5. I might correct that bishop. The bishop that you disliked on f7.
We see Hikaru played g3, not knight a1.
Of course.
It's not a human move, knight a1.
Not a human move at all.
So he will sacrifice the queen, or what does that mean?
He played g3, yeah, he's setting up the queen sacrifice. Knight c3, rook d3, rook b1. So yeah, this is what, yeah, but it's such an unpleasant position for white. And clock is ticking down, only 40 minutes for Hikaru, so let me just put it. So we are expecting knight c3, rook d3, rook b1, what we already talked about before. And there are no more this knight b4 tricks that worked and saved white earlier. So now what? Rook takes c3, rook c1.
Interesting
rook
that he
c1.
thought that the position is already so difficult that the best he can do is to give up the queen.
Yeah, somehow I feel like humanly it's so tempting to give up the queen in a bad position if you feel like thanks to the queen sacrifice you get activity, you get good pieces, or you get rid of your you get rid of your problems. But we will have to see how the game progresses. Who will be right?
And now it's a question how to continue it with black if we go back to that position after knight c3.
After knight c3, yeah?
Yes.
So because this is so important, yeah, queen sacrifice.
Yeah, this is the crucial, right, at first. Rook c3, rook c1, rook c1. Because now the knight is hanging on c4 and knight b7 is also a threat.
Yes, well, we talked about that knight d2 was very important in another position. Is
knight
that
d2.
still the case?
Bishop g2.
Yes, bishop g2, natural. And knight's the moment of truth, yeah, that can black find a good move here?
Well, knight b7 is coming. So
yeah,
maybe
also,
rook b8.
And also rook d1, yeah? Yeah, basically rook b8 serves both purposes because you are getting access to the b1 square as well.
Yes.
Also maybe rook b1, yeah? So if rook d1 happens, then maybe you can play rook b1.
Knight b1 is also to discuss, but...
yeah, this, rook b3, and I'm not settling rook b8, so you have time to jump back with the knight. But still,
But I also had an idea
murky.
to go knight b1 instead of rook b1. What do you think?
Also possible.
With an idea, if you move away to d3 or somewhere, then rook b2.
Yeah, I was only afraid that, yeah, maybe I'm going too far away with my pieces, but...
I understand that knight b1 is not necessarily so obvious.
Yeah, so the players are thinking about this. It's such a crucial clutch moment of the game. But let's go back to the current position. After g3, let's take a look at the body language. What does Hikaru signal us? Well, he signals us that, well, I'm not that happy, but actually I have a plan. No, it feels like this.
He tries to get the relief of this pressure by Arjun, having Arjun's pieces very active and all the time this threat, knight jump, c4, c3. And then somehow if you can give up the queen, you say, I'm breathing, right?
Exactly.
Maybe I don't have enough pieces left, but at least it's a kind of feeling of a relief. And time-wise also, it's getting more interesting because Nakamura is under 15 minutes, while Arjun has 20 minutes. Yesterday, they had a very, very interesting game. And Arjun was so close at some point. After the opening, we said, well, I was the initiator of that to say that, well, it's a winning position and Arjun will win. But, of course, with Hikaru, you never know.
But look at this. Yeah, Arjun believes Hikaru. He doesn't want to take the queen. He played the move rook to c8. Rook
But
d8
sometimes
to c8.
it also happens that you think that you can make extra moves without white able to improve too much on his position.
Okay, but now, for example, if you move the knight and you mentioned that why not knight e1, why knight a1? And there is this question. Now, there are no more these tricks with knight e3. We don't even have to judge those crazy type of positions. And the knight on c4 will be targeted, and if the knight can land on d3, that's what we talked about. That would be nice. What about knight e1?
Yeah, knight e1, attacking the knight on c4, and you want to regroup the knight d3 to e5.
Yes, then we play for advantage, if we get that.
Yeah, I don't know what black wants to do with the knight on c4.
Yeah, where are the tricks?
I mean, is black going to be...
And look at this. Hikaru is jadoubing himself on his chair, saying like, wait a second, what? You give me a tempo, I might be able to regroup, and if I regroup, I will be happy. Okay, very big moment. Actually, I feel that Hikaru might be taking over, at least psychologically. And the time trouble is coming, and it will be eternal time trouble. It will be very important to get a position where you believe and you know that you can play by hand, you can rely on your intuition.
But maybe he played rook c8 in order to go out of all kind of knight b7.
Yes, yes, but still.
But there's a good chance that black has no time for that.
I don't know. Nicholas, can you reveal us some secrets? Is the computer highlighting something very special here?
I'm not sure. I mean, both players must have prepared something or thought of something that they didn't like about knight c3. Also, Nakamura seemed quite confident. You didn't see him shaking his head. So,
and he played knight e1.
He played knight e1. Yes, knight c3 was a good move. But all right, let's stick with the game. Rook dc8, and now you could have chosen any of the knight moves: knight e1, knight a1, knight a3. They're all fairly similar. Knight e1 makes sense, preparing to bring the knight to e5. I think a very human approach. And now black has to deal with the threat against the knight. And maybe we'll see a bit of a similar story like yesterday. Could be that once again Arjun had a better opening, had a great advantage, which he just missed. And who knows, with both players under 20 minutes, it is also possible that somehow Nakamura takes over. We're definitely in for a hot game, because this is still a very complex position with a lot of pieces on the board, and both players are getting low on time slowly.
Well, before we go on and analyze the next move of black, because I'm thinking of knight b2, I want to bring up the stats and look a little bit, analyze who is strong in what field, because it's interesting to see, maybe we can get some more information on that, because it's interesting to compare the two players, right? What are their strengths in calculation, in strategy, in tactics, in time? So they are very similarly given the point by David. And what do you think of that? Attack, wow, Arjun is so much better than Hikaru in points.
Yeah, this is surprising. Well, defense 96 from Hikaru, that we know it's true. It could have been even 99. That's the feeling. That's the feeling, because yeah, Hikaru is known for calculation 90 versus 92. Okay, slight advantage for Arjun. He's younger. Okay, it makes some sense. Strategy, the big maestro. Yeah, Hikaru with his tremendous experience is ahead. 91 versus 86. I also agree with that. Intuition 93, 92. My intuition tells me that both are very intuitive players. So,
but I think Nakamura is more.
You think he's more, yeah?
A little bit more.
And time management, the same. They are not famous for getting into big time scrambles. Here, the classical time control is 90 minutes. Finally, they have to get into time trouble, but not because they are spending so much time for just one single move. Yeah, but 87 for Hikaru as an attacker, I think that's an understatement. Give him an attacking possibility. When have you seen him not crushing his opponent?
Well, yesterday he had a winning position, but that was not an attack.
Exactly,
right?
And he was also happy from what happened before.
Yeah.
But we do see that, these players match each other very much. Yeah, and probably that's why also Arjun is quite an unpleasant opponent for Hikaru, because it's not exactly evident where he is clearly stronger. Well, in defense, but in defense you will not win. Yeah, that's the trick.
Okay, so let's bring up another graphics about the overall accuracy of the players, because that's also a very interesting part in modern chess, that we can talk about the accuracy of the players. And what is catching my eye, Magnus Carlsen is only 87.5, and Nepo is with 98 of accuracy.
Yeah, look at this, 98 versus 97.7, Nepo versus Vincent. We understand why the evil bar says it's equal. Yeah, it's a very even battle. Abdusattorov has the upper hand. Yeah, he was clearly putting the pressure on Magnus, and still is. Vidit, 96.7 accuracy, also extremely high, because we only think about Vidit like he got eliminated, he's on honeymoon, he didn't really manage to show his best, but when you look at his accuracies, he's actually doing extremely well.
So this is already a slide which you would show to Vincent, right?
Yeah, this I can show. Yeah, this
not
as
every
a coach,
statistics you want to show to your student and to optimize.
And also the heart rates. Well, there are you see, this is actually very interesting that the younger players have lower heart rates, right? For example, Praggnanandhaa, Gukesh, also Arjun is doing fine now. Vidit, if you tell me Vidit, I always feel like he is normally nervous. Why is he 78?
But he's not that young anymore. I mean, he's nothing close to Gukesh or Praggnanandhaa.
Of course, yeah, but now suddenly I mentioned the Indian players, so I felt like I will mention Vidit as well. And the old school, Nepo, 110, correct, Rapport, over 100. This is how it should be, yeah? Imagine Ivanchuk's heart rate or Gelfand's and like this. Mine,
Grischuk.
Yes, maybe the system is not even able to cope with our heart rate.
Okay, so what do we have since we left? Knight b2, this is what I wanted, but I thought after rook d2, not queen b6, but knight a4 will be the move.
Yes, so knight e1 happened, knight b2, yeah, hitting the rook, but this knight is getting into a journey, and rook d2, queen b6, rook c2, it's a typical kind of Hikaru from seemingly nowhere, but a strange, unfamiliar position. He can turn from a bad position to a clearly better one, and this is what's happening here, apparently. And look at the harmony in white pieces all of a sudden.
Incredible, yeah?
And he sips from the water. He's super happy. For the first time today, Hikaru is enjoying himself. And he gets up. There we go.
And hopefully he goes to the confessional booth.
Wow.
Actually, he's not visiting the confessional booth. He's not treating us well.
Well, he just wants to win the match. He still has enough time. 12 minutes, 47 seconds. If Hikaru gets his position, then the 10 minutes or extra, more than 10 minutes will help him. And if that knight from e1 lands on d3, then the position plays itself.
Well, for now, for me, it's a big question whether the knight on b2, is it an active piece or it's a piece which is trapped? And I'm asking Nicholas about this. What do you think about this b2? What can we say about that knight?
I think it is a bad piece that needs to be protected, cannot get back into a game right now. All the squares are protected. And white will actually not try to trade this piece, but maybe play bishop g2, knight f3, keep improving the position, whereas the knight is just trapped. So this is why queen b6 was actually a mistake. You should have brought the knight back right away. We go knight a4, using the pin along the c-file. and the position would be around equal. Instead of the queen b6, rook c2, now the knight is not pinned anymore, so you don't have this knight a4 resource anymore, and you're stuck with the knight, and exactly what we speculated about a few moments ago did happen. Now Hikaru is already objectively better, time is also evening out, and he has a clear way to improve. Maybe knight g2, maybe bishop g2. You have moves to play, whereas black is just stuck. What do you do with this knight? How do you untangle? It's not obvious at all. And Arjun now under pressure. So this game is definitely heating up, but for the Hikaru fans, it looks like it is definitely going in the right direction now. Just a few moves ago, Hikaru was clearly worse, but Arjun missed the chance, and now the tables might have turned to Judith.
Yes, and this is chess. No matter whether it's freestyle or classical, this is chess. This is the psychology of chess. This is when an incredible, experienced player plays, right? That they hang on, they don't give up. We could see the body language of Nakamura. He went, okay, I'm ready to sacrifice my queen. I'm going to get out of the cage and I'm going to bite. And then somehow Arjun played, okay, rook c8, maybe I optimize the circumstances, how I'm going to play knight c3. No, you missed the moment.
Yes, and you know what crossed my mind exactly at that moment when Arjun did not take the queen? That Magnus has sacrificed his queen against Abdusattorov. Magnus sacrificed his queen against Rapport. He won both games. And there were all headlines. And Hikaru was ready, okay, I will also sacrifice my queen. I can do it. And Daniel said, no, I will not give you this chance. And it will be very interesting after to ask the players that did this, for example, cross their minds? If not for Magnus's two queen sacrifice so far in the tournament, Arjun maybe would have just taken the queen.
Yeah, but the thing is that this initiative is something that strong players evaluate and treasure a lot, right?
Exactly.
So this is why Hikaru was ready to give up the queen, because after that already his pieces would be active.
Come to life.
Yes.
Exactly.
And in other hand, Arjun said, well, I don't want to give the activity for you even if I win the queen. So that was kind of understandable for me why Arjun did not continue the way with knight c3. At the same time, you have to make a choice, and maybe it was still the best move to make, and he had to play knight c3 because of knight e1, because the c4 knight is basically kicked out from its its good position.
Yeah, all the purpose of black's play is lost. However, okay, now we know that Hikaru has stabilized. He's probably also better. He's definitely very motivated. We can see on the video. But maybe let's take a look at the bird's eye view, because so many things are happening.
And we have a draw between Nepo and Vincent. Just now I saw the results, so there we are going to see a playoff. And at the same time, also Praggnanandhaa Vidit made a draw, which means that Praggnanandhaa moved forward, and he's going to be playing tomorrow for the 9th and the 10th place of the winner of Rapport and Gukesh.
Yes, and basically it means that for Vidit it's over. The tournament has finished.
Yes.
Yeah, and today he made a 97-point-something accuracy, and it was not enough. Yeah, this is how chess works. When you get your match and the opponent also plays perfectly, and they got, and the same applied to Jan Nepomniachtchi against Vincent Keymer. They also had some 96, 97 kind of accuracy.
Exactly, and in the meantime, I'm catching my eyes that Caruana is actually completely winning, having an exchange up, an extra pawn up. So it's only a matter of time, I believe, when Maxime.
But it's Maxime, and we talked about that Maxime will never go down without a fight, and he sacrificed the exchange, and he has a monster bishop on e4. Yes, so yes, against the computer this is dead lost. humanly speaking, wow, rook c3 after rook d2 is setting up rook g3 idea. Is that the move? Wow. Okay, it also shows that how many things you have to calculate, but we will come there in a minute or in a second.
Yeah.
Look at this, yeah, because the evil bar doesn't do justice to Fabiano Caruana MVL game. Probably Fabi found this computer precision with rook c3.
But he's like that.
Yes.
Actually, when he has a winning position, he very rarely misplays it, right?
Exactly. So I think let's jump into that game, because I would like to show this fantastic defense that Fabiano came up with. So the last move, and let me bring it back, because if we look at this, yes, white is an exchange up. Let's not even count pawns, because those pawns are not so important. I want to highlight the strengths in black's position. This pawn structure, e6, f5, pawn structure connected with the bishop on e4. This bishop is a monster, targeting the g pawn. White has a horrible pawn structure. Black has tons of activity with queen on g5, rook d8. You can very easily get under tremendous pressure here. And yes, the first line of the computer is what? Rook c3. Black was threatening with the deadly threat of rook d2, and instead of dealing with that threat, Fabiano finds a brilliant defense. Rook c3, and after rook d2, he will play the move, intermezzo move, rook g3. And white is so beautiful that after rook e2, rook g5, the rook connects and protects back on g2, and after queen takes g3, queen takes d2, the queen on d2 protects the mate on g2. Yeah, it just everything works out to perfection, and otherwise Fabiano will have the time to land his rook on g3, and then we can't be talking about the weakness on g2 anymore.
Well, it is an essential victory if Fabi collects it, and you can see on his heart rate, he just few seconds ago it was 120, and now he calms down completely as he understands that his position is secured, though still he will have to be playing some good move, because now black wants to capture on e5. But I believe rook g3 and also queen takes a6 is possible at some point. Though probably he wants to simplify, maybe rook d1, exchange rooks or something.
Well, but he still needs to keep an eye on the g2 pawns.
After
so
rook
yes,
g3.
Yes, you have to bring that rook to g3. Yeah, that was the whole purpose of rook c3, yeah, correct?
Or it's possible to play, what do you think about rook c1 maybe? And after queen e5, rook c8.
Yeah, that's, now that rook d2 is not a threat anymore, actually it looks tempting.
But I think in this game, it's like...
Now it's clear that Fabi is...
I mean, it's hard to imagine that Fabiano will be misplaying this, and it's a matter of technique, though he has only 6 minutes, so it's not over yet. But he has a very, very good chance to win the match. Because I want to go desperately to the bird's eye view to switch after that, just to see what's going on the other boards. And I see that Magnus is also struggling, because he also is an exchange down. Look at that, what's going on the boards.
Wow. Yes, well, it was the logical conclusion that he went pawn hunting with this 97 knight f5.
So he got his punishment.
He got his punishment, exactly. That's how it works. That's the way it should work. And I also feel like he picked the wrong guy against Nodirbek, because Nodirbek loves this craziness. Yeah, that he has the initiative, he can target something and calculate. He brings all the pieces into the fight. And is Magnus able to fight back? The position is so crazy, and we just jumped in. I think we should ask Nicholas to quickly highlight that how serious advantage Nodirbek has. Is he already winning, maybe? Or is Magnus having chances to fight back?
I think it is close to winning. I mean, just looking at the position, white is up in exchange. White does have active pieces. There's some stability for black here on the right side of the board. The knight and the bishop, they're all nicely protected. But the heavy pieces, they're not really in the game. Black is trying to win this pawn on d6. So the last move was knight c7. There was the threat to play a6, followed by knight takes d6. Why knight c7, you might wonder? So that after knight takes d6, actually Nodirbek's intention is probably to go queen c5, activate the queen, protect the knight, hit the knight on d6, and after the knight moves, let's say to f7, then I can come in even with the rook to e7, and this is exactly Nodirbek's play. Active, aggressive, playing forward. This looks very good. And if the knight goes to f5, well, then I can stabilize the knight with my next d-pawn. And this knight is very powerful. It's completely limiting the queen and the rook, controlling the e8 square. So this seems to be fairly hopeless, to be honest. So you should not take the pawn on d6. You should probably try b6 here to stop queen c5. But honestly, it seems that Magnus is on the verge of collapsing here. It seems if he cannot find a few more precise moves, then it might be all over very soon. So Abdusattorov might get the win he needs to take the match to a tiebreak, Stuart.
Absolutely. What a game today by Nodirbek. A must-win situation. He posed treble for Magnus after move 3. It was very clear. Also, Magnus admitted in the confessional booth. It was an incredible, difficult position for Magnus because the queen started out from g8 and it came out to e6. Something was really wrong with that move. And after that, Abdusattorov continued the game where Magnus somehow ended up going from g8 with the queen to e6, d6, and ended up on b8. And look at how desperate that queen is, especially that the white knight standing on c7 and the e file is completely controlled as well. So, I mean, this position is something that you could almost resign with black. Yeah. I don't think Magnus has too much hopes in this position to save this.
Yeah,
it's
not
almost
much.
Impossible. I mean, I'm even thinking that in the next move, if I mean, maybe even queen f5 would be something one might consider because the queen is just so passive on b8. It's not only that white has a material advantage, but simply it just looks so bad. And okay, he played b6,
yeah,
of course.
Magnus is Magnus, finds the best move in a bad position. So
but I don't think he wants to play this game on.
Well, but
he plays because
try.
he has to.
He will, yeah, he will try. However, before we continue with this game, I just want to highlight that Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has resigned against Fabiano Caruana. So we have the first semi-finalist in Fabiano Caruana, who was suffering to qualify, and we talked about this, that actually once you are in, it doesn't matter how you finish the preliminaries, the knockout, the round-robin stage, because it's a new tournament. He knocks out MVL from the winner's bracket and advances to the semi-final with a fantastic strategic performance.
Yes, and actually today he really played well, I think.
Fantastic.
We can play that. He played well, he played calm, and the g5, which was most likely a mistake by Maxime, he immediately played this knight b5, nice touch, and pinpointed the weakness of black's play. In this position, queen f4 seems to me a very logical move to protect the d6.
Because if black plays g5, then your queen sacrifice becomes more and more attractive. Of course, we don't need it. Maybe we should even forget about it.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that the queen is really so desperate.
Yes.
And no place, no activity, no nothing. It's just paralyzed on b8. But interesting.
Opted for rook c1.
Enough, rook c1, of course.
And then b5. A nervous move by Magnus. He just played b6, now he pushes b5. This can't be right. It can't be good.
But is there a good move in this position, I'm asking?
Yeah, but before we said that b6, we understand that's why it was the best move, because it covers the c5 square. Now, all of a sudden, okay, some things have changed. White has moved the rook away from e1 to c1. Magnus gets up, or he removes the jacket. Let's get into fighting mood. That's what he's signaling. I haven't given up yet. I know my position is difficult, but I'm going to dig deep down, and I hope, because actually black has a hope. White has double pawns. We should highlight that just in case if black somehow survives, there are ideas that maybe some fortress exchange done, he might be able to hold, but right now, of course, it's very far.
Well, the question is whether can white stop black capturing the d6 pawn in good circumstances. Because let's say if black would be on move and can take knight takes d6, queen c5, black can maybe go queen b6 trying to exchange. And if queen b6, a b6, white has an exchange up, but it's not so easy to convert because the d6 knight is somehow defending everything. And then the c7 knight is also suddenly
not that impressive anymore.
Not impressive because the queen from b8 came out of the box. But
that's what kind of difference removing the jacket means, yeah? Magnus immediately corrects b6 with b5. I'm having ideas, yeah? Wow, it's really nice to see the fighting spirit, and also that he wants to signal to Nodirbek that don't even think or dream about that you will win this game easily.
But you know, maybe Magnus is happy that the rook moved from e1, that all this kind of rook e7 move is not in the air anymore?
Yes, that could easily be. And the clock situation, okay, Nodirbek is now under 6 minutes. This is why I'm highlighting this, because when you have bad position and you are trying to put the maximum resistance, then you are very happy if your opponent is burning time and he goes under 5 minutes. King h2, I'm loving this move, because sidestepping of any kind of ideas on this a7 g1 diagonal, protecting the g3 pawn, which is the weakness in white's camp. The pawn on d6 will be sacrificed anyway.
You know what I can say? If Magnus is saving this game, he wins the tournament. Because it means it's not only that he is in incredible good form, but all the stars are standing for him.
Everything aligns for him, yes?
Yes.
But don't tell this to Fabi. He just advanced to semifinal. He's also hoping I'm catching up my momentum. Yeah, no, okay, but it still will be a very tough fight. Black has a good pawn structure, and this bishop on g4, I think this gives the cement. Yeah, people know that I like to call this cement kind of stuff, and I do see that thanks to this bishop on g4, which guards back on the d7 pawn, Black has chances to hope for something. Yeah, queen c5 kind of inviting this endgame.
It's interesting. I don't understand exactly why king h2 was important. Can you tell me?
Well, otherwise maybe some knight e4 jumps and then the g3 pawn will be hanging and that hits the rook. Then who knows, somewhere some knight e2 fork. It was prophylactic. I love this king h2 move. Just for the prophylactic reasons. Time table is approaching.
I thought Black is going to be playing queen b6.
Anyway, yeah? No, but the point was that you had to make a move. Yeah, that after b5 you couldn't move the queen because the g3 pawn was hanging. Yeah, so he felt like I anyway don't have a good useful move. This will help me.
But why don't I have useful move like b4 or something? Isn't it a useful
Well, and
move?
you about pawn protection, you are too ambitious. Yeah, you want the maximum. I want safety. Yes, that's the difference. Yeah, who knows? Okay, anyway, Nodirbek opted for this. Yeah, knight takes d6, queen c5. He might be seeing this endgame that we talked about after queen b6.
What can you tell us, Nicholas? Does Black have better drawing chances than before?
I think it's about the same. And he has just played queen b6. Yeah, Magnus sees his best chance in this endgame, which will probably arise now after queen takes b6, a takes b6, where the knight on d6 is beautifully placed because it's protecting a pawn on b5. It cannot be attacked. The knight on c7 is for the moment also out of the game. But in the end, white is up in exchange for just one pawn. The knight on c7, it's not so great, but at the same time, it's still stopping the rook from f8 to join to go on the e-file and become active. So I think here white still has very good winning chances. And after queen b6, however, b4 was played.
Judith's move.
Oh,
okay.
Oh, b4 is
you
not
fed
good.
the prophylactic, yeah? B4 on the board.
Why do I need my king on h2, Nicholas?
You don't need your king on h2 here.
No, Nicholas, don't do this to me.
No, instead of king h2 earlier, white could have also played rook e1 and would have fulfilled a lot of the same functions as king h2, but king h2 was the second best move. b4, so up to the turn was saying, we can trade queens, but on my terms, if you take on c5 now, I'm very happy because I'll take back with the pawn, and Magnus will for sure not do that. That would be terrible. So instead, we see like the standoff. Who will trade first? But I think basically black can almost never trade. Maybe rook c8 has the intention to trade so that, let's say I play rook fe1. Now if I trade, at least white has to more or less take with the rook, because if the pawn takes this already would be not so bad for black, because this bishop is just perfectly placed here, protecting pawn d7, and black keeps the rook on the board and has some chances. So rook c8, Magnus's chances have slightly improved, but he is definitely still in a lot of trouble here.
I agree, and I have to tell you that a few moves ago, when white had still the pawn on d6, I thought Magnus has no chance at all.
Yes.
And now it's like the beast came out of the cage.
Really? The Cemento spirit is on.
The Cemento beast is.
Yeah. No, I don't know. I mean, black really improved significantly with b5, queen b6.
And what I very much like in this structure, that why I did not like the move b4 intuitively, that whenever we traded queens on b6, I wanted to use that b4 square for the rook, rook f4, rook b4. Now after b4, basically what Nodirbek is signaling that I will never take on b6. Because queen b6 AB, then this knight on c7 will be completely trapped, finished. It can never get out.
I agree, but I don't know what the knight on c7 is doing and how that thing will come out.
Yes, exactly. It's kind of trapped. I don't know. The big question for black to find the neutral move, just to pass it for white. Will white actually try to target the a7 pawn? Because then you could take away, touch the Achilles because that's the pawn that keeps this a7 pawn queen b6 construction alive. If you touch that, you
and
remove that. Rook c8 played. Correct. It makes perfect sense. So can we play rook e1 with the idea rook e3 and then rook a3? Something like this, because I need my rook on the third rank. Are we able to do that? Because touching this pawn, that would be great.
Well, for now, I think it's almost for sure that he's going to go rook e1.
The point is that after rook c8 now, yes, rook e1 on the board. Black will have the possibility of taking on c5, for example, after rook e3, queen c5, because b takes c5, knight c5. For example, black plays now a move like king b7 or some knight takes b5. Yeah, king f7 I can't play. Then queen b6, ab, knight b5 wins. Just to highlight this little tactic that if king comes closer, then queen b6, a b6, knight takes b5. With the idea knight takes b5, rook takes c8 is simple. And if rook takes c1 first, then knight b5 takes d6 with a check. Intermezzo wins the game. That's a very crucial kind of line. And the reason why I put the king on f7, or I came up with this idea of going king f7, because what I highlighted that after rook e3, queen takes c5, I just wanted to step out of eventual some rook e8 checks, but I blundered because b takes c5 is impossible because of rook takes c7. So what I wanted to say, knight c4, rook e8 is not relevant at all.
But I think at some point, even queen takes b6, a takes b6, knight b5 can something to be considered. I mean,
and then rely on the a pawn.
Can we look at that? If
for example,
rook e1 is of course on the board, but let's say just the
for example, king
itself.
h8. It's a bad move. Just to illustrate Judith's point. Queen takes b6, a b6, and maybe even this knight takes b5 idea. Let's just appreciate. Rook takes c1, rook takes c1, knight takes b5 and a4, and all of a sudden, how are these pieces fighting against the a4?
Well, a4 is one thing. I was also thinking that rook c8, rook b8 is possible, though you go counter chance with knight c3, but maybe a4, a5. It is something that black has to be very much paying attention, right?
Yeah.
So this was also immediately, instead of rook e1, it was an option for white. But rook e1, I mean, it was expected that this will be standing on the board.
Yeah, you need this move, and I think also very unpleasant for Magnus, and that's why b4 was a good move. Yes.
b4 was a good move.
b4 was a good move, because you should anyway never take on b6, yeah? So all these ideas that I take...
Unless it's winning, and then we go knight b5.
Yes, exactly. So this b4 and just keeping black boxed in, and then finally forcing him to trade on c5, as Nicholas beautifully highlighted, then trading the queens on our own terms. That's what black can never afford, but what to do then? And the clock is ticking, 2:40 for Magnus.
Now I understand maybe why king h2 was played, because if the king would be on g1, rook c7
would also be.
But it's not working. Queen
but
b6.
king h2 was good.
Yeah.
Julie, just please, I already acknowledged b4 was good. Please do me this favor as well. Yeah, queen takes c5. Now I'm guessing that, well, actually white has a choice, but does white really have a choice, so we just take with the rook?
No, Nicholas just pointed out that we have to watch it. BC,
because then, yeah, this
you keep the rook.
Yes.
You keep the rook, and the g4 bishop is incredible powerful defender.
Exactly.
Over the d7.
So rook c5 is kind of a must, but it also shows that Nodirbek is thinking about it, that
but
it's
maybe
not that
after rook
obvious.
c5, black wants to go knight b7, and when the rook comes back to c3 or somewhere, black can go back with the knight to d6.
Of course, this is what you're going to do. No surprise in it. You have to dig there, you have to avoid any kind of traps, tactical tricks. Just one more time, that if b takes c5, then rook takes c7, cd6, and then black hides that rook, and black might even be better, I don't know it. Practically speaking, at least black is completely out of any danger. So after queen c5, white needs to take with the rook. It will be played pretty soon.
Maybe can we go for the bird's eye view just to see the left, the other two games which is still running, because I think we will probably come back and zoom in because we are going to focus on this one. But in the meantime, Rapport is going to be a draw, so he's going to be moving forward playing with Praggnanandhaa for 9th and 10th place, I believe. And of course, the other big matchup still going. It is Nakamura and Arjun. Maybe we can go for a short look at that position. What do you think?
But here things are already in time trouble, or there also. But it's such a strategical position. Of course, we can quickly check it out.
Just very quickly to check what is the evaluation, what do we expect, and then we will come back here.
I think Hikaru has a very nice risk-free advantage, and I'm expecting him, to be honest, to convert this. Yes, let me bring it up. Yeah, we have it.
We have the game of Hikaru, just to understand that now it is Hikaru who is pushing, pressing. Oh, what a beautiful change of structure, the d4 pawn.
Yes.
Ended up,
the knight landed on e5, forced the trade on e5,
exactly.
d takes e5, the criticized bishop on f2 came to life, the monster knight on c5 is still alive, and black has this typical problem when two knights are fighting for the one and only good square. Now Hikaru even removes the knight.
Because he wants to regroup it to d4, c6 possibly.
Yeah, also now hitting the c7 knight, potentially also targeting the a7 pawn, and as you mentioned also, who knows, the knight might... It's a very direct, concrete idea. Clock situation, 5 minutes each. It's a blitz game.
Okay, so do you want to go back to...
Yeah, I feel very sorry for Arjun. Yeah, he had that wonderful position where black was enjoying himself, and all of a sudden now it's all a one-man show. Hikaru is calling the shots.
Maybe we wait until we see the move, because Abdusattorov is thinking, and he decides to go bc5.
No, I cannot believe this. What is he seeing that we don't see? Rook b7 will be blitzed out, and will pay attention to Magnus's body language. He will be so happy. We have to focus. Let's go full screen on Magnus.
Oh my God. He blundered rook b7.
Yes.
He completely blundered rook b7, I think.
Look at this.
No, he didn't blunder this. I mean, otherwise black would just resign if he couldn't keep the rooks on the board.
Yes,
must be something else he has missed, or let's see.
Yeah, because where is the target? What else can he do?
So now, for example, king h7 is an only move.
Yeah, but of course I'm going to go king h7, stepping out of all these mating ideas.
Because king f7, rook e1, rook e7, rook g8 takes the g7. But even that is not the end of the world.
Yeah, so he will try to go after the g7 pawn, So he will sacrifice the d6 pawn, but...
Sacrifice?
Well...
It's going to be taken.
And look at
phrasing.
This. Look at my arrows. Rook takes d6, rook takes d5, and eventually rook g5, protecting the g7 weakness. So rook a8 is played. No, but this is... I'm not a believer. Oof.
The beast is out of the cage.
Now for sure.
I think for the very first time today after f6, Magnus feels that, okay, thank you very much. I'm going to hold this. There is no way I ever going to lose this thanks to this grip. The cemento bishop g4, protecting on d7. The bishop on g4 is protected by the pawn on h5. And there is no real way to get access to the only real weakness on g7, because black guards everything. Magnus pushes b4.
And after rook c7, rook b6, rook a7, rook d6. Okay, but he's going to go rook b7, capture the b4.
Yeah, but I will also get this rook d2. Who knows, then bishop f3 idea is coming. I just cannot believe with all this activity that white has any chances. I just don't see it.
Incredible.
Absolutely incredible. By the way, maybe Magnus just wants to push b3. That's another strategy. Just to trade the b pawn for the a pawn and rely on the fact that this hand is protected and I'm going to target your d pawns afterwards. Not even to give any...
That's very possible.
That's also...
And the pawn structure on the king's side is exceptionally amazing for black.
Yes.
It's the most optimal it can be, f6, g7, h5, right? With having the bishop on g4.
Yeah, Nodirbek enters with the rook to c7.
And he has a full self-confidence. You can see with the movement, rook c7, I'm winning.
No, but look at this. He's shaking the chair. He's nervous. He's nervous. And Magnus thinks like, what do you want from me?
No, the question is now rook d5 or rook b5 or rook b6? Which pawn to attack?
Yeah, that's a big question.
Well, it doesn't really matter if you want to follow up with b3, actually.
But is it important to follow it up with b3, or you can just do this, what my intuition told, that just terminate everything and rely on bishop f3 also as a counterplay?
I think both should be fine, but b3 is fairly clear-cut.
I can't believe it that Magnus is escaping in this game.
As so often.
And how many chances Nodirbek got in this match? Yeah, in the first game after the opening, he had the upper hand. Now he had extremely good chances, crushing Magnus. And then somehow this magic, yeah, around Magnus, yeah, that he removed his jacket, this b6 followed by b5, queen b6, had a psychological impact on Nodirbek.
It's, you know, I don't know how you say it in English. It's like when these magicians kind of people, right? They tie them up with all...
Straitjacket, out of the straitjacket.
Yeah, like they tie them up with all these lockers.
And
we have a
Hungarian,
Hungarian famous guy also, David Merlini.
Yes.
And you tie them up, you put them underwater, and they have a certain number of minutes to get out of it, right? This is what exactly happened to Magnus.
Yes.
He was tied up.
Completely.
Underwater.
Yeah, so we see rook b5, rook takes a8 to a7. It doesn't really change much.
So now you have a choice. You can take on d5 and go for the plan that you mentioned with rook d2, bishop f3, or you can play b3. Both are sufficient.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, so Magnus just needs to decide, and he has a very comfortable choice. In the meantime, Hikaru actually collected that pawn on a7, so he's pawn up. But all eyes now on Magnus. Will he be able to survive? And it seems like he will.
And it's curious that Nodirbek went for this when there was no clear drawback of the other position, where he's also just an exchange up. And
it is a very, very poor judgment. and it's not understandable why. Right?
Yes. Of course, it's easy for us to say. And by the way, Rapport made the draw as expected, so he wins his mini-match against Gukesh and will play Praggnanandhaa for the 9th place and some Grand Slam points. So we just have 2 games remaining, Abdusattorov Carlsen and Nakamura Erigaisi. And we might end up with just 1 tiebreak in the end. It could be just between Keymer and Nepomniachtchi.
Exactly.
That's the only one so far.
This is what I was just thinking about. Like, we were standing pretty different some time ago, but...
Wait a
B3.
second, and if I play rook c7 to b7, how do you react?
Well, I can trade also the rooks.
Yes, but okay, this was the... And then the king goes to e5 and collects the pawns. Or how is this?
I will not get my king to e5 in time, yeah?
Because visibly Nodirbek is surprised by b3 that...
You get to your king to e5.
Ah, yes.
Easily.
Yes, I think you get. This is the problem. And then you take all the pawns. This is the problem. It's a move per move kind of stuff. Let me just illustrate with arrows. So rook b7, rook b7, rook b7, b takes a2. Rook has to go to a7. Then black immediately starts the king journey, king g6. After rook takes a2, king f5. The bishop from g4 controls the e2 square, so you cannot get to the e file. What a monster bishop this g4 is. And then black gets access to king e5 and...
No, but there is one thing. If after rook a7, king g6, rook a2, I have to grab the pawn, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, this is actually quite critical that black is in time to bring the king to e5. Otherwise, white would be maybe winning.
And this is the reason why Magnus opted for b3. He calculated it perfectly. And he will escape. And look at this. Whenever a chess player grabs the water, pours water, and like this, means that he's super confident. Yes, thank you very much. I'm in the body language. Look at this. And poor Nodirbek. Now he's calculating all this and cannot believe just one tempo. What a monster bishop. Protecting h5, d7, and taking away the e2 square in the critical line.
I wouldn't believe it that against Nodirbek he escapes.
Yes.
In this position.
And look at this. We could see the eyes of Nodirbek. He just cannot believe what he sees there.
And Magnus knows it with 1 minute and 15 seconds on the clock that this one, I'm not going to be losing and I'm proceeding to the semifinal.
Yeah, and this a takes b3 is a very sad choice because clearly Nodirbek wanted to use the moment to play rook b7 to trade the rooks because now I just don't see it. Rook takes d7 doesn't work. Yeah, then black just takes and gets the rook behind the d pawn and takes on d5 and will control the d6 pawn. So Nodirbek goes rook c5.
And if Magnus wins, it means that he's going to be facing Fabi.
Wow. Wow.
So the semifinals are heating up there. What's the idea behind rook c5?
We are protecting the d5 pawn, but...
So now the question is for black. Should I go rook b6 and grab the pawn on d6? Is there any drawback? Maybe what he wants, actually, to give up the pawn, and if he would take on d6, then I go rook b5.
And then the rook is trapped.
Your rook is trapped, though you can go bishop e2 and...
But I don't even want to touch this d6 pawn.
Yeah, probably you don't even think about it.
There's absolutely nothing. Yeah, but just to illustrate what you are highlighting, because it's beautiful, rook d6, rook takes d6, and then suddenly maybe white can take away all the squares from the rook, and then the rook is awkward. Yes, black has this...
But I can set up my rook to rook c5 to a5, and after rook b6, rook b7.
Yes. Okay, Magnus goes rook b6, maybe not with the intention of... Well, your idea would be then not to play rook c5 to a5. And if rook takes d6, rook b7 would be the thank you very much approach. And then start walking with the king.
From h2 to g1.
Why did we put that king on h2, right?
No, just a reminder, but no.
By the way, Nakamura is winning.
He's winning, yes.
He just played a little combination, little tactic. But I think we'll stick with this game.
And actually,
we
he grabbed another pawn, right?
He grabbed another pawn.
And black's construction is falling apart. Yeah, king g1 played. Yeah, the king is heading towards the... But the problem is you cannot abandon these pawns, because if you run away with the king, black might start collecting these pawns, and then the h-pawn will decide the game, or at least give...
Well, first of all, I think black will just play rook b1 check, king f2, rook
b2 check, yes, exactly. No, but Magnus even takes, because he's confident enough that rook b5, he has bishop e2, and then next move now he can already come back to b6, and those weak pawns are not running away.
Yeah, interesting. He just grabs the pawns.
Well, if not for the match situation, he might start playing for a win.
I didn't dare to say it myself.
Yeah, it's just so comfortable with black. You know that you can't lose even if you want. This is very comforting.
I think it's a little exaggeration.
Yes, but I wanted to highlight the point, yeah, that how confident black's position is, yeah, that of course you can always blunder something. Yeah, rook b5 is played, but now bishop e2 comes. Give white one more tempo, king f2, taking white at e2 pawn, and there is so much to talk about.
I'm surprised that
No,
Nodirbek
but
just...
bishop, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Bishop e2, rook a5, and you have to go back with the bishop and then rook b7, because d7.
No, I can play bishop c4 and eliminate the d5
Because
pawn.
you always come up with
Yes,
moves,
I'm the
Peter.
bad guy, I know.
Sorry, Nicholas, you had...
No, I was just saying that it's surprising he played king g1. He could have played rook ca5, and if rook takes d6, there's at least the idea to play rook a6 to try and trade the rooks. So he didn't need to just give up the pawn for nothing.
Yeah, but I think he's completely frustrated.
Yes, of course he is.
He knows that that's it. He had a golden opportunity to bounce back. And I don't know, whenever anyone has bounced back against Magnus, Magnus even says, you know what, I don't need bishop e2, I will play bishop f5, and I will target the d5 pawn with bishop e4, also maybe include bishop d3, but finally it will be the same. The d5 pawn will be eliminated, and it's a theoretical draw.
So what is Nodirbek up to?
Well, both players have like 50 seconds each, but clock doesn't mean anything. Players have 30 seconds extra time per move. Rook a4, eliminating the bishop e4 option. So that white doesn't need to worry about, but okay. Somehow it surprised me that Magnus voluntarily went for it, but on the other hand, the rook on d6 cannot be trapped.
Just give me a lot of king moves.
Yes. Yeah, but what I wanted to say that somehow if white could set up with rook b4, rook a5, but whenever white plays rook ba5, then rook b6 comes. If rook a b4, then rook a6 comes. There's just no way of trapping that rook. Bishop d3 on the board.
Rook c5.
So now the rook can escape its prison. But white can at least play g4. I mean, that must be some kind of achievement, even though it doesn't change anything.
I like that.
Yeah, that's already a step forward, but will black play h4 after g4 or not? Normally h4 is the ambitious reaction, but...
Oh, will Magnus just move the bishop back to f5?
Yeah, and no, he goes f5. Okay. Okay, that was his idea. He thinks that, okay, I will just land that bishop on e4. I will always have this rook g6 counter play against the weak pawn, so white's king will never be able to get away from the king side. Very nice play by Magnus. That was his overview, so his rook on d6 was never in any danger of getting trapped. Yeah, he would have never acted, never did this balancing act with the rook if he hadn't foreseen that I have another escape route.
f5, bishop e4.
Very nice.
Well, of course, if white is going to be pressing like crazy and goes with the king to e3,
Yes.
d4, then
He can just lose the game.
G pawns can fall off.
Yeah, look at Nodirbek. Yeah, he's just so upset, so frustrated.
What a heartbreaker this situation is. I mean, he had his victory in his hands.
He had so many opportunities.
I'm not even sure who I can name who would be able to turn it around like Magnus did today from that position.
Yes, yes, it was very much his trademark kind of thing. Okay, Hikaru is something similar. He's
yeah,
also
but you know,
digging
there
in
are
like
some
this.
situations like yesterday. He had the first position, but it was a complicated middle game, d6, lot of details, nuances, small things that Nodirbek had to be playing properly in order to keep his advantage, right? But in this position, it was like such a passive and material down in Magnus' position. I mean, knight on c7, pawns completely paralyzing black's position, d6, d5. Rooks on the open file on c5.
Yeah, but white had this bad pawn structure on the king side, yeah, and this bishop on g4 was sitting. That was probably Magnus's hope, yeah, that he has some hope to survive, and he makes it a reality. Look, ba5 happened. It does not change anything now. The d5 pawn can be grabbed, but do we want to take this pawn at all?
Why not? You don't want to trade rooks.
Because Peter wants to tease us already that black is playing for a win, yeah?
No, not for a win, but the problem is that I'm in Zugzwang otherwise. Yes, okay, Magnus just takes. No nonsense. Let's just head for the... And by the way, also this bishop on d7, this pawn on d7 supports the bishop, so black will set up very comfortable fortress. Maybe black doesn't even need a fortress because the g2 pawn is always hanging. Rook a6, cutting the king.
Bishop c6.
Yeah, bishop c6. Sit on the square, activate the king. King g6, king f6. And normally when with the pawn on h4, then white could play g3 and then activate the king. But he will always be tied to the g2 pawn.
Well, it's very hard to imagine how black can lose it after he's bringing his king, right? Up to g6, g5, or f6.
No, there's also nothing to play for. That's the other problem. Nodirbek knows that he needs to win, but he might just offer a draw. Yeah, and draw agreed.
Okay, so it's finished. And
another Magnus magic. What a save.
Absolutely, absolutely. Absolutely. He shows his strength in every part of the game. Incredible.
What a relief.
Well, he's not happy with his play, that's very clear, and he's not proud of his victory today, but he's proud of the result and he's happy that he moved to the semifinals.
Of course. Because we know how much it means for Magnus to win this event, and now he's setting up this tremendous semi-final against Fabiano.
So let's go to the final game of today, which is still running between Hikaru Nakamura and Arjun Erigaisi, because there are also some upsets going to be happening, because it is unbelievable. The Indian talented grandmaster, he had such an amazing position today, again against Hikaru. Yesterday he was almost winning, and it was turning around, and actually at the end he was fortunate not to lose the game. But today he's very close. Also in time he's down a little bit, but the bigger problem is that white has the bishop pair, and 2 pawns, extra pawns. Bishop will show up on f5 at some point, I believe. Black is very close to collapse.
Well, the good news is that against bishop f5, no, even this is not working because the queen is also protected. I wanted to highlight queen d1 check, king g2, knight takes f4, and then queen d5 check, picking up the bishop, but it's not picking up. The queen protects the bishop. Then it's absolutely hopeless.
It's...
Even white can, yeah, okay. Hikaru just says, well, you know what, I don't need to win immediately, I'm 2 pawns up. I'm having also the advantage of the pair of bishops. You are completely paralyzed. nothing to calculate here.
Absolutely, absolutely. And there is, I mean, these guys, like, they really, it's not, it's like the last time when Vincent took the queen instead of checkmate. Here also, I don't want bishop f5 and all these things. I go queen c1, I defend everything. I have the pair of bishops. You have your king on h7, which can be in danger. So bishop f1 or bishop g2, what is he going to be playing, you think?
Bishop f1.
And bishop f1 is on the board.
It is so much more aesthetical, yeah? And the bishop is coming to d3.
Immediate threat is bishop d3, yes.
Yeah. Perfect harmony. Also the c4 square, yeah, the bishop can even go to c4 if king goes back to g8. Yeah, knight f6, okay.
Well, yesterday Nakamura was very sharp and unhappy and giving statements after the game. He was not happy at all what was happening in the opening. And but today somehow, in crucial moments, he made the right decisions and he turned the game around.
Yeah, the threat of the queen sacrifice was too much for Arjun to handle. I think it was a psychological thing. This is, I know how it works, yeah, on the highest level. Yeah, you remember the games, the headlines that featured the tournament and so on. I really believe. Maybe I'm making it up, but I don't think that I really believe in it.
I think actually to have experience, one of the main aspects of it, that you can feel the crucial moments better. And I think Hikaru felt that this was a good decision, whether it's good or not. And basically that was the turning point.
Yes, it was the turning
point.
That
for Arjun, he did not consider it as the crucial moment of the game.
He felt like he has position under control. I don't need to cash in with the...
Yes.
Yes.
And he was thinking that, okay, I can go there or I can play this. And he was not aware of it, that no, the other version is something that maybe things are shifting from a better position to a worse. And that's where White was able to regroup the knight to e1. And somehow within a few moves, Black was not having such an active position anymore.
Yeah, my feeling was that when Hikaru got the chance to play knight e1, that Hikaru will never lose. And when he even got rook d2, rook c2, I felt like, okay, there is almost no way he will not win this.
You said it, that it's a turning situation.
It was so much in the air.
Yeah, Hikaru is making the very professional, very secured moves, defending his king with the pair of bishop on f1 and f2.
And a4. Yeah, there is the extra a pawn as well. White is just pushing the pawns.
And the bishops on f1 and f2 is supporting that passed pawn so well and powerful.
Knight f5 played. Okay, somehow I believe that my generation, and I count myself in the generation of Vichy, Chucky, Gelfand, and so on, we would resign here. Because we just don't believe at all. There are no scenarios. But I know that the younger generation plays it out. They are still hoping that maybe somewhere something can happen.
I'm also your generation, but I would play.
Okay. Okay. Svidler was very famous of resigning in positions which was not even dead lost.
Actually, he even resigned when it was a draw.
Yes, okay, in that one game against Kramnik. But no, I also against Vichy, yeah?
No, against Vichy,
yes,
I was
also.
there.
Yeah, those Hermanas. Those Hermanas. The other one, Vaikanzi, and this one.
Queen b5, what a powerful move. If Black is not exchanging the queen, bishop d3 next move.
Yeah, it's all over.
I mean, what a technique by Nakamura.
I'm a chess fanatic. I always love to give lines, but there is nothing to talk. I just can't even mention the move because everything is winning, and Hikaru very smoothly, comfortably will win. He's also giving the sign that, yes, I know this is in my bag. No surprise is possible here.
Now he's looking if bishop d3 immediately, or should I go bishop c4 first, pushing back the queen to c8, and then to go bishop d3. But it's a joy already to, well, which one, how, right?
Or bishop h3. You have so many choices.
Oh, bishop h3.
But bishop h3 will never play. That's not harmonious enough.
Yes, that's true.
He will not play this move. Bishop c4.
Bishop c4.
In fact, talking about online cheatership and everything, whoever plays bishop h3 here can be banned. Yes, because nobody, not a single good player who gets this position will play bishop h3 here. Never. Only computer can play bishop h3. It's something to pay attention to. to programize the algorithm. You know that in such positions, but in order to do this, you have to consult some super grandmasters. They can give computer this advice, these hints, that such things are, you can't play bishop h3.
And bishop d3
Bishop
is
d3.
on the board.
Exactly. And yeah, we are praising Hikaru, rightly so, but I'm also feeling extremely sorry for Arjun. He was such an unpleasant opponent for Hikaru. He created problems for him in both games, and we know Hikaru being an incredible beast in this format, in all the all kinds of chess, all these knockouts and everything, so much experience. And Arjun had great chances in both games against Hikaru.
I mean, yesterday he was almost winning practically.
Yes.
So will he play a5 or queen c5?
Queen c5, because queen d7, queen a7 is a big problem now that black was forced to weaken the king, because this diagonal had to be closed.
Okay, queen e6.
Queen d7, queen a7, just highlighting, and this will happen. Queen
Because
a7
he
will be
blundered
blitzed
queen
out.
a7.
Look at there we go. And the handshake is coming. That was it. Poor Arjun. Yes.
Well done. Congratulations for Hikaru. He was turning things around after a difficult middle game. Let's listen what they are saying.
Arjun points to the point immediately.
Some move that I saw here that I was worried about. I think it might have been, was it G5 here or something? I felt like there had to be something through here. It felt like there should be something in this position. Right, because knight c3, knight c3, knight b4 is, yeah, it's fine. Knight c6, yeah. And your rook's on d or c? D8 and B8, right. So would you, no, actually, would you play rook c8 or?
I played queen d3.
Okay, so queen d6 or g3. Yes, right here. What was wrong with knight c3 here? Actually, this is what this is what I was. No, but the rook's on d8 and c8 now, no?
D8 and B8.
Sorry, I keep getting, no, but your queen's on d6.
Yeah, your queen's on g3.
Yeah, so knight c3, knight b4, knight takes d1.
Oh, no, here knight c3.
Yeah, knight b4 is not a move now.
Knight c3 with d3.
They're talking about a critical moment in the game.
I thought, is knight takes a2 a move?
Queen a1.
Yeah, and this, is rook b2, I wasn't sure. Is this winning for you or losing?
Knight b7.
I have knight b7 here. And after queen a1, if you go knight b4?
Take a knight b7.
Again knight b7, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I felt like there was something, because as soon as I get knight e1, it's fine. I mean, you should still be
This knight b2 was really bad.
Yeah, this is just a bad move. Already, I mean, I think at this point you should probably just go back and make the draw. But, yeah, it's just, I mean, because once I get knight e5, it starts to kind of go the wrong way.
Yeah.
It's like, I didn't understand. Yeah, I thought, I mean, why not just knight c5? just trade the knights. Right?
No,
you played knight a4, right?
Yeah.
And then.
I mean, instead of knight c3.
So I'm losing. Yeah, you play knight ac3. Why not just take the knight?
Pawn takes knight.
You were worried about pawn takes. This one. Okay. I was not convinced by this at all.
Okay.
I thought you would. I mean, I don't know where your queen is exactly, but I thought you could go like on the a5, like a5 to a4, something like this, with the queen. I wasn't convinced by this one.
Okay, you would have taken with the knight.
Yeah, I would have taken with the knight and just make the draw probably. Just argue that there's nothing. But maybe I can take with the pawn. Maybe. I didn't really consider this because I just figured it this because I thought that I went from being fine to being worse. I mean, I felt like it was very shaky around the time of this queen c1 rook d1 situation. I mean, maybe it's okay for me, but I felt like there's probably some trick there.
Yeah,
some
I
trick.
thought there should be,
But it's maybe it's nothing there. If you didn't see it, I didn't see it. Maybe not. And if you play knight b2, yeah, maybe knight b2 there instead of queen d6. I go rook e1, right?
Yeah, rook e1.
1, queen d6, probably g3 is similar to the game, yeah? Yeah, I mean, maybe there's nothing. I don't know. I felt like I really felt like there was something. But, I mean, I didn't see it either, so it's hard.
If anything, maybe it's g5, but...
Yeah, maybe a g5 somewhere, maybe.
But then you can also take bishop d5.
Right, yeah, I mean, it's very hard to judge there. Because my queen on c1 is very bad, right?
Yeah.
No, but I have rook e1 there. I have rook e1 in between. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's very, very hard to judge. I felt like there should be something for you. Just, to me, it felt like it. Okay. It's hard to play, obviously. And then it starts going the momentum after I get this, like, 95. It's going the wrong way.
Maybe king f7 was necessary.
Yeah, but I mean, it's still hard to play, no? Yeah. Because, I mean, basically when I went for this bishop f1, I mean...
Yeah, I did not realize knight b3 was that.
Yeah, because I want to go knight b3 right away, but then you have knight a6 and bishop a7, you play knight db4, and it's, I mean, I'm going to end up the pawn, but I think you have great drawing chances. Yeah, bishop c5 and still knight b4, right? Yeah, exactly. This one also, yeah, and you have great chances to save. Yeah, that's why I played bishop f1, but I mean, I wasn't... But if you don't go king h7, I mean, the problem is how do you get your knights to the right squares is the problem. I mean, because I'm still going to go for, I mean, knight b3 is still a big threat no matter what, right? Like, I'm not sure how you're supposed to deal with this threat. It feels pretty bad. Maybe there's some way to go some knight b4 and get the other knight to d5, but it feels very shaky. Yeah, it feels very shaky, yeah. Yeah, I mean, maybe bishop h5, actually. I mean, it seems like an obvious move, but I actually had a feeling bishop h5 might be wrong, just because it weakens e6. Like, I get to the bishop on g2 is worse than f3, because maybe d-file or something, but I actually thought you should leave the bishop there, and not go bishop h5. Because then e6 is always weak, no matter what. So. But, I mean, already it's kind of going the wrong way there. So. Yeah, okay.
Well, what an exciting game, and also afterwards I think it is beautiful to see the players discussing the games, and I don't know how much our audience could catch from that analysis, but you can see how the players were thinking, analyzing, debating, and of course they had their first impressions where things went wrong, and it was clear that for Nakamura also it was not so obvious, but he felt that he's bad. After knight e1 it is something really good already. But before we go on, and we will talk a little bit about that, I would like to invite us to see Magnus, what he had to say to us after his game.
Magnus, congratulations. You're through to the semifinals after drawing against Nodirbek, but it looked like you're in quite some trouble.
Yeah, this was kind of the opposite, honestly, of Weissenhaus earlier this year, where I couldn't really get going at all in the rapid, and once we started playing classical, I felt a lot better. This time, like 2 days in a row, I felt like so clueless out of the opening and just not figuring it out at all. And then when we get to like a faster phase, then I actually play well. So it's been a bit frustrating. I think he did a fantastic job today, putting a lot of pressure on me. But I kept fighting, and I don't know how, but somehow I escaped.
The cluelessness at the beginning, do you attribute it to the starting position?
Yeah, I feel like a little bit, but I think it's mostly a skill issue, to be honest.
You're lacking the freestyle chess skills, is that what you're saying?
Like right now I am. Like I just cannot figure it out.
Is that a matter of...
It's the beauty of the game. It's supposed to be hard. That's why we play like this.
You are through to the semifinals without needing a playoff, as is your opponent Fabiano Caruana. Your thoughts on that matchup tomorrow?
Yeah, I thought Fabiano put in a great performance today, and I think he's rounding into form, so that's going to be a very tough match.
Last night you were at the PSG Stadium watching the match against Aston Villa. How was that?
It was great. I'm probably late to the party, but I've really enjoyed watching PSG the last few months. They have a fantastic young team. I think they didn't have any players above 30 on the bench even, so that's how kind of fresh they are. They played great football, and atmosphere was great, and it was a fun game.
Good to hear. Magnus, congratulations. Best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Again, a smiling Magnus. Well, after this game, I'm not surprised that he escaped from here, that he is happy. But interesting that somehow in the classical game, he is not getting out of opening properly.
Yes, exactly. He was suffering. Yeah, he rushed with this F6. Then he tried to slow down. Yeah, he was thinking for half an hour, but already he couldn't really come up with any good move, good idea. Nodirbek will be kicking himself. This was such a big chance. It was his type of chess. He was putting Magnus on the ropes. And then, I don't know what happened. It really looked like he will win. And then suddenly this b takes c5, give up all the hopes. Even if you are not sure about this rook takes c5, how good or bad it is, are you going to break the fortress or not? You go for it and then you take it from there.
But I think when you make such a decision, which we are talking about how to capture on c5, and he decided to capture it with the pawn, you are in the position that you're so much winning that you are not realizing the shift where you give it away. And actually, probably after b takes c5, the win was giving away already.
Yes.
Because absolutely. The g4 magical bishop was such a defender already that it was no question about it. So that's quite amazing. The ease he played, Magnus, in the qualification part of the tournament, in the rapid games, it was very difficult for him to win against Nodirbek, contrary to Weissenhaus, where it was quite convincing.
Yes, I think also we can see that Nodirbek is adapting to the freestyle chess much better, because he played very well the rapid portion, the 10 minutes portion. I even don't really call it because it's almost like a blitz, especially in freestyle chess. 10 minutes are absolutely nothing. And then adapting to the classical part where he slowed down and had a wonderful time management. Making sure that he gets the control, he gets the type of positions. Exactly was doing that usually is Magnus's trademark, or had been the trademark so far. That's why Fiona also asked him that what happened. This is not the Magnus that we used to know in the classical portion. Magnus also beautifully highlighted that, that's the challenge. That's why it's so tough, because with this queen on g8, you don't know exactly how do you, with white it's much easier. You go f4, e4, f4, and the queen is in the game. A lot of challenges on the players. So far, what did we see? Hikaru and Fabiano qualified already from the lower placement. 5 to 8. So at the moment it's 2-1. Nepo is fighting against Vincent to keep the balance of the top 4 guys in the rapid section against the lower guys. It just shows that who cares about the preliminaries if you qualify, if you are in, you are getting the energy, get this going that I'm still alive, I get a chance.
Well, the excitement was accelerating right here. We are just about to go to the stage and see the drawing for the playoff. How do you feel about that match between Nepo and Vincent. What do you think? What are the mindset of both players?
Well,
we have little time to talk about that.
I would say that the epic battle continues. Yes, so the classical Porsche ended with 2 draws. I did not expect that. Yeah, because I knew the rivalry, knew this prestige and everything. Jan, however, after he allowed Vincent to play c5, c4, then I was kind of sure that in endgame, Vincent is very precise. and Jan, with all his dynamic possibility and playing quickly, putting pressure on the clock, will not really mean that much. Vincent comfortably held the draw, but now we are heading towards the 10 minutes portion, where, of course, Magnus, Nepo's, Speedy Gonzalez kind of attitude, yeah? Playing a tempo, putting the pressure, good moves, and as an opponent, you feel like only my clock is ticking. This is such a horror state. I do hope that Vincent gets confidence out of this, that actually such a beast like Nepo I was able to control in 2 classical games. It's 1-1. This is a match. I have my chances. I don't care that you are faster. You are supposed to be the favorite because I'm still in the game, and I will put a hell of a fight.
Well, now we are ready to see the drawing.
We only have
there
one playoff today, and it is for the final spot in the semifinals between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Vincent Keymer. The 2 players will play 2 games of rapid, 10 minutes plus 10 seconds. If they are still tied, we will move to blitz, 2 games, and if they are still tied, to Armageddon. In order to draw the next position, I would now like to welcome to the stage the president of the French Chess Federation, Grandmaster Éloi Relange.
It's 4-5-4.
Thank you very much, Éloi. The players will have 10 minutes. So to the players, good luck, and to the fans, enjoy.
Queen to D1.
Well, it is interesting situation right now because we have only 1 playoff, which means that no other player can help Nepomniachtchi nor Vincent, right? So now what we're seeing is that Nepomniachtchi is sitting alone there with a very social personality and looking at the new position, which you can see on the screen on the left side. There we have king on e1 on its initial square. Look at that. The 2 rooks are on its place. So castling will be done in a very natural way in this game. And what do you think, Peter, about the situation? How difficult it is for Nepo to handle this alone?
Well, for the moment, I'm a little bit puzzled. I'm trying to understand who plays with which color. Because Jan is sitting at the dark board, yeah, which would indicate that he's black, but at the same time he's sitting from the white side with the white pieces, so I would really love to get a confirmation that who is who in this game.
At the same time, while I'm going to get the information, it seems like
okay, so because Vincent preferred to sit at the board, that's why then Jan could choose if he sits at the white table or the black table.
Yes, this is what I believe as well.
I feel very sorry for Vincent that twice today he plays with the queen on g8 with black. because we know that this is one of the toughest and most unpleasant things to have a queen on b1 and b8 and g1 and g8. And then after solving the problem in the previous game in a brilliant way with the c5, c4, now he's faced with the same challenge. And in a 10 minutes game, how he'll get that queen into the game will be super difficult.
Yeah, this g1, g8 queen can be probably quite tricky. At the same time, at first, what comes to mind for me, if I just make 3-4 moves, if you allow me, I just go e4, f3, queen f2, bishop e2, and I castle. Then I go d4, and then I have a normal position.
And I haven't made a single move.
No, that's...
Yeah. No, I understand your point, because first of all, let's just highlight that the king is in the starting position. Yeah, the king is on e1, just as in normal chess. The bishop on f1, next to it also, harmoniously placed. The bishop on c1 is there, knight on b1, rook a1, rook h1. All these pieces are where they belong in classical chess. Only the queen and the knights
they're changed.
Are changed, yeah. Which of course makes a huge difference, because with queen d1, queen d8, knight g1, knight g8 position, I would be much less worried for Vincent.
Okay, so we have an interview from after the game with Vincent. Let's see what he had to say.
It must have been quite nice with black pieces to play such a safe game today, but still, you're going into rapid. Do you like that against Nepo?
Yeah, I think tie breaks have their very special rules. Of course, everybody wants to win the match before tie breaks, but yeah, I think again, I'm not happy with the way I handled the opening today, but yeah, I think after he allowed me this c4 trick, there was not that much left in the position, and again, it must have been a quite solid equal game.
Is Nepo a particularly difficult player to face when you go into these change in time format all the time? First from classical, then to rapid, then possibly to blitz?
Yeah, again, I think it really, since we're playing freestyle, it really depends on the position we get, how the opening goes. That really determines how the course of the game actually is. So, I don't think it's that clear whether any of us has an advantage by going to the tie breaks. It's always kind of nerve-wracking and difficult, but that goes for both.
But you're happy with your game right now and how you're playing?
Yeah, I don't think there was anything else for me to do today. I mean, I don't think I ever had real chances to win, so of course the draw is absolutely fine.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Maybe I can say that is the first time I've seen Vincent a little nervous, not that smiley, cheerful, casual guy, but he was kind of stressful on his face.
No, of course, you already played a very tough game, and you are in the middle of the battle. Yeah, it's not like after end of the day you give an interview when everything has settled, or before the match starts, or before the game starts today. When you are cheerful, you are coming freshly. Yeah, he is clearly exhausted. He also knows that he has one of the toughest challenges that's possible. Yeah, Jan Nepomniachtchi is a beast in any kind of fast time controls. Maybe the most unpleasant opponent. He's also very unpredictable. He puts you under tremendous pressure right from the start. If Vincent falls back on the clock and gets an unpleasant position, then I don't really see him fighting back against Nepo. So in this case, the first couple of moves, he needs to be fast and he needs to be super precise. Is this possible to do that? That's the big challenge.
And also it's a huge challenge that basically in this Grand Slam in Paris, the system is that the first and the second day they play incredible amount of games. First day they played 6 rapid games with the same time control what they are going to play now. Second day they played 5 games. After that 2 days, consecutive 2 days, classical, so they have to slow down, they have to play completely differently, right? The judgment, the evaluation, decision making. And now again, the tension is much higher. And then again, they are there, they have to play 2 games. After this game, there will be again a break because they will have to challenge each other with a new position again. So, and even we can say that if it's going to be 1-1, because they're very close in play, it seems, then it's going to be two blitz games. And if it's also 1-1, then we are going to see an Armageddon, and probably your heart rate will be up in the sky if we reach that point. But, I mean, how difficult it is, you think, or how naturally the players taking that they have to go back and forth in their mindset that, okay, now I cannot think, now I can think on one move. 20 minutes.
I think that for Jan it's much easier because it's in his nature. Yeah, this is his style. Even in classical game, he was trying to play as quickly as possible. I think that in this regard, he has clearly a big advantage. I also feel like Vincent is a little bit annoyed that, come on, this is the second game, and I believe that Jan had the right to choose the color because he was the one who won the round-robin part in the rapid section. And of course, he wants to go with the white pieces. Yeah, imagine now Vincent makes a draw with the black pieces in the classical game, and he has the chance to choose. He will automatically pick white because he wants to carry the positive emotions and, okay, now I'm going to go after my opponent. And Jan immediately says, no, you stay there, you play with the black pieces, you have to defend, you have to fight for survival, I'm the one calling the shots. Also one very interesting feature that while the players are sitting alone and thinking about the position, none of the players had touched or moved a single piece. Because when you're analyzing alone, you just don't really feel like, what are you moving? Where are you moving? It's more like you are thinking about the certain ideas that what happens if I do this, what happens if I do that.
But also when you have other players around you, you're trying to pull out information from the other one, right? That you inspire the others that I can go here, I can go there. And it's typical Nepo, for example, that he's throwing out moves like he did yesterday, right, in the opening also. And of course, now he's not going to be discussing it with himself. And we can see that he's quite stressful, and he knows that actually he was very near sitting.
Yes. So of course he didn't want to make any moves that Vincent might see from the score.
Yes. Well, this is now the trick, yeah, the psychology that white in the blitz game, in the rapid game, of course, will blitz out his first move. And from the black's perspective, you have to react, you have to be ready against every single first move.
Yes, indeed, we'll see how fast the players are going to be playing. We see on these cards that, oops, we have already two moves, and it seems like bishop c4. Is it really a bad move, Nicholas?
Bishop c4 is not a bad move, but it got an X, which means it was a miss, because white should have played the King's Gambit with f4 right away, but I don't think we can spend too much time. So let's just see what happens in the game. Both players have 10 minutes, and they do get 10 seconds per move, just like in the preliminaries. The bishop is developed. So is this some kind of Italian game now, Peter?
Yes, it's some kind of Italian. The big question, how the queens from g1 and g8 will enter the game. And also the knight from f6 is missing, yeah? So there is some certain weakness on the d5 square. I believe that maybe black will even not place the knight on c6. Maybe we'll try to put a pawn on c6. But then where does this knight from b8 go?
I just want to highlight that, look at the heart rates.
Yes, this is how it goes.
Heart rates show that the players are very tense in the beginning. And I wouldn't be surprised, actually, that after the opening, which, I mean, after 6 or 7 moves, maybe if it would be kind of a normal kind of position, maybe it can drop. But maybe it will not, because the game is too short to calm down.
Yeah, the pressure is on right from the beginning here. You absolutely highlighted. Maybe the pressure is even bigger at the start of the game, in the very early stage, because you have this uncertainty. Once you settle, then you feel like, okay, this is a normal position, I can play. Then you calm down. Now the big question for Vincent, how do you deal with this? And he goes for knight d4. He wants to ask a question. How do you protect the pawn on c2? A very interesting move.
The best reply is king d2.
King d2.
Wow, but okay, king d2 runs into queen f8, or then you go f4?
c3.
Well, C3, then I'm going back to E6 and claiming that you lost the right to castle. And if it's an Italian game,
B4.
Okay, B4, bishop B6. I can also always take on it, but it's an Italian game where you cannot castle anymore. It's something, no?
No, knight d4 is a very good choice, I believe, by Vincent.
It's a very practical, interesting choice. And we shouldn't forget the fact that basically Vincent made the day of the move, or maybe the move of the day, or even move of the tournament so far, I think, just few hours ago in their classical
And
game.
Nepo blitzes out king d2, of course. This is Nepo. He will not really be thinking about this. Look at this. He's still 9:52 on the clock. Like if this is just a walk in the park, nothing really happened here. Where is the challenge? What is Magnus talking about? Okay, freestyle chess is easy. It's simple.
F4 can be a threat,
Yes.
don't you think so?
Of course, yeah. I was calculating this queen f8, f4 business.
Is bishop b6 or d6? Let's see how Vincent wants to develop with his bishop after
Yeah,
f4.
he wants bishop e6. He wants to go bishop e6. The big question is that after f4, can I play bishop e6? Because the bishop on c5 will be vulnerable. f4, of course, blitzed out. Nepo gets his King's Gambit spirit. I'm very worried for Vincent because he just cannot stabilize the position. This queen on g8, and white queen comes to f2. We see that white is so beneficial for white to have this queen g1, queen g8 construction, because always white plays first and activates that queen first.
Yeah. Queen f2, rook f1. Not
I even
very
don't
convenient.
know. Yeah, I even don't know. Is there a defense at all? It might be lost. It's just so unfortunate, this queen placement. Okay, queen f2 is coming, and practically speaking...
Well, bishop on c4 is extremely powerful and unpleasant for the g8 queen.
Yeah, bishop b6, trying to secure that bishop, because already fed c3 was a big threat as well. Vincent's idea is, give me one tempo, just give me one tempo, get me bishop e6, eliminating that bishop on c4. It will be a whole different game. But knowing Jan, he might not give him this chance.
So what is he? How can he stop that?
Well, some knight c3, knight d5 is an option also. No, knight bc3, bishop e6, knight d5. I will not be making moves. I'm just highlighting with arrows so that we keep the current position.
Yeah, from now on, the next 4 or 5 moves, it's quite crucial still.
Yes, absolutely. If white plays slowly, for example, queen f2, I think would be a mistake. Then bishop e6, and all of a sudden black gets stability.
You can see, however, that Vincent is playing much faster than he did in the round robin, where he was immediately way behind on the clock against Nepomniachtchi. So that is definitely a good sign, because you cannot fall behind a few minutes against Nepo. It's just...
Yeah, but yeah, knight bc3, bishop e6 on the board. We'll be seeing knight d5, I'm guessing, and then Vincent will have to take. But if you take bishop d5, then c6, bishop c4, still it will be very difficult to challenge this bishop. c3 is coming, kicking the knight away. That will be almost losing. So knight d5, maybe c6. But then knight b6,
knight
bishop
b6,
takes
bishop
d4. Yeah, I don't know.
You cannot.
Yeah, no, it's a terrible position. It's almost a lost position. Yeah. I think Vincent will be very, very unhappy with this. That how could I get twice queen on g8 in 2 games in a row? But bishop e6, okay, this is somewhat surprising.
Bishop e6.
This at least helps black a bit.
F takes e6.
No, now you get some stability.
Yeah, queen can go to f7, at least something.
I feel that Vincent is also relieved a bit.
Certainly. At least he knows he will not lose in 10 moves. Yeah? So he will be able to put up... Yeah, because as a player, it's very important. You feel like if I'm able to put up a fight, I will have chances. Yeah, but if you are just crushed on the spot, yeah, knight a4, yeah, Nepo is going for this. But this is some tiny... Knight c6, yeah, knight d4 to c6. Yeah, exactly.
That's what I thought also.
Yeah.
Another one will come knight d7.
To d7.
It will be very hard to crack this position.
Or even bishop a5 check here, and then knight back to c6.
Yeah, but then you have to burn time on the clock.
Well,
I feel like...
He has some time.
He has some time, but yeah, what do you feel like, how much time you can really burn for a question like this? Yeah, that's always the big, tough question.
Yes, that's a very good point.
Yes, in a 10 minutes game that you feel like, and Vincent is he sees that maybe I can include this, but he might lose.
But why is that so good, to provoke c3 and b4?
Probably, yes.
Is that beneficial for black because of the king standing on d2?
Yes.
And then you go back to b6, and after knight b6, the a2 pawn will be vulnerable, the rook on a8. But yeah, very sophisticated kind of thing, but clearly Vincent is thinking about it. He's very happy that, first of all, also the queen from g8 now in one go can be activated on f7.
Well, and this is one of the secret also. For example, I think Magnus plays many times like this, that it's not necessarily that he plays the very, very best move, especially in a short time control. But for example, this knight a4 is also like, I mean, it makes black think. Yes. Should I go knight c6? Should I go bishop a5? Should I go queen f7?
Yeah, and Vincent plays queen f7. He says like, okay, I want to use this chance.
But I don't understand. Isn't this a pawn?
No, because f4 is hanging.
But f takes e5 first.
Okay, but this probably he sacrifices. Yes, because I mean, you spoil your pawn structure also. Yeah, with fed, then you don't have this e4, f4 pawn structure.
But I take on b6, I take on d4, and I'm saying I have an extra pawn.
Yeah, so fed, knight b6, ab,
taking on
d4, ed, queen d4.
Knight c6, queen e3, then knight c3.
Yeah, queen e3. Okay, some maybe long castle, knight e5, knight c4 check is in the... Okay, there is some compensation. And yeah, Jan takes the pawn, or probably because if he already takes fed, I'm believing that he will want to cash in.
If white takes the pawn, black is better even. He shouldn't take the pawn.
Wow, but this is a big temptation also for Jan to... Because he might think if I don't take the pawn, then maybe black will survive the moment, and how much do I get? Yeah, so it's a big psychological question, and how much time will Nepo spend on this question?
Vincent is even ahead on the clock. So far, he's definitely doing a good job in terms of time management. The computer would like to see queen f2. Just trading queens.
Total tranquilo, yeah, and then squeeze this endgame.
Yes, play the endgame with a better pawn structure.
I think Nepo will take the pawn.
You think with 6 minutes on the clock? Take the pawn in
I don't see the big danger. You feel it's risky?
Well, you have your knight on d1, I play castle.
Or this knight e5, rook d8, or long castle and knight e5 with king e2, queen h5 check. All these kind of tricks. One thing I can tell you, Judith, against you, I would never ever even think about taking that. Queen f2, excuse me, we will play an endgame. No pawn hunting, pawns on pawns, and then you just start all your activity dynamic.
Nepo is behind in time. Very unexpected looking the opening.
Yeah, it looks so promising. I felt like knowing Nepo also, he's energetic. He loves this kind of things. He got an improved King's Gambit that he might just completely
But I think
crush.
he's not happy with Queen f2 because he thinks that maybe it's not going to be enough.
Exactly, that Vincent is also very solid. He will hold this, but he goes Queen f2. And Vincent moves away with Queen d7. Wow.
Best move.
And that was anyway a very good practical decision, I believe. Almost 2 minutes advantage for Vincent.
Well, takes look F1. Well, now actually black is just absolutely fine. I don't see these weaknesses. The big question that black has to make up his mind, do you go c5? Probably I would go c5. So that I can put then the knight and I'm controlling more and more space. Vincent goes immediately knight c6. I'm not so sure about this, but okay, it's solid enough.
But I can understand that he wants to develop. He doesn't want to waste time.
And he wants to castle long.
I love it for black.
And white still has to deal with the issue of the king on d2.
Absolutely, and black will be able to push b5, b4. Maybe even without the castle. I'm pretty sure Nepo does not like this position. 3 minutes behind. 2 minutes behind, sorry.
Yeah, 2 minutes behind.
2 minutes behind.
He also feels the pressure.
First time in this tournament.
Yes.
Very unhappy.
He should not necessarily allow knight b4 here, so he should play a3. When knight b4, I guess, would be still possible.
Exactly. I was also asking this question. Yeah, that is knight b4 a possibility?
And then rook c1. Not so easy to decide on that.
But also playing a3 means that you can never play c3. I understand that one could argue that I will never play c3. We should highlight that now c3 runs into knight b3 check, winning the exchange. But anyway, c3 would be also a very committal move because of strategical reasons, not only the tactical one.
You can tell Nepo's not happy. He's sighing. He's spending a lot of time, which is very uncharacteristic for him. Objectively, he is actually still better here, but this is not what he was hoping for after the opening. I think really his move bishop takes e6 that helps Vincent a lot to get stability, get his queen out, and now...
Well, I'm pretty sure that if you ask Nepo at this moment, how do you evaluate the position, he will say, I have nothing. Yeah, that's the reason why, if he would believe that he has advantage, he would be blitzing his move, knight c3 on the board, long castle blitzed out by Vincent. Somewhere some queen f7 is hanging in the air, then probably black will play knight e7, but then these are sacrifice of pawns.
I'm not even sure he's not going to play just queen d6, threatening knight c2.
Yes, yeah, queen d6, correct. Yeah, that was an escape. I just missed this square. Yeah, Nepo takes on d4.
That's a mistake. Now black is better after e takes d4.
E d4 and the e5 square.
Queen e7.
Yeah, or queen d6, now that you mentioned this square to me. Queen d6, knight e5, cemento, king b8.
h2 is hanging, queen b4 check is threatening.
Queen d6 is powerful.
On the board.
Wow, and look at the time.
Vincent doing a Nepo here, playing quickly and strongly.
And having doubled the
But look at 140, Vincent is extremely tense, very nervous. He also needs to calm down because he has 7 minutes. Actually, yeah, this will be a big challenge, that how you calm yourself down.
But he's feeling the chance here. I think this is also why his heart rate is going up. He knows he has more time, he has a better position, he is in excellent shape.
Queen g3, queen b4 check,
rook,
king c1, rook f8.
Look at that a1 rook. Ooh.
Rook f3 has to be played, more or less.
Yeah, rook f3 is the only move. You cannot give up the f-file, which means that after rook takes f3, you have to take with the pawn. But this is not so bad because the queen supports then the f4 push on the board.
Don't blunder checkmate on e1.
Yes, also, of course. But in general, I wanted to highlight because black has this e5 square for the knight in the future. So that's why this structure would also be beneficial.
Why for the future? Why not for now?
Knight e5 immediately?
Yes.
Yes, okay. If we can, yes, we can. Then it's good. But can we? There will be some a3 intermezzo kicking the queen away.
Knight e5, a3 only move.
Yes, but unpleasant one, yeah?
And queen d6?
Just back like this, yeah?
Then white would trade and play king d2 and somehow stable enough, yeah.
Yeah, stable enough. On the other hand, maybe Vincent also thinks like if I have a stable position and I'm slightly better, then it's kind of nice. Why? Is there something very special here for black?
No.
No, okay. Then we go for knight e5. Yeah, Vincent is also shaking the chair.
Yeah, he feels he has the moment, but he has plenty of time, so he
and
can...
he's using it wisely now.
Sorry?
He's using it wisely
Yes,
now, I think. This
absolutely.
Is not so
I mean, he
clear
still has almost double the time of Nepo. And it's a moment where, should you take on f3 and play rook f8? Should you go knight e5? It's a moment, right, where the king is on c1, rook on a1. Can you benefit from it somehow?
Yeah, because there is always this queen e1 checkmate, but for the moment the queen on g3 is protecting that square. White will be kicking the queen away with a3.
Queen a5 seems to be a nice move also.
Yes, it is.
Probably white has to play a3.
Prophylactic, yeah?
Yeah, queen a5 is threatening knight e5 probably.
But, okay, you can also play knight e5, a3, queen a5, no? It's the same.
But then there might be b4, yeah?
Yeah, but you just told that after queen a5 you are setting knight e5, I will play. And Vincent takes on f3. Okay, I'm not loving this because this is a very committal decision. If it's good, it's fantastic. But there are also scenarios when this will backfire. He wants to put the pawn to g5. And
queen
then,
h5 also.
And then target this.
Queen h5
yeah,
is
queen
a
h5
great
as
threat.
well, yeah. Okay, so Vincent is not afraid of changing the structure. It's a very ambitious move also.
Yeah, because rook f3 is a threat on the spot now. Not very pleasant to deal with, white.
King b1 should be played.
Yeah, white has to run.
But allowing queen d2, for example?
Yeah, also very tough, yeah, because of course now
And
rook
what do you do
f3
on queen h5 on king b1?
That's a tough question as well. But maybe you just go and then hope to take on g7 and also d4 is hanging.
And then queen
King
d1,
b1
queen
played.
c2.
He plays king b1.
On the board. Nepo is now playing quickly, finding the only moves.
Queen d2 is also extremely powerful, I think.
Queen g7 is there. This is the problem.
Yeah, very frustrating. Yeah, it looks like black should be winning, but maybe there is no win. And if there is no win, where is the advantage?
Mm-hmm.
It's a very
And if
tricky
there is no
position.
advantage, what is the next move of black?
Exactly.
Black should just defend the g7 pawn, go g6 or g5 here.
g5 I like quite a bit.
Okay, king a2, and then already queen d2. Ah, okay, so after g5 you are settling queen d2. Then I
Probably
play
after g5 maybe... Oof, not very nice for white.
Yeah, b4 is a little bit too much.
Well, but you need to actually.
You need to, yes, because queen d2 is a deadly threat. Vincent goes g6.
Also good.
Yes, because queen h5.
Yes, he keeps
It's a
queen
threat.
h5 alive, exactly. Maybe even better than g5. Yeah, very uncomfortable for Nepo here.
Very
uncomfortable.
stressful for Nepo.
Queen g1 is the best move, but it's very difficult. Very difficult.
That's impossible because it looks like the queen on g3 keeps the position alive.
Yes, absolutely.
Very difficult position, queen g1.
And then second best move is b4.
But b4 invites queen h5, which is anyway the threat. Queen h3 is played.
Now queen d2 is winning for black. Queen d2.
Wow, so
You can give up the pawn on e6 with check.
Yeah, targets the e6 pawn with check, but yeah, this queen d2, and Vincent is shaking his chair like if he senses that, wait a second, why can't I do what I wanted?
But why is it running? Queen d2, knight c1.
Black is just too active here, I guess.
Well, of course.
Just king b8 and so on, yeah, because you can never play king a2, the pawn on c2 is then hanging.
Yeah, white very much stuck with his pieces. In the other hand, I mean, queen h3, it's a very human move. b4 is crazy to play. Queen g1 is in a robot.
No, totally.
Move.
Yeah, you take away the h5 square, you are threatening queen takes e6 check. At least it seems like you are threatening.
Yeah. What an opportunity for Vincent.
Yeah, he's double checking that what am I missing? What is Nepo planning after Queen D2? He's playing
he played it.
He just played and looked at
a quick stare.
that. Did you see that coming? And yeah, Nepo is very unhappy.
You can see it on his face. He is very concerned.
And he knows there is no other move, but he just doesn't like this knight c1.
Yes, what else are you going to do? I guess you can briefly consider queen takes e6 and knight g1, but this would also not end well for white.
Not really.
Well, then also h2 pawn can be captured, yes? And then you still have knight c1 finally played.
Nepo under 2 minutes.
And king b8 blitzed out. Yeah, this is the point. Yeah, that black can just play this very natural move. His king is also super safe. And how is white getting out?
It's crazy with white.
Now what do? The rook is stuck.
Yeah, I would love to sacrifice a pawn like knight b3, queen d1, king a2, queen takes c2, but this pawn is hanging. Everything is falling apart. And then the f3 pawn is falling.
It's too much.
How do you get out? But black is also threatening to play maybe e5 and just, okay, then taking away the e5 square
Okay,
from
knight
the
e5 is also a threat.
Yes.
You can play h5.
e4 is the best move.
b4.
Yes.
Nepo is
Best
Nepo,
try.
yeah? He finds the best move. He puts up heroic fight. He wants to fight back. He needs to fight back.
Well, many options, I guess. Queen d1 is an option.
Queen d1 is strongest, yes.
Queen d1 or queen e1?
Queen d1.
Queen d1.
Is that what you said, yeah?
Yeah, queen d1.
Queen d1, king b2, and then what?
Rook f3.
Queen takes e6.
Rook f2.
And then I have to come back with the queen to b. Then I'm completely boxed. Yeah,
Yes,
no,
yes,
that's
no, you cannot.
That's
do that.
horrible. Yeah, now it's all about nerves. Yeah, Vincent is now also under 3 minutes. Nepo is 1:14, but I know from my experience with Nepo that, okay, just give him one chance. He will jump out and blitz out all his moves.
But it's very good that Vincent is not blitzing. He can control himself and think.
Yeah, if he can think. Yeah, this is. It's never easy. Yeah, and he plays queen e1, not queen d1.
Yes, he played queen e1, so after king b2, queen c3 check,
Exactly.
he still has. But I don't know why the queen will be standing so well on c3. Probably because then he wants to go knight e5.
King a2 played.
Well, now queen c3.
Queen c3, yes. Queen c3 is strong.
And then knight e5, and I can
Yes.
visualize a knight on d2.
Yes, that's another.
Chairs are shaking, I guess, on both sides. Heart rate is the same, almost, compared when we started the game.
Yes.
Queen
Queen
c3.
c3. Here we go. Now knight e5 is just crushing. Knight e5 is just crushing. Knight e5. What is white going to do?
Yeah,
Vincent is double checking. Cool guy.
Knight e5.
Everything is under
on
control.
the board, and he looks at Nepo.
That's basically almost it.
Yeah, as Judith visualized, knight takes f3, knight d2, yeah?
And queen c2 mate. And Nepo goes under a minute. And of course, Vincent's heart rate is climbing
It's
up.
coming. You can see how nervous he is. He knows that
Oh.
he's winning, but...
Probably Nepo want to go knight a2, but it doesn't work.
No, he
Queen
takes the
e6.
pawn.
e6.
What is this?
Knight takes b3, knight takes f3,
Knight
b3.
g5, queen c4, or what?
Still alive somehow.
Well,
Still alive.
as much as this can be, it's not a quality life for sure.
Computer just wants to take on h2.
Yeah, I was just thinking about it. If you
That's a
go
very
queen
safe
c4,
move.
Because you only can protect the mate by trading queens. Okay, but for this you need to calm down. It's not an easy move. Yeah,
What
because
about
Vincent,
knight e5?
Vincent is thinking, can't I just give checkmate? How is it possible?
What about knight e5, guys?
I
Queen
still have knight
e5.
c1. I still have knight c1. Yes.
Yeah.
Doesn't work.
Vincent is going now crazy. He cannot believe that this is not over. And this is one of the most dangerous things in a blitz game, yeah? When you think like it's over and then it's not. He cannot believe it.
Maybe he's thinking about b5?
And he takes it. He takes on h2.
And he gives the look.
He gives the look, yeah.
Wow, look at his heart rate. Climbing, climbing, climbing.
Yeah, it feels like he's
Understands.
almost exploding. Yeah,
Yeah.
it keeps on, keeps on.
Well, what can you even play with white here? I mean, there are no reasonable moves, really. Because queen c4 just leads to a completely lost knight in game.
Yeah, that's out of the question. And then what else you can do?
Well, the bar is not giving too much hope for white.
Well, the point, however, is that if I play a move like rook a2, you give rook f1 check, knight c1, I'm settling queen e8, queen a4 perpetual check.
Oh,
Watch
yes,
out.
that's one thing to watch out for, yes.
Yes.
And that's what he's going to do.
Nepo will do that, yeah.
He will try until last trick.
No, e5.
e5, okay.
But I think now rook f1 and knight f3, that's a perpetual check. This
Then again.
you want to say that.
One is already just winning the knight, yes?
The piece, yeah.
Yes. And then you just have to defend against perpetual and that's it.
Well, but also the e-pawn is advancing and the knight is
Okay.
out of the game. It's
Okay.
not so easy. Nepo down to 16 seconds, Vincent under a minute. This will get dramatic.
Can black go b5? No, he goes the sure thing. Takes.
Queen c3, queen c6.
Yeah,
Looks
the-
very
and
stable.
the king is still also close enough for the e-pawn to...
Yes.
But
And the
also
knight would also
yes.
be enough, yes. Queen
Yes.
c3, queen c6.
That would be the most practical.
But is it also the only?
No.
I don't
No.
You can
Queen
take on
A3.
a3, you can play king a7, king a7
Yeah,
also great.
Vincent goes king a7. It's very human, very natural.
Queen d7. So it's time to play.
Yeah, tricky this queen d7, yeah, because he's threatening to push the pawn and also threatening with perpetual check.
And he goes down, he's behind in time. 34 seconds.
And now he probably, yeah, he can't play queen c3, queen c6 anymore so effectively because then e6 comes.
But knight g4 still, yeah?
And
But-
still knight g4.
But sorry, can't you go just c6 and after e6 queen f1?
Yes.
Give mate, knight
Yes.
f3?
Yes.
Tranquilo,
And he
yeah,
goes
that's
c6.
what he does.
e6,
Queen f1.
queen f1, that's it.
Resignation.
Queen f1, that's it.
Queen f1 with the
Or
sort
knight
of
f1, knight e3.
15
Checkmate.
seconds.
Queen
He plays
g1 also.
Queen g1.
That's also threatening checkmate.
With 23 seconds on the clock, nobody will stop Vincent from collecting
Wow.
the full point.
What a performance here.
154, Vincent's heart rate. He needs to survive the game.
Well, he can hope that Nepo is resigning before he explodes.
c4. Knight f3 check.
Fighting spirit is there. Endless.
But yeah, now the queen and knight combo should just give checkmate. Queen a1 is played. Queen c3 check is coming.
That's it.
That's it.
This queen is quite annoying from white perspective.
There is the
Wow,
handshake.
what a performance by Vincent. Incredible. How can Nepo come back? Can he?
Well, if someone can, it's Nepo. For him, it doesn't really matter white or black. He knows that he has a chance. And now the pressure is on Vincent as well. Yeah, that's okay. You got this fantastic victory, but you are still not through.
Wow, what a performance in the first few moves of this playoff. It was very much nerve-wracking for Vincent. It is incredible how he was handling, Vincent, this situation. You could see on him, he's very nervous, he's extremely nervous. Angry on that queen on g8
Yes.
probably, while Nepo...
But that's why Nepo should have never allowed this f-takes c6 structure, that queen from g8 could come into the game, yeah? Vincent immediately rushed it, queen f7, I'm in the game, I can play quickly. That was a horrible practical decision.
And that was very important, I believe, for Vincent, that suddenly he could play natural moves and play the game, while Nepo always feels very comfortable when there is a lot of mass and more people, more dynamics in the position. And his king on d2 was standing pretty well in the beginning, right?
But in long term, it was a big...
But after that, it was...
Big handicap. He could never connect his rooks. Yeah, that's why he lost the game. Yeah, that rook on a1 got stuck, and Vincent used all his forces.
But we can say that actually Vincent played many of his moves excellent.
That was a great performance, for sure.
I mean, once he got out of that very difficult opening situation, after that he was okay. He played the healthy moves. Okay, fine. But he found some very good moves. He took on h2, very precise and practically very good moves also. Even if it was not completely the very, very best, it was very practical. He was incredibly focused, I felt.
Yeah, he knew that he cannot give Nepo a chance to climb out somehow of this terrible position, because then he might lose his chance of winning this game. And he delivered.
How's your heart rate, Peter?
I'm trying to calm down. I'm trying to calm down. It's not easy. And it's also such a match that, yes, of course, I'm very much rooting for Vincent to succeed, but I'm also in very good terms with Nepo. Mm-hmm. So it's a very unpleasant match in this regard in my heart. Yeah, that, of course, I want the best for Vincent. Vincent is my family, and Nepo is my good friend.
Well, I think we had so many action going on that all of us deserve just a few minutes of break, but don't go anywhere, because we are going to be back in a few minutes, and with the second game where Nepo for sure going to show everything he can so he can bounce back and we can continue with the playoff.
Are you telling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get hurt, and you're my every thought. It's like I'm invisible, visible, visible, visible here. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. Just take me for a ride. Just take me for a ride. Just take me for a ride. Just take me for a I don't know. Can't fight the feeling that it just won't flow. We've been deceiving everyone we know. Do we let the secret out and take it slow? You say it's time to let it go, but I just don't believe it. Choosing if you take me or you make me disappear. Before the end begins, we lose ourselves and take control again. It's keeping us hanging on, and we know we will never fall out. We just wanna try some more. This can't go on forever. Can we escape and start again when no one can get us? Now you say that the most we can be is a memory where we are. It's keeping us hanging on, and we know we will never fall out. We just wanna try some more. The higher that we let it fall, the harder we will fall. The longer that we string it out, the more we want to know. It's keeping us hanging on, and we know we will never fall out. We just wanna try some more. It's the small things that you do to keep reminding me there's magic inside me and you. Dreams to reality.
Welcome back to Paris, where things are boiling in the playing hall, as we've seen and witnessed an incredible game by Vincent, winning the first playoff game versus Nepomniachtchi. How do you feel, Peter? I mean, you have extra emotional feelings in this game because you're the coach of Vincent. Yesterday, when I went for a walk, you were very energetically talking with Vincent, preparing for your game, for your match today.
Yeah, well, okay, we first of all thought like it's fantastic that he survived the rapid. Yeah, so everything else is a bonus. Then already the tension is much less. We knew exactly that Nepo is one of the toughest challenges. And I told Vincent that, okay, if it gets to a tie break, it's a tie break. Forget about this, that Nepo is fantastic in quick play and like this. But the same applies now, that it doesn't mean anything that Vincent has won the first game. I have seen Nepo bouncing back in such situations, has tremendous experience. He has this incredible fighting spirit. he's also the type of player who can just make a move with black and put the pressure on you. Yeah, he can play even in a normal chess game, in a classical game, the Dutch defense, because he needs to play for a win, for example, just like this. Yeah, and this kind of attitude you need in order to bounce back.
Yeah, it's interesting what is the strategy for Nepo, right? Because he won the first 2 days of the tournament for the qualification. He played steadily, but one of the trademarks it was for him that he played incredibly fast. So by playing very fast, he put extremely big pressure on the opponent by time-wise. And here in this game, it was tricky. He played fast in the beginning, but actually more or less they had the same amount of time from the very beginning, until Nepo made a decision capturing the bishop, and after that things went wrong for Nepo. He couldn't recover from there.
Yes, it was a very strange decision. This bishop trade on e6 was, practically speaking, a game changer. Yeah, I believe that Vincent was in a state of shock, in a state of horror, that how do I survive the opening stage? And suddenly after f takes e6 he got stability. Yeah, and you can never underestimate in rapid time control with little time on the clock, when you feel that, aha, now I can play by hand. I know what I'm doing, there are no more dangers, that do I survive the next couple of moves or not? Vincent could play very quickly, and then when Nepo started to be hesitant, it was clear that actually Vincent is taking over, and it was so much more easier for him to play.
I was not sure at some point that while it showed on the body language and face of Nepo that he does not feel comfortable, and it also showed on the time management that he started to get behind time. Do you think he felt that he should be playing for a draw already, or that's not his type of style to do, and he was just trying to make the best moves?
No, I think his problem was that, for example, the move bishop takes d4 tells the whole story. Because bishop takes d4, you know that it's not a good move. You play out of desperation, because you might think that all these knight takes c2s, knight b4s, and everything are hurting you. Yeah. The bishop d4, e4. It's clear that black has a clear advantage. The big question is how big of an advantage. Now we already see Vincent was relaxing. Now he's getting ready for the new starting position.
Already he seems to be somehow quiet, but maybe it's only we see it because we know the result, what was on...
And there we see Nepo. Yeah, he was really into himself. He was also visually very disappointed. Yeah, he's trying now to cheer him up, to find this mental energy, mental strength that he needs to bounce back.
Okay, so just a few seconds away from going to the stage, see the draw of next game.
Welcome back. Vincent Keymer took game 1, which means that Jan Nepomniachtchi is now in a must-win situation. We are ready to draw the next position. And in order to help me, I would like to welcome to the stage content creator and part of the Freestyle chess team, Jules Gambit. Thank you, Jules. The players will have 10 minutes back to studio.
Thank you so very much, Fiona. Position 1-1-1. I call that a dub for me. I'm giving myself the victory on that one. Either way, there's a quick peek at it there on the central monitor inside the playing hall. Of course, the players.
What is your first impression?
Well, I see that the bishops are bishop h1, bishop g1, queen on a1. Those are the special things, because it means that white has the chance of playing some g3, immediately opening up the diagonal. Also pinning the queen on a8. Clearly black will do the same, will mirror with g6 to get the same medicine back to to white, yeah, that you also cannot, because if white could play g3 and b3 together, then he's kind of winning, because then black can never activate the bishop on h8 and the queen on a8. So the big question, however, will be afterwards that how much dynamic, because sometimes this bishop on h1 gives a lot of stability for the position.
Do you think there isn't any chance that white can be extremely fast in getting a castle? Or it's not very important, like g3, f4, you come out with the bishops and then you put king on g1. Can it be a strategy of Vincent? Because for him, draw is enough. Is it possible to play for a draw from this position?
No, it cannot. Yeah, you have to play the game. And, well, it's clear that g3, especially knowing the match situation, it's so logical to open up the bishop, avoiding black to push b5, because then there will be unbalance. Yeah? That's why, for example, from white's perspective, to push b4, maybe it's a more ambitious move, but it's a more murky move. Yeah, b4, b5, and then how do we develop that bishop from h1? So I'm pretty sure Vincent will play g3. The good news for Nepo in this regard is that he can almost be sure that g3 will be played, and he can already now decide, he has 10 minutes to decide that how I gonna create counter chances against this move.
But why g3? Well, of course, you know Vincent much better, and g3 is a very logical, I can say maybe positional move or strategical move that you want to get out with your bishop. But what happens, let's say, if I do play b4, which you suggested, and after b5...
Yeah, then I play b5.
I go f4, then I move the bishop out to f2, and I play g3.
Wow, okay, you have good nerves.
I do.
Very good nerves, yes. I know this.
We have the same setup now. Vincent is sitting at the board. It worked in the game one preparation. While Nepo, we saw he does the same again, sitting alone and trying to figure out for himself what the strategy
and look at
be.
this, Vincent is already shaking the table, yes? So he feels the heat. He feels like exactly that is a very important match. Also, let's just talk about his situation. He has won the Weissenhaus Grand Slam, the first leg. If he enters the semifinal, then basically he might even think about, wow, in this series I can do something very big. That is one of the things that he should not be thinking right now. You know it, yeah, because exactly normally when you think about this, you will be knocked out. Yes, some miracle happens, no matter in which situation you are, you will be punished. So he has to stay in the right here, right now mindset.
Well, indeed, the players have a big challenge ahead of them, because while Vincent is leading in the match, psychologically he's not having an easier situation, because he can carry it away and he say, okay, I'm playing with the white pieces, everything is going to be okay. While for Nepo, from that point of view, it's a much easier situation. From one hand, of course, it's much more difficult because he lost the first game. In other hand, he can play double or nothing. Right?
Yes. But I also remember Nepo had this match with Magnus in one of these Magnus tours when Nepo was leading 2-0. Then Magnus bounced back and it was 2-2. And it looked like, okay, now it's over. And then finally Nepo knocked Magnus out in the tiebreak. And I talked to Nepo after that what I was very worried after 2-2 and Magnus gets up and no. I was already absolutely fine after I lost 2. Yes, so Nepo is thinking completely differently because then we start from new. Yeah, and Nepo is capable of adapting to all situations.
At the same time, I see Vincent has a completely different face expression compared to the previous. Before the previous game, there he was very, very, very nervous, very worried. Maybe that's
with
a better
the queen
word.
on g8, yes.
And somehow with the black pieces, and of course you win the first game, you know, whatever, even if things go very badly, you are still in the match.
Yes, but now after you won the game, it's a completely different scenario because suddenly a draw is enough for you as white. And freestyle is, of course, beautiful in this regard, that you can't rely on some opening preparation, that you are shutting down the game, or you know that if your opponent plays something, then you might be punishing because it's a +1 position.
And we've seen when Vincent played with Fabiano in in the knockout phase of the event, when the draw was enough for Fabiano and for both of the players, but actually Fabiano couldn't get out of the opening, and Vincent just won the game. And actually Fabiano was kind of lucky not to get to play a playoff. But now I think I will ask Nicholas, what do you think about the position, and what can you tell us? First of all, what is the evaluation and what are the best starting moves?
So the evaluation is better for white. It's definitely an advantageous starting position for white, which is good news for Vincent Keymer. And the best move is indeed to go b4. And I think Vincent will go b4 because it looks just really, really good. I know Peter said he will go for the more safe move g3, but then black goes g6. And you also have the issue that you have to find a way to get your queen out of the corner, whereas when you play b4, you have your queen already on the long diagonal, you stop black from going g6 or g5 because the pawn is pinned. And if black mirrors going b5, well, you can play a4. It's a very nice and typical move, actually, immediately breaking, being the first to play a pawn break, and white has the upper hand. So b4 is definitely posing the most questions to black, and I think Vincent will do it. Peter already gave his guess. What do you think, Judith? Which first move can we expect?
Well, of course, it's a matter of style as well, right? What kind of move you're choosing. Also, it's a matter of tournament situation. At the same time, we all know, as grandmasters, that you cannot play for a draw. You cannot play just that, okay, I'm going to be playing solid. The best strategy is you try to make the best move. So I believe that if Vincent thinks that b4 is the most unpleasant for black, of course he will do it. I would bet on b4.
Yeah,
Peter,
the more
you change your mind?
Yeah, I mentioned that, yeah, g3 is kind of the safer move, but after g3, g6, the problem about thinking about safety, that it will be annoying for white to make a move, because you are supposed to play for something, but you cannot really make a good move. Your queen is stuck on a1, and psychologically it can be very tricky that you burn time on the clock. Nepo, you build up your opponent that, okay, I'm getting a time advantage. My opponent doesn't know what to do. With b4, you also put some pressure on the opponent.
So let's see. I think we are very close to it, just a minute or two, and we'll see it on the board. What is the decision of Vincent? What is the first move, and how Nepo will be reacting? Obviously, he's not happy, nor with the situation of the result after the first game. And I have a feeling that he's not so happy with the position either. It's not so deadly complicated.
Yeah,
I mean, there were much worse positions.
Yes, I think that this bishop on h1, queen on a1 construction is kind of annoying in the sense that you have to play for a win. It would be better to have a much murkier position.
Players are getting ready for the second fight. 10 minutes for each player, 10 seconds per move. And let's see what will be the time management of the players, because before, Vincent was able to turn it around.
b3.
b3.
And d6. Basically, the approach that I don't want any confrontation. I want to go e5, g6, and get a game. Vincent goes f4, stopping e5. Very important.
That's a nice
d7.
move.
Now is the question, do we just play a move like g3 from white's perspective?
g3 looks a very normal
But okay,
move.
Nepo wants to play e5, so that's his idea.
Bishop d4 is also possible, maybe.
Bishop d4 looks quite nice, because if black has to go f6, it looks very strange.
Yeah, that's not building up a nice bishop, nice black square
f6,
bishop.
f5 maybe from white, yeah, who knows. But okay, bishop d4 is also a committal decision. Once again, the heart rate's very high for both players at the start of the game.
And I think they will stay high. Bishop d4 played.
On the board.
Attacking the pawn on g7.
Knight e6 looks quite promising, don't you think so?
And then bishop back.
Then
bishop
bishop
b2.
No. I wanted knight f4 and g5, but that's over-optimistic, to say the least.
Yes. It's interesting. Why computer gives this a question mark?
No, this is harsh. White is clearly better here. Black should play f6 now. And then, yes, well, what do you do? Knight e6 is bishop b2.
You can't play f6.
Threatening f5.
Well, will Nepo maybe play e5 and we see another gambit? Sacrificing the pawn, getting the dark squared bishop. I would not be ruling it out. That we might be seeing e5 like on the board. I know Nepo.
Yes, you do.
Never f6.
No, f6 was... I think you cannot make f6. But this is not going to be good for him.
Well, I don't know. In long terms, he will have lovely compensation.
But what do you do on bishop e5?
Yeah,
you take it.
Takes, knight e6. And if ever I get the chance to activate that bishop from h8, I'm claiming big compensation.
But this is the point that you will never do it. Or in the next 5 moves, for sure not. Knight e3.
That's the bad news. Yes, that's the
I mean, Nepo showed it what it is to have a knight on f5
but
against
wait
Gukesh.
a second. Black can play long castle. Castle long.
That's true.
And then rook f8 and who knows.
That's true.
You are changing your mind immediately.
That's true. I respect long castle.
Long
what?
castle.
Ah, yes. No, this I respect. Yeah, long castle is another story.
We are in for a very big battle.
But black still has the queen trapped on a8.
And still has a beautiful bishop on h8, which is not so easy to get into play.
Well, but if I get rook f8 and your queen will have to move from e5, then how do you keep the diagonal? And then
I have to admit that it's a fantastic try by Nepo.
Absolutely.
I admit.
And it's also his style. Yeah, going for the initiative. He's very energetic. These are the type of positions he needs.
Yeah, this I agree. It's simply very dangerous for white.
Yes, and Vincent goes knight d1 to c3. That's what I haven't seen coming. But yeah, also the d2 pawn is hanging, so he keeps the knight on b1, protecting the d2 pawn.
But where to put the knight on b1 then?
And where to put the king?
Or...
That's another big question.
Yes.
Can white castle?
Yes, white can castle.
But
without moving the b1, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, where
That's
do you
a
want
good
to
news.
castle?
Long, of course.
Long or short?
Long, long, long.
Long, yeah?
Yes, long seems safer, yes?
Well, you know, I go short castle, I can visualize that bishop eventually comes to d4. I don't want to.
Yeah, white will also try to put the pawn on e3 to cover dark squares.
That knight on b1 is perfect.
Okay, rook f8.
It doesn't have to get out for some time.
I hate the computer. Every single good move which puts tremendous pressure on the opponent is criticized. What on earth is this? Yeah, e3 played. It had to be played.
But how difficult it is to crack white's position after long castle. b1 knight defends everything. The a3 square, the d2 square.
Well,
I will just not move with it.
Okay, but if you give black chance to... Okay, it's all about if I get the move g6 in, black will have perfect long-term compensation.
So what are you going to do? h6 and bishop h7?
No, that wasn't my...
But that
no,
looks
maybe
good.
I need f6, g6 together and then play for f5. I don't know. I'm understanding what Nepo is indicating. That okay, I just need to bring that bishop from h8. The bishop on g8 is already good. Yeah, if you get
wow.
d6, f5.
This is the good bishop these days?
Yes, absolutely. That's already developed. It's not in the way of the other pieces.
But what is it doing?
Well, supporting. Supporting the position. Yeah? The only problem is with this queen on e8. That queen still needs a lot of time. Time situation, what is it? So Vincent is paying attention to the clock.
Yes, he's ahead.
e6. It shows good nerves.
Yes, no discovered attack that can pose any problems to white.
But maybe knight d4 after all, you know?
And then?
g6, so the bishop on h8 can breathe.
Yeah, but there are some issues. Knight d4, I go queen a5, and then I'm settling knight d5 with some mating attack on c7. I don't know. It's a very strange position.
Yeah, the queen on a8 is killing black's position, actually.
Yeah, imagine that queen would be on f8, but then maybe black's king would also get under direct attack. That's another problem. But I still feel, yeah, queen on f8, and maybe we will be talking black is better.
But white's position is extremely tough.
Solid.
and solid.
Yes. A6 played. Prophylactic. A6. And also black wants to say hello with queen a7. Yes, because then knight moves to d4 somewhere, some rook takes these 3 sacrifices, might be on the agenda.
Yeah, the queen is slowly coming out via a7, b6.
a6 is a wonderful move. Double X club.
Like a newborn bird, yeah.
Exactly.
Coming out from the nest.
From the nest, indeed.
Hi, I'm here.
Exactly. Very unpleasant now for Vincent, this a6, because he might have felt that black needs to rush with all this f6, g6, what I was indicating, and he had a clear plan, how I punish, how I use the time. And a6 makes also perfect sense that it stops any kind of knight b5 trick if it might be effective. Queen a7 is coming. White needs to decide where do I put the king. And going for long castle also, it's slightly passive. It's a little bit of a defensive move.
Well,
you can play long castle, and if queen a7, you can go knight a4, still stopping the queen from coming
knight
out.
Knight a4, thank you very much. Thank you. I did not cross my mind, but I did see somewhere that computer showed knight a4, and I felt like I will not cheat, I will not mention this move, because then people think that it's a natural move. No, it's not a natural move.
Well, it's all about playing against the strongest piece on the board.
Yes, and also you are setting up that once you played knight d4 can be met by queen c5. That's also a very critical, crucial kind of story.
And now Vincent is thinking how to handle this idea.
Knight e4.
What's the idea behind knight e4?
Where is this guy going exactly?
He wants to bring the other knight out?
Yeah, he wants to bring the other knight, and probably he's anticipating this f6, g6 idea, what I was mentioning, and then the knight from e4 targets the f6 pawn. So
and also the knight on e6, it does not have necessarily a very good jump.
Yeah, queen a7, knight bc3 will be played. It's pretty obvious.
Or maybe queen a5 to stop queen b6.
No, knight c3. Vincent is human after all.
White keeps developing. King still in the center.
But long castle will be next, I believe.
Yeah, White has set it up himself for long castle. But White's strategy is so ambitious but very dangerous, because if ever that queen has to move from e5 and black get g6, f5 in, then all this construction with knight on c3, knight on e4 will fall apart.
What about f5 now? That's your reaction.
That's my reaction.
I understand.
f5, very interesting.
f5.
To play g6 next.
Yeah.
But okay, maybe I can just collect. Queen takes f5, g6, queen a5. And then my knight on e4 is stable forever.
That's true.
Forever. This is a statement.
King b8.
King b8.
No, but thereafter queen a5, b6 could be. Move. Queen a4. Okay.
The tension is too high for me.
Poor Peter.
Unbearable, yeah. It's so tough.
Castle, queen a5.
Just think about the fact if you would be playing, it would be higher.
Would it be?
Would it be?
Yeah, exactly. That's the big question, because then you are playing yourself, you are not worried for someone else.
But what we can say, Vincent must be reasonably happy at this point.
Yes, he also has the clock situation under control. His heart rate is still normal, 125 versus 131.
Nepo is more stressful. Of course, he has to win.
He has to win. And he needs to win.
And time management is good for Vincent for the moment.
For the moment, but if he doesn't find the direction where to go, and in this regard, I just love this Nepo's coolness. Yeah, he's in a must-win situation, everything, but he knows I can't do anything immediately. He goes a6, queen a7, king b8. All the good moves His king is now much better. The queen is in the game. And for white, it's so difficult to decide.
Long castle. What's so difficult to decide?
You think so, yeah?
Why not?
Yeah, good question.
Where is the danger?
On the board, finally.
We understand each other with Vincent.
Yes, but it cost 1 minute or a little bit more.
Yeah, that was okay. He's careful. He's double checking everything. Whether once I go long castle, I will not move my king to the other side.
Actually, one good idea that I just noticed, maybe g4, g5 with white. I would love to push that pawn to g5. It would give me so much more happiness and freedom.
Nice.
Queen b6.
It's an idea you can
But
play.
now g4 at the f6, just in time to stop queen a5. Knight a4.
Knight a4
Yes,
is
knight
possible.
a4, trying to
Queen
trade
c3.
queens. And queen c3, yes.
Queen b4, queen c3 on the board.
And knight c5, and knight c5 shows up.
Where queen a3 check.
King b1. Not even queen b2.
And if knight c5, then you will have d4.
Knight
and who is
c5
attacking,
and
boom, then you can always block the long diagonal like this.
king b1.
Yeah, then Vincent found the perfect setup.
Who can stop me from playing knight c5?
And also d4.
And
yeah,
d4.
Just everything. Yeah,
And
then
look at
the
that bishop on h1.
Yeah, bishop on h1
Yeah.
is gorgeous, and bishop on h8 is simply blocked.
What a play by Vincent. I mean, this was quite something, knight e4, knight 1 to c3.
Yes, it was not obvious at all.
Vincent actually has an incredible good time management in this match.
For the moment.
For the moment. Yeah, but
Yes.
okay, the first game was done properly, right?
Yes, exactly.
But this one here also, for the moment, it's not dependent on the position. The time management is perfect fit. Well, the h8 bishop, how to get into play, right?
Yeah, this is now very frustrating for Nepo. Yeah, he sacrificed the pawn. It seemed like he's doing everything right to create winning chances, and all of a sudden white keeps the pawn and stabilizes and has a clear plan. What else can you ask for?
How can black stop knight c5?
Cannot. The worst thing is once you trade the knights, and white can take with the queen and force even a queen trade.
But I'm not even sure. Do I want to trade queens? Actually, it's another question because if I take with the knight, also rook f4, rook b4, rook f4, rook a4.
Look, Peter, what he's doing. Not the
even
queen
I'm
of
attacking,
exchange.
yeah? What is
no,
it?
no
So good
queen
is the position,
exchange.
yeah? Yes.
Capturing, giving mate, let it be over as soon as possible, yeah?
Well, I don't know, yeah, but what to do with black? Before I was a believer, yeah, c6 had to be played, at least anticipating knight c5. But what does it really change?
Knight c5 anyway, right?
Yeah, takes f6, knight takes b7 also. There is this knight takes b7 brutality.
And look at the a3 queen, it's just stuck there.
It's stuck. It's trapped, yeah, knight c5, knight takes c5. And knight has to take. Yeah, Vincent should not fall into... No! King takes c5. No, this is wrong. This gives actually Nepo another chance to play a game. Well, of course, he's pawn done, I understand, but no, knight takes c5 would have been so much more unpleasant. Knight takes b7 is a winning threat. Rook f4 is coming with demolishing force, and this will psychologically give another feeling for Nepo that, okay, wait a second, instead of getting checkmated, I
But
get
rook
the game.
f4 was not possible because of g5. I mean, this is also a logical continuation, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I mean, when you need a draw, you can't really blame too much on white making this decision.
This is very safe. He's a pawn up, healthy structure, no weaknesses. Yes, black has the bishops, but that's about it.
Well, but it's enough.
For what?
For Nepo to play a game.
Well...
But to create chances, that is the question.
That is a question. But look at this, yeah. I think Nepo is now getting ready for the second phase of the game. Vincent plays a strategical move a4. He wants to play a5, but Nepo immediately blitzes out a5. I will fix you.
I would go maybe knight e4 to g5.
Not if I go f6. I will not give you this chance.
Rook f5 maybe.
Bishop h7.
Sorry.
I anyway want this f6, bishop h7. No, I think this is very tricky. Psychologically very
Well,
tricky.
okay, I can go rook e1 now, and then d4.
Yeah, Vincent goes knight e4. Okay, f6 will be blitzed out. If white would have reached this endgame and had the chance to put the pawn on g4,
rook e5.
Rook e5.
Rook e5, provoking d4.
Yeah, we don't want to do that. But okay, the pawns are weak. Yeah, okay, it's not obvious.
What about knight c3 and then e4, d4?
Then the bishop on h1 will be bad. The dark square bishop comes to life. There is. This is tricky.
Well, white is better, no doubt, but
it's
this
easier
can be
to
a
play
long
with
game.
Black.
This can be a long game.
And black can play much faster. So I'm expecting in the next 3-4 moves that Nepo will have 1.5 minute time advantage, and things will heat up.
Maybe maneuver the knight to f4 via f2 d3.
Yeah, but it came from c5.
Yeah.
He could have played knight d3, knight f4 then, yeah?
He could have, yes, but he
Yes.
didn't.
Yeah, exactly. This knight e4 I don't like. I hate this move.
So, okay, what if I go d4?
Okay, I go back with the rook to
Rook e7. Rook f e1.
Oh no. King c7.
I go away with my knight.
Oh, I can't take this. Yeah. Then, okay, g6, f5, rook d8. Somewhere some bishop takes d4. I'm pinned here, pinned there. No. But if you ask me what to do, I have no idea. h4 played.
Yeah, I was thinking about this, but I didn't feel that.
Now
After
the d3
f6.
pawn could be a weakness long term.
Okay, on the other hand, he's fixing the structure. Yeah. g6.
g6. I thought f6 will be played on bishop
Yeah, but now here Nepo is using that knight f6 is impossible because takes rook e3. This is a tactical idea of Nepo. So you can't play, and then he wants to play f5 in one go. And then he goes king c7 and b5. I also dislike the a4 very much. This is super scary. Yeah, really, it's very scary. I don't know, is knight f6 takes rook e3, bishop f3 a way of bailout and then we cannot be worse?
No, but what about knight g5? I'm not going to chicken out here, I'm sorry.
Not yet, yeah?
Oh, he chickens out.
Yeah, no, he plays correct. He plays correct because he
Well,
already
we will
misplayed. He misplayed everything. He already had to go for it.
Now the bishop is at least stuck
because-
on g8.
Yeah. No, this had to be played.
No, I mean,
If
it's
he
not
already,
best, but
no, but if he already played like this, practically he had to.
okay. Now position is equal, but can Nepo create chances here? That's the big question. With the bishop stuck on g8.
Yeah, he needs to move his king all the way to e7, yeah, to kick that rook out.
I don't like the decision to give the pawn here.
You also...
No.
I would also not
No,
give it.
I told you guys that he should have not traded queens because
I
this is the logical follow-up of that. That's
No,
the point. Yes.
no, this we already
Yes.
don't agree. You have a pawn up after the exchange of queens. It cannot be that we have to give back the pawn.
And Vincent, under 3 minutes, I told you, this is a very tricky scenario.
It is a tricky thing, though.
He might want to go some d4, d5. He maybe wants to force things.
Yes, it would be nice, but d4 bishop, rook e3.
D5?
Yeah, and then d5.
Still, yeah?
Yes.
Yes, that's possible.
Well, because he's thinking and his idea is not to shut the game down, to kill it. Yeah, otherwise it will be nerve-wracking to keep on. And he goes d3.
No, d4, d5 would have been a good choice indeed, yeah.
Yeah, he wants d3 bishop, but the king is going towards the e7
Okay.
pawn.
Rook f1, king c1, king d2.
Well, I don't know. King c1, king d7, king d2, king e7. You cannot play bishop e4 because of rook e4. Rook d6 played. Trading the rooks. And okay, after trading the rooks, black will have this b5 idea and create a passer there.
No, there's enough potential for black to definitely try.
Now he goes bishop e4.
Yes.
Yeah, now he needs to play bishop e4. Going time, but he's already down to 2 minutes.
Yeah, now he's clearly behind in time, so Nepo having the best opportunity in the match, basically.
Yes, and it was all connected with queen takes c5, yeah, this paradox. Because after this, you are going on the defensive. Takes king d7. So the good news, what Vincent wants to achieve, that once black's king goes to e7, black cannot push b5 because the c6 pawn.
Yeah, but he can go f5 and rook e3 or rook e1.
Of course, yeah. White plays king c1, king d2.
But king e7.
Yes,
f5.
okay, rook back to f1, f5, bishop f3, yeah?
Yes.
I will anyway rely on this.
But he goes to, yes, to f1 and bishop f3. Correct.
Yeah, f5, bishop f3.
King d6, king d2.
This looks stable.
Yes, but still playable for black.
Of course, yes.
And I know how strong Nepo is in such things.
It's also the question if you can trade rooks or not. Yeah,
yeah, that's
under which circumstances.
That's a tricky question. Yeah, I don't want to find out with little time on the clock. Yeah, because these b5 businesses. If pawn would be on a3, I would be relaxed. But that's why I hated this a4 move. The big question for black. Maybe black should just make a pass, or is white thinking? Yeah, he goes rook e7.
No, white should not play rook e1, I think. It's too risky.
No, definitely not. No, rook e1, never.
But he can go rook b1 with an idea of b4.
Yeah, that is possible.
I like rook b1.
Yeah, rook b1 is good. Because if black has to go c5, then
loses the potential.
Yes, yes, yes.
But with okay, 2 minutes 20. Yeah, Vincent needs to think because this is a very important moment.
But he will play rook b1 if it's good.
It is good, yeah.
And if king c5, then
c3.
Wow, you are willing and ready. He goes d4. Okay. He wants to occupy the center. He wants to get his king to d3.
I'd rather to go rook b1.
It was more compact, yeah?
Well, it was, yeah, somehow it seems... I don't like when the rook can later on maybe come in somewhere, if it will be possible.
Yes.
I mean, even bishop d5 takes rook e4, rook g4. I don't
yeah, okay, then I will always rely on some...
Yeah, I mean,
but now Nepo pushes c5.
King d3, I guess. On the board.
On the board, yeah.
I mean, if Vincent would not need to make a draw, then obviously you would say it's a draw.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah? Of course, yeah. Then handshake is about to happen and all this, you know. But that's why we talked about it. Yeah, when you need a draw, then playing for a draw is very nerve-wracking.
Yes, yes, and very risky also.
Very risky. Because then if you miss something and you get into a bad position, you can just collapse.
Yes.
You will be so angry with yourself.
That's true. Well, let's see what can Nepo do in a pretty equalish position.
Yeah, how to keep the tension and...
Can he squeeze water out of stone?
Yeah, also how to create this psychological pressure that it looks like I'm wanting something, actually I don't want anything, but please burn time, you might overthink. Yeah, b6, one of those unpleasant moves.
Yes, that's true.
Now, for example, if Vincent thinks that, can I play rook f2, rook e2, but rook f2, rook e1, rook e2, rook d1 check, all of a sudden, so this idea doesn't work. He cannot shut the game down.
Don't want to let the rook in to e1 So you should play some kind of waiting move.
Rook d1.
What do you think, guys, if I go c4?
It's possible.
No. Then the bishop
I
endgame
understand
can
that
be
it's
lost
no,
at
but,
some... Yes, I understand.
but how do you kick me out? I keep the rooks on
I
the
know.
board?
Yes, but it's tough.
I'm more
Tough decision.
active. Come on.
Yeah, more active, yeah?
Yeah.
And you shut the bishop out of the game on g8.
If you don't take on d4, I play d5.
Even this, yeah? No, Vincent goes rook d1. That was also my kind of move.
Okay,
that
rook d1.
I
Fine.
still haven't made up my mind. I can still go c4 if I want. Yeah, I'm just postponing the end. Nepo activates the bishop. Bishop e6. Can we play rook e1?
Maybe he wants to go f4. Somehow giving up a
But
pawn.
now can I go rook e1?
Rook e1,
No,
bishop
but rook
c4.
f1. No, I'm not liking this.
But man, now f4 seems to be possible as an idea.
But f4, dc and then gf. And then bishop to f5, king b4, and then you start coming in, king a3, king b2.
I don't know.
Don't frighten me like this. 135 heart rate. Vincent, down to 1 minute 30.
Ooh, look
Bishop
at Nepo's
c8.
heart rate.
Yeah, he wants to provoke c4.
I was ready to do it without provoking me. What's the problem?
Yeah, but if he provokes it, and Vincent will have to play c4, it will hurt him so much more because Vincent obviously does not want to play c4. Yeah, so it's a big psychological game.
Okay, I understand.
Vincent
Well,
going under a minute.
Whew. Time to play c4 or d5.
We could wait until bishop a6 to play c4, yes?
True.
And then what? What does black do?
This was my
Rook
question.
g1. Yeah, Vincent is suddenly just waiting, but I hate this. Hate this strategy.
Well, what can he do? Then wait.
Yes. But
I mean, really, I'm so curious when he's going to put his pawns on c4 and d5.
no,
What
he will never
complaints-
push d5. He
What
will-
complaints you're going
No,
to
then
have?
f4 will come at some point. No, this will never. No, this then all the dark squares.
But you cannot prepare f4, I think. That's the problem.
Yeah, maybe, but with 1 minute on the clock, Vincent can never be sure of this. Yeah, so he will feel that he cannot do this. If he plays c4, he will probably balance with bishop d5 and just try to keep that bishop on d5, justifying why he played c4. But then already f4 comes. Yeah, and always dc, you can sacrifice that pawn,
Yeah,
bishop
that's
and
true.
king b4.
That's true.
That's why I hate this c4. It's not my cup of tea.
But after bishop a6, now you have to go c4.
Yes.
There's no other move.
That's why it hurts so much. And Jan will play. Jan is a master of psychology. He will find the most unpleasant moves.
He will give a check, come back to c8.
No, he goes bishop d7. That's a
Okay,
surprise.
just waiting.
Not clear what's the point. Probably that's the point, to
Yeah,
confuse.
Vincent plays rook f1. He allows some b5, but does black want to play b5?
b5, ab, c4, rook a1.
Yeah, Nepo is also just waiting, rook e8.
It feels like he's preparing something at
Yes,
some point.
at least he makes the impression that he wants something, which is the biggest trick. Probably wants nothing at all.
I think he doesn't want anything. He just
Yes.
waits for him to play c4 or d5 or something. And at
Bishop
some
c8
point,
back. Well, he is just shuffling back and forth and waits till Vincent goes down to 20 seconds, and then we will start something.
yeah.
But the good news for Vincent is that this is not a blitz game. It's not a 3+2 coming to the time trouble. Yeah, he gets the 10 seconds. Finally, rook d8
And rook f1.
and rook e1.
But he gave up
Rook
the
e1.
e-file. That is very strange, no?
Rook f8. He's hinting at f4.
Hinting at f4.
And this is the typical Nepo, yeah, that he gives you the e-file that you think like what you have done, and he blitzes out rook f8, punishment. This is how it is.
But what kind of punishment we're talking about? Even D takes C5 is possible.
Well, maybe you will have to. Well, Vincent takes.
So B takes C5.
BC5, Rook D1. Vincent wants King E3. Give White chance to go King E3. He will be super stable.
Well, Rook E8 he will go.
Yeah, Black will play Rook E8. But Rook E8...
Bishop E6.
Then maybe King check would have been unpleasant. Bishop E6. Now King E3, King E5. And then he will go for F4.
It's becoming more unpleasant.
Yes. It's very tricky, and Black also has the C5 break on the queen side. Yeah, Vincent is very unhappy.
I don't like the C5 that we had to take.
Of course not.
I wanted C4.
Yeah, Rook G1, a super passive defense. Rook B8, yeah, Rook B4, C4 is coming. Nepo is breaking the structure.
Rook B8, nice move.
Very nice.
He's doing a good job here.
And Vincent under 20 seconds. In a state of shock.
15 seconds, 14, 13, 12, 10, 9.
Still equal, but can he defend it with so little time on the clock?
Yeah, King E5.
He'll go Rook D8, no? Rook D8
and F4,
taking
King F4,
on A8.
C4.
Taking on, Rook 8, I blundered there.
Only the 10 seconds extra increment can help Vincent here.
Maybe after King E5, he wants Rook E1.
He should activate with Rook D8 then.
F4.
F4 then King F2.
King F2. This is super cool defense, but it's not easy to... You know, this
C4, Rook A8. It just barely works for White.
Yeah, and that's why the king on E5 is misplaced. Yeah, because Rook takes A5, picks up the pawn with check.
But if you go to E7 or C7, I can go Bishop D5.
Yes.
He has to go King E5.
He has to go King E5.
But he doesn't like to allow the opponent to be active.
Well, what to do?
You want to say you can't have everything, yeah?
King E7.
Bishop D5.
Bishop D5, Rook G4.
And? What do you mean?
Bishop E6 and then King F3, yeah?
This looks very safe.
Bishop E6, King F3. What do you want?
Maybe F4?
Yeah, F4.
Takes and Rook D8.
Okay, Vincent is under 10 seconds. Yeah, takes King F3 and he's back to 30. This is what I'm talking about. The 10 seconds increment gives a lot of safety net. C4 Nepo is breaking. But now Rook D8, CB, Rook B8, Rook A8, Rook B3, King F2, and we pick up the A5 pawn. That looks safe enough.
And
that's what he does.
Yeah, after the exchange of the bishops, this is now...
King wants to go to E4, yeah? What is his idea?
But White goes King F4.
No, you cannot go King F4.
Why not?
Then Rook B4 check.
And King F3. Sorry.
Yes, you cannot, yeah.
Even that would be a draw, by the way, but no need to give up 2 pawns. King G2. So a king can hide on H3 if necessary. And Vincent is very close to that draw. He needs to advance to the semifinals.
Rook A5 and Rook A6. And it's over.
And Rook B2 check, King H3, you hide on H3.
That's it.
That's why he went King G2. He's double, triple checking. Where is the last trick? Well, actually, Nepo can try to play for Rook B5 played, Rook A3, okay, but anyway, Rook B6. Because Nepo has decided, Rook A2 check, King H3, King F3, King F2, King G1, Rook H2 checkmate. Of course, White can always play King H2 after King F2, but this is tricky.
Well, he can also put his rook on F4 now. Rook B4, Rook F4, and you're super safe.
Cemento, yes.
So he has to choose.
But he's down to 5 seconds.
5 seconds. Choose one. Rook F4.
And
there we go.
he goes for it.
There we go. And he leans back. There's just no way to make progress.
Yeah.
Or is there?
Nepo will go after the A4 pawn. King c3, king b3, but then rook d4, rook d6.
And rook g4.
Rook g4, but then we get 3 versus 2, and the king gets to f3.
King g1.
King g1, king b3, rook d4.
Well, you can never take anyway, right? Can you take on a4?
Ah, you
No,
can never,
cannot.
because the pawn endgame out, and he
It's
can
also a
just
draw, yes.
he can just wait.
You can just wait, technically.
Ah, but then it's completely.
But he goes rook f3 check. Okay, king d4, rook f4 check.
Well, it's hard to imagine black can do anything, right?
No.
King g1, king f1, and nothing to do.
No. But this case now, Vincent, we will rely on this rook f3, rook f4 business.
Yeah.
Yes. Why should I move my king? Now he goes back to g1.
King e3.
Back to 50 seconds. Wow. I think not a lot of people would have expected Vincent to be able to overcome Nepomniachtchi in a rapid match.
Of course, Nepo is basically a favorite against everyone else than Magnus, no?
Yes.
In this format.
And we've been here
Okay,
before.
maybe Hikaru and Fabi disagrees, but I just wanted to state that, yeah, he is extremely strong.
Okay,
One of
so
the
now
very
the
best.
king is back. Probably eventually he will go g5, or what does he?
Well, but it doesn't achieve anything.
Exactly. That's
I'm not saying I'm not saying he's going to be achieving anything. I'm just saying what is he going to be trying? Otherwise, he can move around with the king, right?
But now Vincent gives up his fortress, rook f4 fortress. He wants to go after the g6 pawn.
Fair enough.
But no, don't do this. Rook b4 check.
Rook b4, back
if
to
it
f4.
works, why to change the
Okay, he went back.
the working formula?
Look at the heart rate of Vincent, 157. Rook f4 back. He could even ask already probably the repetition. Same position we had maybe 3 times already.
Yeah, but he also doesn't need, he can still shuffle around and make sure that it will get 4 times when I
Yeah.
claim, yeah, just to be on the safe side. Very frustrating for Jan
Vincent.
that he created chances for himself. It was nerve-wracking, but then this trade of bishops killed Jan's hope.
The heart rate of Vincent is
He wants to set up
escalating.
this rook e4 idea, but rook e4 doesn't work. You can never...
Why is he moving around with his rook?
Yeah, now he allows rook e4. After king f1, there was no rook e4 because takes king e1.
Okay. Rook b3, rook a3.
Also very safe, yeah.
I mean, he's already trying to...
But
Yes,
okay.
but still...
The game continues.
Game continues.
For no reason, right?
But okay, Vincent is now 1:16 on the clock, yeah, so the clock is not an issue.
Well, not that much, I understand. So on king c4,
Rook b6.
rook b6, rook g4.
King f2.
Yes.
Yeah, but it was no need to go this way, I think.
He just wants to force things, yeah, but there was no need to force things. But it also shows that yeah, he knows that this is a dead draw. Why not?
Well, it is. 150 heart rate. He understood.
Yeah.
There is not much to play for anymore. Vincent has this look to the opponent.
Yeah, rook g4.
Do you see how he moved the piece?
King f2.
And just push the a pawn.
Yeah, now
And
Jan
white is
will
playing
have
for
to,
win.
Yeah, Jan will have to play now f4. Yeah, there is nothing left to play for.
Well, getting less and less pawns then. Vincent's heart rate is dropping.
Yeah, Jan is trying to calm himself down. He came to this event, he wanted to win at all costs. He showed his true brilliance in the rapid section.
But Vincent just played really well in the whole match.
Yeah, and F4.
I mean, there were some chances for Nepo's white games in the second one today and in the first one of the rapid, but
at the very early stage, yeah, at the very early stage,
yes.
And draw for Jan.
We have another winner, Vincent. What an incredible performance by him. What he did today, he showed everything what he needed to win against the world's number 2, right? Not number 2.
Well, okay, Nepo, winner of 2 candidates, World Championship finalist, winner of, sharing the title with Magnus in New York.
Just an unbelievable performance by Vincent from the champion of Weissenhaus. And he's still in the game.
And he's in the semifinals, facing Hikaru Nakamura.
What an incredible performance. Amazing. He was nervous. He was stressed. He had a heart rate of 140 at the start of the game of the first playoff. We could feel the tension. And somehow, of course, I mean, Nepo, who is a fantastic player, and clearly he was the favorite. And he played incredible in the rapid portion of the tournament. And still, you can never be sure that you win. Let's hope to hear the interview. No, not yet.
Later, maybe.
Yeah.
Teasing us a bit.
Yeah, just a few seconds, and then
actually, reflecting to what you said, probably there was much more pressure on Nepo. That he knows that he's a favorite in rapid, but he was probably already very angry that the match got to rapid. At the same time, Vincent felt like he's in the game. He also got so much energy and everything from qualifying, winning the last 3 games. He settled in. He's also very comfortable playing the classical portion of the freestyle event, so he's basically not afraid of anyone in that formula. He got to the playoff against Nepo, and then Nepo outburned himself. You also mentioned it when Nepo was coming to the first game that he seems visibly very nervous.
Yeah. Well, now let's go to Keymer's interview. Let's see what he has to say and share his feelings after his victory.
Vincent, congratulations. You've just beaten Jan and are through to the semifinals. Before we talk about the games, how do you feel?
Yeah, I'm still very nervous. I mean, of course the position has been drawn for a long time, but when all you need is the draw, you're still nervous. So I'm just very relieved that I finally managed to hold the game.
You beat Jan in the first rapid game of the playoff, and in the second, you were way, but it was nervy. What emotions were you feeling?
Yeah, it was very tricky because I got a great position after around 20 moves, and that would have been a comfortable situation to play for a win as well, but since I only needed a draw, I think I kind of lost my way a bit in the sense that I gave him at least a chance to continue playing. I don't think that I was ever in like real danger to lose the game, but you know, the clock is kicking down, and that's always unpleasant.
The first game you won looked like a very nice game. Your thoughts on that one?
Yeah, I think my opening choice was kind of dubious actually, but maybe that's when he spent some time to punish me for that, because I felt the way he played, everything worked out perfectly, and then he was the one who had to spend time and had the weak king and the worst position.
Do you think at the next tournament the players will stop picking you first?
Yeah, I think by now we might be at that point. I think, I hope so.
And tomorrow, Hikaru Nakamura, your thoughts on that opponent?
Yeah, I think he's one of the few players that were both in Weissenhaus and here who I haven't in the classical match yet, so I'm certainly looking forward to that, but as always, no matter who you play, it's going to be one of the top players, so it's going to be very tough, but of course, having won that, I'm really looking forward to that.
Well, Vincent, we're going to let you go enjoy your evening. Congratulations once again, and best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
May I steal you here? And then after this, Thank you.
We see there a happy Vincent, and I think probably we can show again some more of his interviews, because they are celebrating him because he was the underdog very clearly. So obviously Nepo is upset. He's not in the state to give interviews. It's not, we want to have the champion talking about his feelings. And incredible that practically Vincent, first of all, he showed his incredible resilience in the first 2 days of the event, right? On the first day, it was not his day. And the second day, it started out, it's not completely his day. And after that, he started to win one game after another.
Yes, also beating Fabiano in a situation when he only needed a draw. Yeah, not even thinking about a draw. It shows that his confidence was regained. And when he already got into the knockout stages, he also has nothing to lose. Yeah, and one more time, yeah, that he got picked as the first opponent. Yeah, this always plays with your mind that you want to prove that this was a wrong decision. Yeah, so now, the last time in Weissenhaus, he knocked out Alireza, now he knocked out Nepo. Yeah, it was absolutely a justified question by Fiona that will they pick Vincent ever again if this chance appears?
Yes, this is kind of funny to have these psychological games, right? And actually Nepo was the only person who picked the black pieces first against Vincent. All the other matchups, they chose the white pieces in game one. What did that mean, you think, by Nepo? Is it that he wanted to go on the safe side, that if it's a draw, then the next game he wants to kill with white? Or it's just...
I think it was a natural kind of reaction, because also in the round-robin stage, he crushed Vincent with the black pieces. So maybe he also wanted to provoke Vincent that, you want to take your revenge immediately? Come, I will beat you with black, and then the match is over. Yeah, so... we know that Magnus always picks white, and because Magnus picks white, everyone else then also picks white because thinks that this is a great strategy, but I actually like Nepo's kind of mindset that he wants to go his own way.
It's not so easy to provoke Vincent, as we've seen already in Weissenhaus and also here. So let's see the brackets shortly to see what are the matchups for tomorrow. We talk about the semifinals. Here we see Vincent.
Just outside our door, I believe.
Yes, and I want to ask you, can we ask the first question to Vincent? Of course, we congratulate him that, does he regret queen takes c5 in the last game? Because I think I will be very upset. I will be telling him that you have no right to play queen takes c5 in this situation.
Okay, we can ask him.
Sure,
but,
Peter,
but my first question is about the move of the day.
Yes.
Move of the day, c4.
Do we still have time before Vincent comes in? I have it ready. But, we can also look at it when Vincent is here and then do the move of the day together with the player.
Yeah, that would be a lovely novelty, actually.
So let's see, follow the champion of today. And now he's much calmer than he was. And we see the champion coming into our studio. Welcome, Vincent. Congratulations with your incredible performance. How do you feel now? We saw your heart rate, it was quite high. Probably now it's lower, right?
Yeah, I'm just relieved. I mean, tie breaks are always a matter of nerves. And, you know, in general, you could say it's a dream position to have won the first game, but then also you really feel the pressure to win that match once you won that first game of black. So, yeah, it was in a weird situation. My position was even much better for me, so I could have also played for a win, but somehow that I needed a draw. I was, not that direct with my play and gave him at least a chance to play on, which wasn't necessary, but...
Yeah, sorry to interrupt, Vincent, but I was so angry, and everybody have seen that you took queen takes c5. Because I told immediately that no, queen takes e5 is wrong because black has the chance to play and it will be a psychological game. You will be in 3 or 4 moves 2 minutes behind on the clock. Exactly everything happened as I have foreseen. While if you take knight takes e5, I felt that you would have just crushed him in the next 5 moves. What is your take? Do you regret this choice?
How can you defend
Now
yourself?
not, yeah. I mean, now that I drew this game, I don't really care. But I agree that it wasn't necessary. But like it's so, at least for me, it was very natural to trade the queens going into a position where I'm a pawn up and have no immediate issues if I only need to draw. But it's true that, of course, knight c5 should be the better move.
Vincent, also congratulations from me. We just want to talk about the move of the day, and it's perfect timing you just came in, because I want to give the move of the day to your move c4, which I believe Nepomniachtchi did not see coming, that he could just leave your queen hanging and then would trap his queen on g1. Then you equalize the game more or less and reach an equal endgame. Did you also have the feeling that he overlooked this resource c4?
Yeah, I assume, because I felt that, like, I wasn't that happy with my play, actually. I thought that if he goes for f5, he should be slightly better.
After g5,
yeah,
f5,
and
yes.
I think that there was no immediate reason for him to go fg, bishop e3 if he sees c4. Unless he wanted to go to a tiebreak, but I don't believe that that was his intention.
I think the computer wanted to see bishop f3 here. G takes f4, e5.
Okay, yeah, but that's...
This was the computer solution.
Sorry, I have only one
Yes.
question. When you played g5, you saw already, obviously, this trick or move of the day, c4, right?
Yes.
And did you consider g5 is the best move, or you wanted to set up this trick because you couldn't resist?
No, I didn't want to set up the trick. I thought it's... Like, yeah, I was already not feeling that great. My whole problem was that I was actually trying to make b5 work after f4. So I thought that after I play f6, so that after f4 I have b5. And then knight b5, I have like 3 moves. I have queen c4, queen a2, and d5, which I believe are all kind of decent options, but none of them I really liked. So for example, queen c4, bishop e2, queen e4, knight a7, and yeah, it's not that easy. If I want to take f4 pawn, I will have to go to an endgame, and he has a lot of tempi, so I believe I should be worse here. And yeah, d5 was crazy. I thought maybe the best move is bishop e2, and here I wasn't sure. Like, I thought it's too risky to go here. But yeah, I was kind of relying on that. Also, maybe queen a2 also works, but queen a2 I was worried about, I think, c4.
The queen is a bit out of the game for the moment.
But here actually I have a6 maybe.
Well, very complicated, very difficult. How did you feel in general about the opening, the starting position in this game? Were you surprised by e4? Or?
No, I think e4 is a like very normal, ambitious move. Also, it's clear that basically at some point you need to move this f-pawn, and f5, f4, f5 was quite symmetrical. I mean, okay, not immediately, but in general was quite symmetrical. So e4 is clearly the ambitious move. I think c5 should be a decent reply.
Yes,
and after
definitely.
knight c3, I need to make a choice. Like, yeah, just I think after f6 was played with the intention to go b5, and then this bishop b6 move maybe wasn't so bad, but it wasn't really planned. So then it's not really that same kind of flow in the game as it should be.
So you felt under some pressure, but then you got into this endgame. Was there another critical moment that you felt like in this game? He had a little bit of pressure, but didn't amount to much.
But yeah, I don't think it was enough.
Okay,
I mean, it was slightly little bit, but I thought it's more for engines than for humans. Yeah.
Then wait a second before you move on. I want to highlight one thing, because after one move e4, yeah, there was the option of going f5. Can you just go to this position?
Yeah.
Because I want to hear your opinion that after e takes f5, what are the candidate moves that come to your mind with black to justify f5?
This is Coach Peter now.
Yes, I want the audience to hear how players are thinking and why we say that this is kind of impossible.
Yeah, of
what
course.
computer
I
was
think
saying.
we didn't have any other candidate move than queen a2. Yeah, so.
Okay, queen a2, but it's too dangerous.
And if not queen a2, then how do you justify f5? And it's a good move. f5 is the best move. Yeah, it's so difficult. Exactly. That's why I'm showing. I think for the audience, it's very interesting that queen f7 is the move. I almost fell from the chair, and then you go short castle, queen f5, you have a fantastic position. It's insane, no?
I mean, it's still around equal, but maybe slightly more comfortable for black, yes.
Okay, yeah, well, that's crazy. I mean,
Yeah, incredible game, this freestyle chess.
Something like this, yes.
Yeah, but it's also so natural. Usually, if you get your queen out that early, it's like really bad. But here, since the knights are so far away, there's no way to win any tempo. So of course, after seeing it, it's an amazing idea. But I don't think it would ever cross my mind, like even after telling me that there was something, it was very difficult.
All right, let's go to the first rapid game. Once again, you're black. Once again, you're faced with e4. Once again, your queen is on g8. Yeah. So here you already said in an interview, move, yeah. e5 was not best, but
one interruption. Tricky. Sorry.
Yes.
Were you worried that your queen on g8 again? Because Peter said that you must be frustrated too. You're sitting there and you're frustrated about your queen that it's on g8 again.
Not really. No, I thought it's. Maybe it's not the very pleasant starting position, but it didn't feel like a really bad one. So to me, it was fine.
So where did you feel like
it was too much what I did? That's for sure.
It's very interesting. But here I think computer said b5.
Yeah, but b5, bishop b5, and then what do I do?
I think bishop b4 check.
c3.
Yeah, and somehow play this position, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't know. I didn't feel that because the only square I have is a d4, but it's dark square, and I don't have the dark squared bishop, so I didn't believe.
Yes.
No, I mean what I did was I was just lucky that that's exactly what sometimes works against Nepo, because if he would have taken 1-2 minutes to crush that, it could have been incredibly unpleasant. But he was playing a bit too long by hand. And then, for example, I think his move taking on b6, I mean, e6 is maybe not the best, but I was actually expecting him maybe to play f5 even instead of, I mean, instead of knight c3 to cut off the bishop, and then I can't even play f6, get my queen out. I thought that was interesting. Taking it was, I mean... Yeah,
knight d5 was maybe more uncomfortable for black.
Take knight a4, I don't believe I'm really much worse here. I like queen f7 in the sense that, okay, he can take this pawn, but I don't believe this will be... even equal for him.
No. He should not take that pawn for sure. No, what he did was...
I think he should play b3 here.
B3, yeah?
Yeah. And then that he gets c3 and knight b2 and some... taking on b6, it's just... he needs to find a way to untangle, because you can never play c3 due to knight b3.
I think the computer said something like a3, king c1, king b1.
Okay, but again, that's a little crazy. I mean, rook f1 is a very natural move.
No, maybe here a3. Yeah, rook f1 was fine, but now maybe here a3.
Yeah, it's just you see a knight on d4 and you want to kick this knight away, and the only way to kick it is c3, and then to play a3 is not the most natural.
That's exactly what Peter said. Yes. So then taking on d4 was definitely
basically
a mistake.
Accepting that he's... But what is he supposed to play?
Something else here, for sure, yes.
Just that, okay, I'm kind of threatening to take on c2 at some moment. Knight b4 is also coming, so I think there are direct threats.
There's a lot happening.
The odd problem for him is also that if he doesn't take this knight, every move he has to calculate all the captures and attacks, which is incredibly unpleasant for a rapid game. So
yes. But now taking, he just doesn't have the coordination.
Yeah, it's awful position,
yeah. Rook f3, I think you played very reasonable here, obviously. King b1, g6, okay, and now the computer wants to defend with queen g1 or b4, but it's for a human, this is very difficult.
I go queen h5 and I win that pawn, that was my...
Yes, this also
queen
looks...
g1, queen g1, e5.
Yeah, the computers maybe can put up resistance.
Queen g1 was instead of b4, and I said, come on, this is impossible.
Yes, queen g1 is, of course, very difficult. And then it was fairly smooth, or how did you feel?
His pieces are so bad, and that's...
I mean, he put up some resistance, but it's just you took this pawn and...
Sorry, which was the point that you felt that the victory is in your hand in this game?
Here, knight h2.
After knight h2.
Before I felt that my position should be much better, but I wasn't entirely certain. But here I felt that there's simply no move to even continue fighting, really,
All right, let's go to the second game. We already talked about it briefly. So let's have a look. You had a good start to the game. We're considering, Julian and I said you're going to play b4, and Peter said you're going to play g3. In the end, you opted for a more, let's say, humble move, b3.
I thought that b4 should be the best move, but the b4 is not the move you want to make in it gives some target, and I didn't want to do that. So I thought b3 is fine.
Okay.
I think he can't really copy. For example, b6, I go f4, and that's very similar to the game that I had against MVL from the starting position, because here again we have this huge problem for black that I threaten both f5 and bishop d4, and you can't stop both. If you play c5, I'm going to go f5, and then the bishops are just dead. And if you play f5, there's going to be bishop d4, and
it's very
this
unpleasant.
So I think, he just decided to play any random move to get me out of my prep and fight.
Yes. Yeah, maybe c5 should be played here.
I think c5 or f5.
d6, so we get into his position. He sacrificed a pawn. but it should not be enough compensation.
Yeah, it's so weird that this queen on e5 should usually like get kicked away with a lot of tempi, but suddenly here it's a really
Very
good
difficult
piece.
for black.
But it's also because his queen on a8 is
It's
so
just
bad,
terrible.
yeah.
Yes. So this all went pretty well for you. We were quite impressed with your maneuvering here, knight e4, knight c3, knight a4.
Yeah, I thought that knight on e4 is nice because basically long term what he wants is f6, g6, f5, and by putting the knight on e4 I get some control over that f6 square. So
Yeah, that's what
and of
Peter
course I need to
said as
develop
well.
the knight at some point.
Yes, for sure, yes. King b8.
Yeah, I was considering maybe to go queen a5 here.
Sorry,
Yes.
did
Queen
you
A5.
consider any time after knight e4, f5 with black?
Yes, but I thought that never worked.
You're right. Yes, I mean f5 is
I thought
interesting.
queen
but
f5,
shouldn't-
g6, queen h3, and
Yeah, somewhere the
just
queen.
pinning that, and then long castle will be my next move. And
Yeah, but I just wanted to check if you were checking f5.
yes. No, I.
He was ready for
Okay,
it.
it's like the move that if I overlook it, I can just lose the game
Yes, Yeah.
immediately.
exactly.
So yeah, I thought queen f5.
Queen
I
A5
didn't
is a
play
very
it
nice
because
move
of
also.
f5, but maybe
Ah.
there's just nothing. I can just take and go back, and probably there's
yes.
nothing.
Because now the queen still
Yeah,
is
but
not
that's
coming out.
queen f5 would have been very nice also. Yeah, just to cut this queen on a7 out from the game, and then he is in huge trouble. Like he can't play g6 because of knight f6, and yeah, queen f5 would have been very nice.
But this, what you did
yeah,
was
I
also
saw
very
that here
good.
I have king b1 and knight c5 will follow.
So now he's in a lot of trouble, knight c5. And this was the moment that Peter highlighted here. He was, of course, advertising for knight takes c5, so you keep your good queen position. Maybe there's even some knight takes
My next
b7
move is
threat.
d4, yeah?
You can play
But
d4.
okay, okay,
Let's
threat
say he
might
goes
be
rook e7.
Exactly.
Maybe d4.
Yeah.
This is
Nice.
quite good for white. But of course, the endgame is also better for you. But okay, it will be a
A4
long
was
game.
also a stupid move.
That's what Peter
why
said
not to
as well.
start? Why not to start with b4? Yeah, like a normal human being. I mean,
With b4, yes.
Yeah, I mean, if I want to go for this plan at all, yeah, then to start
Yes,
with b4
yes,
and
yes.
push a4, a5
Yes, yes.
would have been like. I just kind of forgot that a5 was even there from his side. So.
And then you decided to cop out, let's say, with knight f6,
Yeah.
give back the pawn. Peter actually said if you played like this, then you need to play knight f6 here.
Yeah, no, I also felt that this was because then I guess at least it was like a
Some
new
clarity.
situation I could get used to, and like yeah,
You gave
that
back
was-
the pawn, but the position is equal. But I'm assuming, yeah, you felt a bit nervous here.
Yeah,
probably.
for sure. I mean, okay, such games, even if it's, I mean, the game is not dead. He has some breakthroughs with
Exactly.
the pawns, and
And then he was just shuffling around for a while until he suddenly played rook f8.
Yeah,
then to
actually,
play
one
f4.
question: that was there any moment when you felt like, oh my God, maybe he has some that somewhere some f4. Once he put the bishop on e6, then there was this f4 g bishop f5
Yes.
idea in the air.
but
Also, yeah.
again, it's like only one idea, and I didn't ever see it really working. So. Also
Right.
depends on the situation. But after f4, sometimes I can even go bishop e4 myself, and I don't even need to take. So yeah. No, of course I was aware that there are all these kind of ideas, like even g5, also in some moment f4. It's clear that this is like his only chance, but yeah.
So were you completely sure that you're not going to lose this game and you hold it?
No, of course. If I was sure, I would be sitting there calmly and enjoying my life. But
Yes,
I mean,
yes.
in such games, even in the Rooken game, I wasn't entirely sure. Like you also know how tricky Nepo is, and if there will be one trick, he will find it. And I think it was just good
Absolutely.
that there was absolutely nothing left to do. Yeah.
Yeah, once you get bishop d5, and you probably felt pretty safe. But if he goes king e5, you're also in time
Yeah,
for
f4,
d8.
and then there was the question like, will I go king f2 or rook a8? I take in rook a8. Like king f2, there's rook d4.
Yeah, you should have probably tried something like this. You
Yeah,
need
but
to,
I
you
thought
need
I'll
to
just
play
take-
king f2, actually, I think here.
Take rook a8. Oh, okay, rook f3. Yeah.
Oh, yes, yes.
Getting tired already. But,
so it's good that he did play king e5.
yeah, I think
Maybe
king
you would have
f2 there
noticed
was
it.
rook d4, and then maybe
Rook
rook d4.
d4?
Then I can take on f4. Yeah, probably that works.
Take on f4.
King f4?
Rook.
This would have been a bigger challenge.
Scary business. You were also down to 20 seconds or something.
Yes,
yeah.
no, that's of course. It's never that easy. But I thought he should like play f4. That was
Yeah.
would have made a lot of sense.
Instead, he moved the king back to e7. You could trade the bishops, and that definitely
Yeah,
gives you some release. And now you activate the rook.
Yeah, I think
and
it's
then
too drawish now.
It
yeah.
is too
That's,
drawish now, and you manage. Congratulations. That's an amazing achievement. Once again, you're in the semifinals. We already heard you saying in the interview with Fiona, maybe now people will stop picking you as the first pick. Yeah, congratulations, Judith.
Yeah, how do you expect your next match with Fabiano? He's
No,
not
with
in
Hikaru.
Hikaru. Sorry. Against Hikaru.
Yeah, usually it's not getting easier. So, but anyway, yeah, like seeing the pairings here, like whoever you play against, it will be an incredibly tough match. So that also gives some peace of mind. I don't need to worry about pairings or anything else. Anyway, they're like absolute top players, and that's what we need to deal with.
Yeah. Well, have a good rest. Congratulations again, and we are going to let you to prepare mentally and physically and every way for your next match. Good luck.
Thank you.
And we are going to the brackets to see all the results and what is the exact situation in the tournament. So, what can you say, Peter, about this day? Of course, the day was very interesting. Magnus was very close that he would also be playing a playoff, but he was able to make magic today again.
Yes, it was a very scary situation for Magnus. Escaping from there, I think he was very relieved, super happy, because his opening didn't work well, and if you get crushed, then you will be so upset with yourself. Like this, you can, okay, I got away with it, yeah? You also heard here from Vincent, yeah, that, okay, now that the game ended in a draw, I don't mind Queen C5 or Knight C5, but if you lose the game, then of course these kind of things will haunt you. So Magnus very happy, carries all the positive emotions. The other match between Fabiano and MVL, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, that was a fantastic strategical masterpiece by Fabiano. He got the upper hand, he punished that controversial G5 move, and Maxime was trying his fantastic capability of creating counterplay from nowhere, but then Fabio also found this computer defense with Rook C3, Rook G3, and that was it. Very impressive play by Fabio. I think by now he's also in top shape. So we are having a fantastic semi-final between Magnus and Fabiano. And on the other side, Hikaru used all his experience because he got absolutely nothing. He was then probably worse. It was in an uncomfortable situation. Arjun was the one who could try to create chances, but then he lost his chance. And then all of a sudden, we have seen Hikaru in beast mode. Yeah, he stabilized and he never looked back. And it was a wonderful conversion after that from Hikaru.
Well, and we see the set players in the bottom part of the graphics. Nepo, of course, very unhappy, just as much as Arjun, because they didn't expect this way to happen. And we see the lower brackets. We are going to see a match between Rapport and Praggnanandhaa as they won their matches. They are going to be playing out for the points, for the Grand Prix points, and for money, while Vidit and Gukesh finished their tournament. They are not going to be playing out for the 11th and 12th place. So thank you very much for today, because we had an amazing day together here in the studio together with Peter and Nicholas. It was a real joy with all these adventurous games and happenings, what was going on. And maybe you want to say a few thoughts, final, Nicholas?
It was a great day of freestyle chess. We saw amazing defensive resources. We saw brilliant play, and Vincent Keymer going through in the tiebreaks against Nepomniachtchi, once again proving that he is a force to be reckoned with in freestyle chess. And by the way, he is the only young player of the new generation who made it to the semifinals. Other than him, we see three veterans, Nakamura, Carlsen, and Caruana, making it through, and all of them, by the way, were also in Weissenhaus already, and they already have some experiences, of course, in freestyle chess. So I can't wait for the semifinals. Carlsen against Caruana, Nakamura versus Keymer, mouth-watering semifinals that await us, and tomorrow we'll be back. Same time, same place, and please join us again.
Peter, final thoughts? I think you also calmed down with all these playoffs with Vincent. Okay, he won. You're sure now. So what are your thoughts about today?
I'm trying to calm down. Yes, it was such an epic battle. And as I said, yeah, Vincent is family. Jan is a very good friend. So I'm happy that this match is over. Yeah, I was psychologically getting ready for both results because, okay, I knew that this is a crazy match. I'm happy that it's over, and I'm looking forward rooting for Vincent and supporting him in the semifinals against Hikaru Nakamura. It will be a very interesting match because, as Vincent also said, he never played a match against Hikaru yet in the freestyle. In Weissenhaus, Hikaru was on the other bracket. So, well, stay tuned, follow us, because the drama and the tension, the excitement, the craziness continues here.
Absolutely, and we can say, I think, that the hero of today was Vincent Keymer, the youngster who won Weissenhaus already the first leg of the Grand Slam. And here in Paris, he's on the way to the semifinal now, and tomorrow we'll be back, same time, same place, and with at least as much excitement as today. See you tomorrow.
Got me thinking about tomorrow more than I ever have before. You're bringing light to my shadows. Every day you leave me wanting more. Every time you come up in my mind, a smile comes across my face. Even though I have no idea what we'll find, when I'm with you it falls in place. You're one of a kind. 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 You show up first to every party, and you think tequila is your friend. Say that you're sorry, and no matter what you can't pretend.
Freestyle chess but don't know how to? No opening theory, no memorized moves, just pure strategic creativity. But how do you navigate 960 possible starting positions with confidence? That's exactly what I'll teach you in my Freestyle Chess Masterclass. You'll learn how to develop your pieces effectively, recognize key positional patterns, and avoid early disasters. I'll break down some of the best freestyle chess games ever played, featuring Magnus Carlsen, Alireza Firouzja, and Fabiano Caruana. Freestyle chess is still in its early days. This is your chance to get ahead of the competition. Sign up now and let's take your freestyle game to the next level. Join my Freestyle Chess Masterclass today and save 20% only during the Grand Slam.
Beg you to love me, won't you feel me? I don't wanna force you to hold me. What if I keep you on your toes? What if I give you the right dosage? Is there somewhere we can go to fix these broken roses? If I told you that we could have a better life, would you bring the old you? Or is that person still alive? If you took him off the shelf, would he even never keep my distance from a little mischief, I admit. Now I'm hanging on my hopes on us and letting you decide. I will never lose my interest if there's something in this. I'm convinced there's a glimpse of life. So why you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la.